subscribe and click the bell icon to turn on notifications.
Welcome to this Excel Beginner to Advanced training class from Simon Says It. We've combined some of our very best Excel tutorials in this training video, which is split into 6 parts. Excel formulas for beginners, data cleaning in Excel, pivot tables, dynamic array functions, advanced Excel formulas, and macros for beginners. We've also made the files the instructor uses in each section available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
So Adam's just put up on the screen our agenda for today. So we're going to start out by just doing a brief discussion about what exactly formulas and functions are. I'm going to show you how calculations work so you can really understand how formulas are constructed in Excel. We're going to go through some of the basic formulas. I'm going to show you how you can use them in different ways and show you lots of tips and tricks as well, just to make yourself a little bit more efficient when you're working with formulas. So we're going to look at things like sum. I'm going to show you auto sum and autofill with keyboard shortcuts. We're going to talk about operators and the BODMAS rule. If you're not sure what I mean by that, then you didn't pay attention in maths class when you're at high school, but we will get to that. We're going to go through things like average, min, max, count, count A. I might even throw in a bit of count if in there for you as well. We're going to talk about something really important, absolute versus relative referencing, a concept that you have to understand if you're going to work successfully in Excel. I'm going to show you how to use named ranges in formulas, something that is super helpful, particularly if you have a large data set. And then we're going to blast through just some really useful functions that everybody needs to know. So I'm going to show you quite a few different text functions, which are going to help you tidy up your data, extract things from cells, things like that. I'm going to show you how you can create unique lists of values and also how you can join text together using the concat function. We're then going to move on to doing a little bit on logical formulas. Again, super important, if statements and nested ifs. And then we're going to end with VLOOKUP, everybody's favorite function. Well, at least it's one of mine. I'm going to show you how VLOOKUP works, and we're going to throw in some error checking formulas in there as well. And as I said, as we go through, I'm going to try and include keyboard shortcuts, tips and tricks, which are really going to help you out. So that is what we are covering. All right, guys, let's start right from the beginning. So when we're dealing with formulas in Excel, formulas really are the backbone of Excel, and it's mainly what Excel is known for. So it is super important that you have the relevant skills to be able to construct formulas in your toolkit. And what do formulas do? Well, they basically help us perform basic to complex calculations in Excel. So that might be something from the very simple act of adding up a list of numbers all the way through to extremely complex lookups, logical formulas, time and date calculations, and so much more. So it is important to have a good foundational level of skills from which you can build on later down the track. Now, what exactly is a formula? Well, it is a calculation, and formulas in Excel use functions. And we can use one function in a formula, or we can combine together multiple functions to perform more complex calculations. And really, the skill that will help you move towards becoming an Excel expert is to be able to look at the data, look at the work that you're doing, and work out what formula or what combination of formulas you need to use to accomplish the task. And that is really the difference between somebody who might consider themselves being an intermediate Excel user and somebody who is an advanced user. Advanced users can look at data and work out the combination of functions they need in order to accomplish the task. Okay, so that's kind of what we're going to be working towards. I will say it does take practice to get to know. But we need to start out by knowing what our formulas do. Now, there are over 500 different functions in Excel. You will find them on the Formulas tab in this Functions Library section. And all of your formulas are divided down into different categories. Now, I will say that over the course of your Excel career, there is no way that you're going to use all 500 of these. Some of them are very specific to certain industries, such as accounting or engineering. You'll probably find there are about 15 to 20 formulas that you use all the time. And I'm going to include lots of those in the session today. So let's start out with something quite basic. And that is the sum function. This is the first function that everybody learns when they're working in Excel. What does sum do? Well, it lets us add a list of numbers together. Now, when you're working in Excel, if you want to create a function, the first thing you need to do is type an equals into the cell. That lets Excel know that you want to type a formula. Now, what I could do here is I could type something like 10 plus 20 and hit enter. That is going to perform a calculation. I haven't used a function. I've just hard-coded those numbers in. Now, you can do that. You're going to get the correct result, but I would not recommend hard-coding numbers into your formulas. It's much better to use something like cell references. So let's just do that again, but this time I'm going to have my numbers written out in different cells. So if I now wanted to perform this calculation, what I could do is I could say equals, and then I can select the cell reference as opposed to hard coding those numbers in. So I can do I3 plus I4, hit enter, it's going to give me the correct result. But the difference here is if one of these numbers in this cell changes, that formula is going to update because I'm referencing the cell as opposed to hard coding a number in. Okay, so really important, don't hard code numbers into formulas unless you absolutely have to. Always try and use a cell reference. Now, with that in mind, where does the sum function come in? Well, the sum function you can use when you have a longer list of numbers. So, for example, in this little table, you can see that I have some Q1 figures here from January to December, and maybe I want to find out what the total is for the entire year for Q1. So what I could do here is type in equals, and I can use the sum function. Now notice, as I start to type in this function, I get a little menu pop underneath. This is called IntelliSense. And you'll find this whenever you start to type in a formula, Excel is going to search through its massive database of formulas and give you a list of all of the ones that match what you're trying to type. So if you see it in this list, you can select it simply by using your arrow keys. I want sum. All I need to do here is press the tab key. It's going to put that first bracket in for me. Formulas are always enclosed inside brackets or parentheses if you're in the US. And we're going to talk more about that in a moment. But for the time being, take a look at this little function. We have sum. Now notice underneath I have a little screen tip that says number 1, comma, number 2. Now what you see in this screen tip underneath, this is there to help you. It's basically the what we call the function arguments. This is the information you need to provide the formula in order for this formula to work. So I want to add up some numbers, and basically what this is telling me is I need to tell it what numbers I want to add up. So I want to add up everything above. So I'm going to select all of this cell range just here, C3 to C14. Notice that 2 is represented by a colon in Excel. We must always close the bracket, hit enter, and we have our sum calculation. If I click back up in that cell, take a look up in the formula bar, I can see my formula up there. If I need to edit it, I can simply click up here in the formula bar, or alternatively, I can double click in the cell and edit it within the cell. Escape to come out. So that is one way that we can utilize the sum function to quickly add up a list of numbers. Now there is another way that we can use the sum function, and that is by using AutoSum. So if we jump up to the Formulas tab at the top, in the Functions library, we have an AutoSum drop-down just here. And you can see what I call the big 5 formulas in Excel. So these are the ones that you're probably going to use most often. Now one of them, the first one, is sum. Look what happens when I click it. It automatically puts in the sum formula and it selects the nearest range of cells. So it's made an intelligent guess as to what it is that I'm trying to add up. And in this case, it's got it right. So all I need to do is hit enter and I have my total. I could do this in an even quicker way. If I want to invoke that auto sum, but I don't want to have to go up to formulas and click on auto sum drop down, there is a keyboard shortcut for this. And that keyboard shortcut is Alt semicolon. Sorry, not Alt semicolon, Alt plus. And that's going to invoke the auto sum. Okay, Alt plus. It's made the same selection, hit enter, and we've added up our numbers. The next way we can input formulas into cells is by using the functions dialog box. Now you'll find this just to the left of the formula bar, and it's this little FX icon just here. When I hover over, it says insert function. Now I know a lot of people who really love to use this, and in general it's people who are reasonably new to formulas in Excel. Because what this allows you to do is basically type in a brief description of what you're trying to do, and then it's going to show you all of the formulas which match what you're trying to do. So if I was looking for a formula to add numbers, I might type in add numbers, click on go, and it's going to pull back all of the formulas that match. I can then look at the description underneath, which is going to tell me what that formula does. So I can go through all of these, and I can say, here we go, adds all the numbers in a range of cells. That's exactly what I want to do. Let's click on OK. It opens up our function argument. So this is pretty much the same as when you're typing it directly into the cell. We just have our arguments listed in this nice little box as opposed to underneath where we're typing. So now I just need to define the numbers that I want to add up. So once again, we're going to select the cell range. I can then click on OK, and there I have my calculation. So a few different ways of doing sum just there. Let's finish this off because this allows us to see a couple of other shortcuts. I'm going to add the totals for each month. So we're going to do sum again. I'm going to type it in this time, equals sum, open a bracket. I'm going to select the cell range that I want to sum, in this case C3 to F3. Let's close our bracket. Now I'm going to copy this formula down. Now if I press the enter key just here, my cursor moves to the cell below, which means if I now want to copy this formula down or do something else in the cell above, I then have to click back on the cell and then do what I want to do. A much better way of doing this is to press Control Enter at the end of your formula, and it's going to keep you in the same cell. So let's do that again. I'm going to say equals sum, open bracket. We're going to select the range that we want to add up, close our bracket. This time, Control Enter, and it leaves me in that same cell. I can then use my autofill handle to copy this formula down. And the autofill handle, you'll find that if you hover your mouse over the right-hand corner, can you see in that cell there's a tiny little green square? And as I hover my mouse over, my cursor changes to a small black cross. That is your autofill handle. And what this will enable you to do is basically copy that formula and paste it into each cell. And you can do that simply by double clicking, and it's going to copy that formula down. Another way you could do this, if I Control Z just to undo that, is I could just drag down. Let's Control Z again. The third way I can copy something down is I can highlight all the cells I want to copy the formula to and press Control D, and it's going to copy that sum formula down. Okay, so quite a few different ways that you can use sum. We've got some keyboard shortcuts in there and some other tips and tricks. Hopefully you've picked up something as we've gone through that. Let's move on now to talking about operators. Now, there is a lot more operators in Excel than what I have here. And operators are really those symbols that we have that perform our calculations. So I've just listed out the main four here: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Now, it's really important to be aware of what keys, what symbols you need to press in order to do things like a multiplication. So I've had some people who think that the X on their keyboard should be the multiplication sign. Remember, it's an asterisk if you want to multiply. It's a / if you want to divide. Okay, and then we just have a regular plus and a hyphen, I guess you could say, for subtraction. Okay, make sure that you understand your operators so that you can use them efficiently. Now, let's do a little quick calculation down here, because this is going to lead me nicely into my next point, where we're going to start talking about mathematical rules. Again, this is going to be a bit like maths class at high school, but it is really important going forward so you understand what's going on. What if I have something in a cell like 10 plus 6 divided by 2? What do you think the result of that calculation is going to be? Because it could be one of two things depending on which way you decide to calculate this formula. Maybe I look at this formula and I think to myself, right, I'm going to do 10 plus 6 first, and then I'm going to divide by 2. So 10 plus 6 would be 16 divided by 2. I think the answer should be 8. Let's hit enter. Excel thinks the answer is 13. Now, why is that? Let's take a look. Well, it's doing it in a slightly different way. It's doing 6 divided by 2 first, which gives us 3, and then it's adding the 10. Now, why is it doing that? Well, it's doing that because of something called the BODMAS rule, which leads me on to my next worksheet. Now, I've got this listed out twice because I know that when I was growing up in the UK, and I will say this was quite a long time ago, so when I was at junior school, we're talking 80s here, and this is what they taught us. They taught us BODMAS. I know that in the US it is called something slightly different. The acronym is slightly different. I believe PIDMAS or PEDMAS or something like that. They're both the same rule. It's just how you phrase the different items. So, for example, in the UK, we say brackets, whereas in the US, they're more inclined to say parentheses. So these are both the same rule. And every Excel formula follows this rule. And this is what we call the order of calculations. So what we're saying here is that anything in a formula that's contained within brackets is going to be calculated first. It's then going to calculate any orders or indices, so things like square roots if you have them in your formula. It will then do the division, multiplication, addition, and finally at the end the subtraction is the last thing that it will do. So when we have something like 10 plus 6 divided by 2, the reason why we get 13 is because if we look at the order, Excel is going to do the division before it does the addition. Okay, so it's going to do 6 divided by 2 first and then the addition because it runs through this rule. So if I wanted to do 10 plus 6 first, what can I do? I can put this part of the formula in brackets. Okay, so it's going to do what's in brackets first, 10 plus 6, and then it's going to do the division. And that gives me my answer of 8. A really important rule to get your head around. This comes up again and again, particularly when you're looking at formulas and trying to work out what they're doing. Knowing the order that calculations are done in is going to be really helpful to you. Okay, so don't forget that, the BODMAS or the PEDMAS rule, however you want to determine it. So with all that in mind, let's move on now to taking a look at a few other formulas. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, there are formulas that I like to call the big 5. I've never heard anyone else refer to them as the big 5, but I feel like these are the big 5 formulas. They're the ones that you tend to use first in Excel. They're the ones that you use fairly frequently, and they're also probably the easiest formulas to learn in Excel. Now, we've already seen one of them. One of them is called sum. And all of the others, if I click the auto sum button, you can see the others listed up here. We have average, count numbers, max, and min. So what do each of these formulas do? We know what sum does. It allows us to add up a range of cells. So you can see here in this table, again, we just have that same data. I have total, average, min, and max. So if I was doing the total, again, we're just using our sum formula. I can open the bracket, highlight my cells, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can copy that down. I can select all the cells, Control D to copy down. Boom, done. Very straightforward and simple. What about if I want to work out what the average is of these numbers? What are the average sales across all of these quarters? Well, this is where I can use the average function, and it works in pretty much the same way as the sum function. I can start to type in average. Notice I get IntelliSense underneath. If the function that I want is highlighted, which it is, I can just press the tab key to select it and save myself a couple of seconds. I then need to select my range. Again, we're just going to do the same range, close the bracket. I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and I can double click to copy that formula down. What does min do? Well, min allows us to find the minimum value in a range of cells. So maybe I want to find what the lowest value is so I can see which quarter in January was the worst performing. Okay, that is where we would use min. So again, I can just type it in. Min, open the bracket, select my range of cells, close the bracket, Control, Enter, and then I can double click to copy down. What does max do? It does the reverse of min. It gives us the maximum value in a range of cells. All very straightforward formulas. Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down. Good to know. And you can always combine these with other formulas. So once your knowledge starts to increase, you'll find that you're using these formulas, sum, average, min, and max, with other formulas to perform more complex calculations. Okay. Now, something I would advise you to do, because this is so useful. Notice if I highlight all of these cells in the Q1 column, cast your eyes down to my status bar. Can you see right at the bottom, I'm seeing information that shows me the average of that range of cells. The count, the numerical count, the minimum value, the maximum, and the sum. Look at that. So if my boss comes to me and says to me, can you tell me the total of all the sales in January? Instead of going in and having to do the sum calculation, I can simply highlight the cells and I can see the total in that status bar at the bottom. Okay, super quick and super useful. Now you need to turn something on in your status bar in order to be able to see these values. And I would recommend that you do this. If you hover your mouse over your status bar right at the bottom and right click, it's these ones here that you want to make sure you turn on. Now you don't necessarily have to have them all on. I do because I find them all useful, but at least make sure you've got maybe sum or average, min and max turned on, something like that. Make sure that you have a tick next to them. You can see I can just toggle that off and on, and then you're going to see that information when you highlight a range of cells in that status bar. Okay, super, super useful. So now we've seen sum, average, min, and max. There is one more out of the big five that I haven't shown you yet, and that is count. Now, what does count do? Well, it will count the number of items in a range of cells. So here I have a very basic data set. I have some student names and I have their test scores, let's say. And I want to count how many students I have in this range of cells. So I can use the count formula. We're going to type in equals, and I'm going to type in count. Open my bracket. Take a look at my arguments underneath. It's asking for the value. So what do I want to count? Well, I want to count the students. Now you might think to yourself, okay, I just need to highlight the student names, B4 to B20. Close the bracket and hit enter. It gives me a result of 0. Now, why does it give me 0? Why isn't it counting all of the student names? The formula is correct. Why isn't it counting anything? Well, this is a really important distinction between count and count A. Count will only count cells that contains numerical values. So because the cell range that I've selected contains text, it doesn't count them. Okay, so if I wanted to use count just here, I would need to type in count and I would need to use the test scores instead, because those are numerical values and it's telling me I have 17 items in this list. If you want to count everything, so cells, it doesn't matter if they've got text or numbers in them or weird symbols, if you want to count everything, you would use count A, which stands for count all. Okay, so now I can open my bracket. I can count the text cells, that's absolutely fine, and it should give me the same answer. Okay, that is an important distinction between count and count A. This one only counts numerical values. This one counts everything. Okay, make sure you have that straight. Now, a little bonus thing I'm going to throw in here is just very quickly show you how you can start thinking about your formulas in a different way. And we're going to use count as our example. So it might be that you're looking at this little table and maybe you're only interested in seeing how many students scored above 80. Okay, so in the test scores, how many students do we have that have excelled this year and have scored above 80? Well, this is where we can start to expand on our basic count formula. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use a different formula, and it's called count if, open bracket. Count if allows us to specify, allows us to say count if the score is over a certain amount. And you can see we have two arguments underneath, range and then criteria. So sometimes when I'm looking at something like this, I kind of like to work backwards because I like to think to myself, what is my criteria here? Well, my criteria is that the test score has to be, let's say, equal to or greater than 80. So that is my criteria. Now, what am I testing this against? I'm testing it against the test scores. So this is going to be my range, C4 to C20. Comma moves me on to my next argument. So I'm saying to Excel, look at this range of data, C4 to C20, and tell me how many people have scored greater than or equal to 80. So now I need to specify that as my criteria, and this needs to go in quote marks. So I want to specify if it is, and I can never get these symbols around the right way, greater than or equal, I think that's right, to 80. Oh, 80. It needs to go in brackets. Now that greater than sign and equals, those are also what we classify as operators. Okay, you may have come across these before. We have greater than, less than, equal to, between, things like that. Okay, so that is my criteria. I can close my bracket, hit enter, and it's telling me that 7 students have scored 80 or above. Okay, so you can see how we're kind of expanding on our original formula here just a little bit. All right, hopefully that was reasonably straightforward. Let's move on to something that is fundamental to understanding Excel and being able to work in Excel. This is something you'll come across all the time when you're working in spreadsheets. And if you don't really understand what's going on, it can be very, very confusing. And that is the difference between relative and absolute cell referencing. Now, there is another type of cell referencing that I didn't mention just there, and that is called mixed cell referencing. Now, I'm not going to talk about that too much in this particular lesson. We're going to focus on the main two that you'll come across, which is relative and absolute. Now, if you're not sure what these terms are, or you're not sure what they mean, let me show you some examples of both so you can understand. Let's first of all take a look at our data set. So what I have here in column A, I have a list of employee names. In column B, I have the department that they work in. In column C, I have the number of years that they've been working at this company. And in column D, I have their salary listed out in US dollars. I then have a bonus column, which is currently empty, and a new salary column, which is currently empty. And notice over here in cell J1, I have a bonus amount of 2%. So what I want to work out here is all of these employees are going to get a bonus of 2% of their salary. Lucky them. So I want to find out what that bonus is going to be, and then I want to work out what their new salary is. Okay, so what are we going to do here? Well, I'm going to type in equals, and I want to do a calculation. I want to work out what 2% of the salary is. And Excel, we do this by selecting the salary and we multiply it. So we've got our little asterisk operator in there by the bonus amount, the percentage bonus. So D2 multiplied by J1. Now, if I hit enter just here, that's going to give me the correct answer. The bonus for this person is $697.56. So now I might think to myself, right, I'm just going to double click and copy this formula down and find the bonus for everybody. But take a look at what happens. I'm just going to copy it down so far because look, we have nothing in these cells. Why is that? Well, let's take a look at what's going on. I'm going to select one of these cells randomly down here. Now, if I double click in this cell, it's going to show me on the spreadsheet the cells that this formula refers to. So you can see here, D10, that's the cell that's highlighted in blue. That's fine. That's exactly what I want it to be. But take a look at J9. That cell is blank. Now, why is it referencing J9? Well, if I escape out of here and we go back to our original cell, What Excel does is when you copy a formula down, Excel assumes that you want it to adjust all of the cell references and move them down by one. Now, I will say for most spreadsheets that you deal with, that works absolutely fine. And for this column, it's fine. So as we drag down, I want it to move down to the next salary. But when it comes to the bonus, I don't want it to move down. I want it to always reference cell J1. So this is what we call absolute referencing. The default is relative referencing, which is basically what you can see here. And that is Excel moving the cell references down by one every time you drag down a row. That's relative referencing, and it's the default. But if we want to essentially lock or fix a reference, we need to use absolute referencing. So I'm going to delete out all of this, and let's do it again, but this time we're going to use absolute referencing. So salary D2, this part was absolutely fine. So we can do multiplied by J1. Now what do I need to do here to lock this cell so that it never moves? Well, I need to make it absolute. And we do that by pressing the F4 key on our keyboard. And what you'll notice in the formula is that it puts dollar signs in front of the row and the column. So essentially, it is locking the row and the column. Now, if you press F4 again, it cycles through 4 different types of referencing. So now we're looking at what we call mixed referencing. And as I said, I'm not going to go into this too much, but there will be occasions when you get towards the more intermediate level where you'll probably have to use mixed cell referencing. And in this case, we're locking the row, but we're not locking the column. If I press F4 again, this time we're locking the column, but not the row. F4 again, and it takes us back to relative referencing. But in this example, I want to lock both the column and the row. Hit enter. And now this time, if I double click to copy down, you should find that that works. Let's double click on a cell. You can see it's referencing the correct one, D19, and it's also locked to J1. Okay, this is something you'll come across all the time when you're putting formulas together. So important to understand when and where you need to lock your cells. Now that we have our bonus amounts, this is just a very straightforward, simple sum calculation to work out the new salary. I want to add the salary to the bonus. So we're just going to do sum, open bracket. I can select my numbers, close the bracket. I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the cell and double click that autofill handle to copy it down. Okay. Now the beauty of this is because we are using a cell reference for our bonus amount, if you come back to this spreadsheet the year after, and maybe the manager's been very generous and said this year everyone's going to get a 3% bonus, all you have to do is come to this cell and change it to 3%, and all of your formulas are going to update. You don't have to go back into the formula and update it because you've used a cell reference. You only need to change it in one place. Okay, this is all part of working efficiently in Excel. Absolute versus relative referencing. Really important concept. Let's jump across to our next example. Now, this is something I use all the time, and that is named ranges. I'm a massive fan of named ranges. If you ever watch any of my videos on YouTube or any of my webinars, you'll normally find named ranges are included somewhere. I love them. Named ranges, if you're not aware of what they are, they basically allow you to take a range of cells. So let's just say this range of cells just here, the customer range, and give them a name that makes sense. So I could call this range of cells customer, and then I can use that name in my formulas as opposed to using the cell references. Now we're going to use a reasonably small data set here, but imagine if you had a data set that had 100,000 rows. Sometimes when you put in formulas together, if you want to select a range of cells and you've got 100,000 rows, that can be a bit of a pain. What you could do is name all of the cell ranges and then use those in your formulas instead. It does end up being a lot quicker, and it also makes your spreadsheets a lot easier for people to read. If I send this to somebody else, it's easier for them to understand what the formula is doing if they can look at it and see that this refers to the customer range as opposed to just random cell references. So getting into this habit is really good. So let me show you how they work. Now, I have a very small table of data here, sales for the pencil factory. I have some order numbers, I have the customer, the quantity, the price per unit, and then the total sales. And I have some metrics that I want to extract over here. I want to find out the average quantity. I want to find out the number of orders, so I'm going to do a count here. I want to find the minimum sales, the maximum, and the total sales. So if we start with average quantity, I could go through and I could do this exactly the way we've done it before. Type in average, I can select the quantity range, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to give me my answer. What I could do instead is I could name the range and use that in my formula. So let's do that for the second example. Now this one here, I want to find out the number of orders. So essentially I want it to count the number of orders. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to name the order range. Now I'm going to select the entire range, and there are a couple of different ways that you can do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to the Formulas tab. In the Defined Names group, I'm going to say Create from Selection. And I'm going to tell Excel that I want to use the information in the top row, so in this case where it says Order, as the name for this range. Let's click on OK. Now, if you've named a range, if you want to find where that is, you can see this little box to the side, to the left-hand side of the formula bar. As I hover over it, says Name Box. If I click the drop-down, it's going to show me any named ranges that I have in my workbook. And currently, you can see the only one I have is Order. Now, if I click on it, it's going to jump me back to that highlighted range. So named ranges can also be quite good for navigation. They allow you to navigate between your workbooks by selecting the range to jump straight to it. So now that I have this name, I can use it in my calculation. So I'm going to type in equals count, open bracket. What do I want to count? I want to count the number of orders. Now, instead of selecting the cell range, I'm going to start to type in the name of the range. Notice Excel's IntelliSense underneath is picking up my range name at the bottom, order. I can use my arrow keys to go down, tab to select it. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. So anybody looking at this formula, if we take a look up in the formula bar, you can see that straight away I can see, right, they're doing a count. Oh, it's the order column that they're counting, okay? Otherwise, I just have cell references in here, and it just takes a little bit longer to work out, particularly if your spreadsheet is very large and full of data. How can we do this in another way? Well, we can set up named ranges for the rest of these as well. So currently I only have order set up, but I want a named range for customer, for quantity, for price, and for total. Now I can set these up as named ranges all in one go by highlighting the whole lot, going back to create from selection, and saying that I want to use the name in the top row, so customer, quantity, etc. Click on OK. Now, if I click in the name box, you can see I have all of those named ranges just there. So if I select quantity, it's going to jump to that quantity range. So now I can use any of these in my calculations. So for this next one, I want to work out the minimum sales. So the minimum sales total. So I'm going to use min, open bracket. Again, I can start to type in the name of the range. And as I type it in, you can see IntelliSense has picked it up. I can press the tab key, close my bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Now, what if you cannot remember what you've called your named range? Because this might be a spreadsheet that you haven't looked at for 6 months or for a year. Maybe I'm not going to know that I've named ranges customer and quantity and total. So I don't know how to search for them. Well, let's take a look. We're going to work out the max this time. What I can do is I can press the F3 key, and it's going to pull up all of the named ranges that I have in my workbook. I can then go through and I can then see them all, and I can select the one that I want to use. So for this one, we're doing the maximum sales. So I want to select total, click on OK, close the bracket, hit enter. Okay, so very, very straightforward. The last one here is just going to be a sum calculation. So I can type in equals sum, open bracket. Again, I'm going to press the F3 key, and we're going to let's sum the totals, close bracket, hit enter, and there we go. So that is how you can use named ranges in your formulas as well. Okay, get into the habit. It's really useful. Now let's move on a bit. We've taken a look at sort of some of the more basic formulas. We've seen some keyboard shortcuts, ways that we can use these functions in different ways. Let's move on now to combining functions together. So this is where we take more than one function and shove them together in one formula. Now for this example, I'm going to be using some text functions. And again, these are text functions that everybody should know. Now you can see here I have a table. I have some salespeople listed in the first column, and then I have their Q1 to Q4 sales results, and then if they've got a bonus or not on the end. Now the thing that I want to focus on in this particular part of the session is column B. So where we have these salespeople listed out, you can see that the way these are typed out is not very consistent. So I have some that are in uppercase, I have a couple that are in lowercase, and I also have some weird spacing going on. So some weird spaces at the beginning of these names. I could have some weird spaces at the end, which I can't actually see. So what we want to do here is we want to tidy up this data to make it consistent. Why is that important? Well, you'll find out when you want to start doing analysis on this data. Because what you'll find is that if you don't clean up and tidy your data prior to creating things like maybe a table or a pivot table or a chart, you'll find that your results start to become inaccurate. So you always want to make sure that you start off with a clean and consistent data set before you go on to analyze it any further. And this kind of situation here, whilst it is quite a contrived example, it's just something that I've created, this isn't unusual, particularly if you import spreadsheets from other systems. So maybe if you use a system like Salesforce or some kind of third-party system, and maybe every week you get a file download, sometimes that file, when you open it up in Excel, can come across and it's all a bit crazy and all over the place, and you have to harness techniques in Excel to be able to clean up that data and make it look presentable. Now, one of the ways that we can do that is that we can use text functions. And I'm just going to show you how to combine 3 of them together to make this column look a lot better than it currently does. Now, when I'm doing things like this, if I'm cleaning a particular column, I always like to have what I call a helper column. And that is just a blank column that I've added in the middle there, which is going to allow me to create some formulas, which is going to tidy up the text in these cells. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you 3 functions that are really simple to use, and they just change the case of the text that you select. So I'm going to type in equals. Now, if I want to change the case to lowercase, I can just type in lower, open bracket. We have one argument. We need to tell Excel what text we want to change. I want to change the text in cell B4, close the bracket, hit enter. It's going to change everything to lowercase. Notice it hasn't done anything about this weird spacing. It just deals with the case. I'm going to Control Z out of there. Let's double click. If I want to change everything to uppercase, I could use upper in there instead. Okay. What we want to use is something called proper case, which is basically going to capitalize the first letter of every word, and I can copy that down. Okay, so 3 formulas there to change the case: upper, lower, and proper. Now it's changed the case. As I said, it hasn't really done anything about these extraneous spaces that we have in some of these cells. So I want to remove all of this weird spacing. Now there is another formula that we have in Excel that will do that, and that is the trim formula. So instead of inserting another helper column and running trim on this data set, I can combine it with this proper formula and do both at the same time. So let's go up to the formula bar and we're going to combine trim and proper together. So I'm going to type in trim at the beginning there. I need to open a bracket. You can see trim, the first argument is text. Well, the text that we want to trim is basically going to be generated by this proper formula just here. So all I need to do is click at the end and I need to add another bracket. Now, why do I do that? In Excel, you always have to close off as many brackets or parentheses as you've opened. So because I've opened 2 brackets, I need to make sure I have 2 brackets closed off at the end. hit enter, and then I'm going to double click to copy that formula down. Notice what has happened. Not only is it changing it to proper case, it's also trimming out those extraneous spaces. So I've managed to combine two formulas there. Now I could go a stage further and add in another formula into here. So another formula that's kind of similar is the clean formula. And what clean does is it removes non-printing characters from your cells. Now, I don't actually have any non-printing characters currently in this worksheet, but it works basically the same as the trim function. So if I wanted to use it, I could just go up to my formula in the formula bar. I can add clean at the start there, open a bracket. The only argument is text. Well, the text is going to be generated by the trim and proper commands, so I just need to go to the end and add another closing bracket, because now I have 3 opening, I need to have 3 closing. Close the bracket, copy it down, and if I had any non-printing characters, it would remove them from the cells. So the point of this exercise is really to show you how you can start to combine functions together to make a really powerful formula. In the space of one formula, we've cleaned non-printing characters, we've removed extraneous spaces, and we've changed the case. Now, one other thing that I want to point out here before we leave this little section is you might think, okay, now I have my clean column, I can just go in and delete this column just here. You can't. You're going to get reference errors. Now, why do you get reference errors? Well, the formulas in this column refer to column B4, so they refer to this column. So if we delete the column, that is why we're going to get an error. So the thing I always do here is once I have my clean data, I then select it all, Control C to copy, and then I go to the Home tab, I click the lower half of the Paste button, and I do a paste values straight over the top. Because what that does is it basically throws away all of the underlying formulas. So now if I click on these cells, if you take a look in the formula bar, it's just showing me the text. It doesn't show me those formulas because it's basically removed them and just left the text. So now I can pretty much remove this column, delete it, and everything's going to stay fine. I'm just going to re-add that title back in. Okay, combining formulas and then using paste special, something I use all the time. Let me just do a quick time check. Okay, so I've got quite a lot left to cover. I'm going to carry on going for about 10 more minutes, and then if we get to just after 7, I will stop talking, and we'll have to save the rest for another day. I always run out of time. Let's try and blast through some of these. So I just want to show you a few more text functions. Some other functions that you really will find useful are these text functions just here, len, left, right, and mid. And these are used for extracting parts of a text string. So for example, I've got here in cell A4, this might be something like a part number. So ABC-123-GHY. And I can use these functions to extract parts of this part number and also find the length of the entire text string. So the len function, if we type in equals len, open bracket, very simple function. We just need to provide the text, which is in A4. It's going to tell us how many characters we have in this text string length. If I use left, open the bracket, I have 2 arguments. Now what left will do is it will allow you to extract a certain number of characters that you specify from the left. So the first argument here is text. My text is located in cell A4, comma. How many characters from the left do I want to extract? Well, I want to extract the first part before the hyphen, so I want to extract the first 3 characters. Close my bracket, hit enter, and it gives me ABC. I'm sure you can tell what's coming here. Right will do the same thing, but it's going to extract from the right this time. So if I want to extract the last 3 characters, I can do exactly the same. Close the bracket, and it's going to give me GHY. Mid is very slightly different. This will allow you to extract characters from the middle of a text string. So we're going to type in equals mid, open the bracket. We have another argument in here. So the first thing we want is the text, which is A4. We need to provide the start number. So if I want to extract 1, 2, 3, I need to provide the starting character. So how many across are we? So 1, 2, 3, 4. The part I want to extract starts on the 5th character, and then I want to extract the next 3 characters. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it gives me 1, 2, 3. Very straightforward formulas that you can combine with others to produce a really complex result. Now, these, in their simplest form, rely on there being a certain kind of standard amongst the text that you're trying to extract. So if I had a big long list of part numbers, which all had this layout, sort of 3, 3, 3, then I could definitely use these formulas, copy them down, and we would be sweet. But we don't live in a perfect world. What if I want to do something a little bit more complex? So for example, underneath here, I have email addresses and I want to extract the first name. So Deb, Adam, Julie, Claire. But each of these is a different length. So if I was to use equals left and say I want to extract from this cell, and for this first one, I want to extract Deb, so that's the first 3 characters. Let's close the bracket, hit enter. It's fine for that one, but if I copy it down, it's going to extract the first 3 characters each time. So that's not going to work for the rest of them. So what can we do here when we have inconsistent lengths of characters that we want to extract? Well, this is where we get a little bit more complex. And if this blows your mind a little bit at this stage, don't worry, it's useful to have in the back of your mind. What we want to do here is we need to take a look at what we want to extract and find something that's common between all of these. So I can see that we have an @ symbol in every single one of these email addresses. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Excel, find the @ symbol and then extract everything before the @ symbol. And that should give me what I'm looking for. So for this, we're going to use the find function. Open bracket. Our first argument, what are we looking for? What are we trying to find in this string? Well, I want to find the @ sign. That needs to go in quote marks. That's what I'm looking for. Comma. Within text is the next argument. Where am I looking for the @ symbol? Well, I'm looking for it in cell A9. That is all I need. I don't need a start number. And another thing to note here with these arguments is that if you see an argument that has square brackets around it, it means that it's an optional argument. You don't have to add it for the formula to work. In this case, we don't need it. I just want to extract the number of characters. So this is telling me, if I copy this down, the position of that @ symbol in each of these strings. So in the first one, it's in position 4, position 5, position 6, and position 7. Now I'm going to use this information to kind of get what I want. So the next thing I want to do here in just a blank cell is I'm going to type in equals left and open bracket. Now the first argument here is text. So we're going to select text, comma, number of characters. Well, for this, I want to say B9. Now, if I just leave it at that and close the bracket, it's going to give me that. It's going to give me the @ symbol as well. Okay, so what we need to do is say B9, and we just want it to go back 1, so -1. And it's going to extract exactly what we're looking for, like so. Okay, so what we can do then is we can then do our little copy and paste trick over the top, and we have exactly what we're looking for. All right, so a little bit more complex, but it just shows you how you can think outside the box a little bit to get the result that you want. And this is the way that you need to start thinking in Excel. Let's go through a couple more. Now, this one I'll do because this is a very new function in Excel, but so useful. I'm so glad they brought this in. Now, you'll have this function if you have the latest version of Excel. So if you have a Microsoft 365 subscription, you should have the unique function. A way of checking is just to start typing in unique, and if you can see it come up underneath, then you have access to this function. Now, what this will do is it will extract a unique list from a range of cells that you specify. So you can see here I have a list of different cities, but they do repeat. So I have London repeated a few times, Paris, Oslo, so on and so forth. And I just really want to extract a unique list of values. Very straightforward with unique. It used to be very difficult before this function. Open bracket, we simply need to select the cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, boom, there we go, a unique list of values. So straightforward, no more messing around with count and things like that, which we used to have to do before. Let's take a look at the concat function. Again, this is something else that you'll probably come across quite a lot. And what concat does, and I will say it is called concatenate in slightly older versions of Excel. If you have a newer version, concat. What this does, it allows us to join two text strings together. So if I show you a very basic example, if I had, let's say if I had my name in two separate cells, and this is a fairly common example. You might have a list of people's first names and their last names, and maybe you want to combine them together, first name and last name, in one cell. You could use concat to do that. So I could say equals concat, open bracket. And all we need to do is say text1, comma, text2. Now take a look at what result this produces. It gives me what I want, but it's not got a space in between there. So you must tell Excel that you want to have a space between these two words. So if I double click and go back to my formula, I want D18, which is my first name, but then I want to have a space, and that needs to go in quote marks. So I want to have quote mark, space, quote mark, and then we want our second piece of text. Enter, and we get exactly what we want. Okay, so that is kind of the principle. So how would this work on a more practical example? Well, maybe I have something like this. Sales figures listed in one cell, and then I've got a little drop down just here, which the users can select different years from this drop down list. And this might be related to some kind of chart or figures, and when they change the drop down, it changes the figures. And maybe we want to have a title that also dynamically updates. So if they select 2018, we want the title to say sales figures space hyphen space 2018, or if they've select 2019, we want it to say that. So again, we can use concat. So we're going to say concat, open bracket. What is our first piece of text? Our first piece of text is sales figures. Now I want it to say basically space hyphen space. So quote marks, space, hyphen, space, quote marks, comma, and then I want it to concatenate it with whatever is in cell B17. And that could be any one of 3 different years. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that is the title that we get. So when they change this here, you'll notice that that title is also going to update. Concat, really useful, one of those functions you can use in lots of different situations. Right, very quickly, I'll just show you these ones at the bottom, date and time. So again, super useful, particularly if you work in things like finance. If you want to just have today's date on your worksheet, we have a function called today. It has no arguments, so you just need to do an open and a closing bracket, hit enter. And this date will dynamically update. So this will change when the day changes. So it means that it's always going to be up to date in your spreadsheet. We have another function that's similar to that called now, open and close. And that's going to give you the date and the time. And again, these are going to dynamically update. Now, sometimes that's fine, but sometimes you'll want to hard code today's date into a spreadsheet. I know in accounting, a lot of the time they like to have a hard coded date that never changes for historical purposes. So if you do want to hard code today's date in, you can do Control semicolon, and that's going to give you today's date. If you wanted to do the time, Control Shift semicolon, and that will hard code in the time as well. Okay, so a few little tips and tricks just there. Now I can see it is 7:05. I do have ifs and VLOOKUPs to show you. I don't know if people want to carry on or if we should maybe just save that for another session.
Yeah, I think maybe we'll try and run another session this year, Debs, and maybe we'll do a follow-on and we'll do ifs and VLOOKUP there.
Let's just get into the good stuff as well. It's never long enough an hour, you see.
Never long enough, is it? I know. Great work though. Yeah, I know we are getting a few people that want to carry on. So maybe let's just cover VLOOKUP. I think that's probably the big one. And then I tell you what, we'll try before Christmas to do a session on logical functions generally.
Okay,
What do you
all
reckon?
right.
Because if is a bit complicated to get into in 5 minutes. VLOOKUP, I think we can cover. So
Exactly. All right,
right,
let's quickly do VLOOKUP. Why
let's do
not?
it. Let's do VLOOKUP.
I
Cool.
love it. I love a bit of VLOOKUP. I'm very impressed that you're all so enthusiastic.
Yeah,
I love
I
it.
am as well. I thought people would be having enough of Excel by now, but apparently not. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do VLOOKUP.
I'm just conscious of people who have to eat lunch and things like that. I
I
don't
know
want to keep you here
we've
forever.
had a few people drop off already and say bye, but they'll catch it on the recording.
No worries. Okay, right. VLOOKUP, probably the most popular formula in Excel, and there is good reason for that. It is super useful, and if you're just starting to learn formulas, I mean, again, this might be a little bit much at this stage, but if you are coping okay with everything I've shown you so far, this is going to be a breeze. People tend to think VLOOKUP is a lot more difficult than it actually is. So what do we use VLOOKUP for? Well, we can use it to look up information. So the example that I'm using here, I have a small table that contains some part numbers. And currently, they have no description and no unit price. Now on this other spreadsheet just here called catalog, I have a table that contains part numbers, the description, and the unit price. So basically what I want to do here is I want to say to Excel, look up the part number in this catalog and then return to me the description and the price that corresponds to that part number. This is where we would use VLOOKUP. Now, there's lots of different functions that can do something similar. And I will say that when you start to get into your lookup formulas, you'll probably start to find that VLOOKUP does have certain limitations, which it does. And then you'll want to start to move on to something like index and match to do your lookups. Now, I'm not going to go off down that tangent just yet because VLOOKUP is still very useful. But it works on a very basic principle. And that is VLOOKUP, when you're using it, it basically can only look through your data in one direction. So it can look from left to right. Now, what that means for you when you're putting together your formulas is that the piece of information that you're going to use to look up, so for us, we're going to use the part number as our reference. We want to look that up in the catalog, and then we want to return the description and the unit price. The lookup value, the part number, must be to the left of the information that you want to look up. Now, in this example, it is. Our lookup value is in column A. The things that we want to return are, not to the left, sorry, are to the right of the part number. And this is when we can use VLOOKUP. If I was using the price as the lookup value and I wanted to return the description or the part number, VLOOKUP won't work. It cannot look backwards, essentially, through its data. That is where you would use index and match. But let's not go too far off down that tangent. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is, and I would recommend you do this, if you're going to do a lookup, always put your data either in a table or name the range. It's going to make it so much easier, particularly if you have your catalog or what you're looking up the information in on a different worksheet to where you want your inputs. So what I'm going to do here very quickly is I'm going to name this range of data. I'm going to click in the middle, Control A to select my data. And I'm going to give it a name. I'm essentially going to make it a named range. Now, another way that we can create a named range is simply by clicking in this name box just here and typing in a name. So I'm going to call this catalog. I'm going to hit enter, and I have myself a named range. Now, in this example, the part number is essentially column 1, the description, column 2, the price, column 3. This is important information for when you're constructing your VLOOKUP. So let's go back. We're going to type in equals VLOOKUP, open bracket. We have 4 different arguments. The first one is lookup value. So this is, what are we using as our key? What is our lookup value? Well, our lookup value is the part number, B6, comma. Table array, where are we looking up the part number? I could click across to the other worksheet and select the cell range, but as I said, if you've named the range, it means you don't have to move off of this worksheet. You can press the F3 key. Remember, that's going to pull up all your named ranges. I can select catalog. That is where we're looking up the part number. It says, okay, once I've found the part number in that range, what column of information do you want me to return? Remember, they're numbered from left to right, 1, 2, 3. And I want to pull back the description for this part number. So the column is 2. Final argument. Do I want to do an approximate match or an exact match? What I want to do here is I want it to exactly match the part number. It has to exactly exist in that format in the table. So I want to type false on the end, just here, and close the bracket. That is it. That is all there is to VLOOKUP, and I can copy that down. Okay, now notice here that we have an NA, so I'm going to assume that this part number doesn't exist in this table. Now, I can do a quick check. If I go back to the catalogue, Control F to find, I can search for the number 1234, find next. It doesn't look to me like that number exists in the catalogue. So what I could do here is to make this a little bit more explanatory, and instead of having just like NA errors all over my spreadsheet, I could add in an error checking formula, which is going to allow me to make this a little bit more meaningful. So instead of NA, I might want it to say part not found, so that anybody who's looking at this spreadsheet knows exactly why it hasn't pulled back the description. Now in Excel, there are a couple of different ways that you can type, a couple of different formulas, I should say, that you can use to handle errors in cells. You have if error, which is, oops, help if I type that right, if error, which is kind of a catch-all. You can use this to handle any errors in your spreadsheet. But there is also an if NA, which is specifically for NA errors in a spreadsheet. So this is the one I'm going to use. I can go up to the formula bar, and all I'm going to do is add if NA on the front there, open a bracket. Again, we're combining multiple formulas here. The first argument, value, well, the value is going to be generated by the VLOOKUP, so let's click on the end. Value if NA, so what do we want it to say if it finds NA in a cell? I want it to say not found. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can copy that down. And you can see now it's a lot easier to understand. Let's finish off very quickly by doing the unit price. Let's do our VLOOKUP again. Open the bracket, and lookup value is the cell reference B6. We're looking it up in our table. I'm going to press F3 and select the catalogue. Click on OK. Column index number. This time I want the unit price, so I want to pull back column number 3. And I want to do an exact match of the part number, so we want a false on the end just there. Hit enter, and there we go. Double click to copy down. Of course, I could go back in here and add in my error checking. I won't, just to save a little bit of time, but you could add if NA to the front of this as well. And that is how a basic VLOOKUP works. Not as scary as people make out. And of course, there are lots of different ways that you can use VLOOKUP as well. We've just barely scratched the surface, but hopefully that's a good introduction. So we're going to start out just by talking very briefly about why it's important to clean data. I've mentioned a couple of little points there, but I just want to expand on that a little bit. And then we're going to dive straight into cleaning up an Excel worksheet. And we're going to run through 10 data cleaning tips and tricks. So there's loads of things which we're going to include in here. So things like deleting blank rows, how you can clear formatting, remove any duplicates, do things like change the case, tidy up values, things like that. So lots and lots of little tips and tricks I'm going to show you in there, which you can apply to any kind of data set. So not just the kind of data that I'm using, but any data that you need to clean, all of these tips are going to be useful. We're then going to move on to importing data from different sources, and we're going to import a file, a text file, and also an access file as well. And I'm going to show you how you can clean up those types of file. We're going to concentrate a little bit on using text functions to extract and clean data, because it is a really important part that you know those. They're not particularly complicated, but really good things to have in your toolkit. And then towards the end of this session, I'm going to show you some things in Power Query. Now, if you've never used Power Query in Excel before, and I will say Power Query is available in Excel from Excel 2010 onwards, and depending on which version of Excel you have, it has changed very slightly in each version. But in general, it all works the same. I'm going to show you how you can do things like import and use the cleaning utilities within Power Query to clean up files and also combine different files together as well. And then right at the end, I'm just going to show you how all that works when it comes to updating your data also. So quite a few different things that we're going to run through. So let's very quickly just run through why it's so important to clean data. Well, as I've mentioned, data can be from many different sources. So it might be that you have a data set that you've put together yourself in Excel, or it might be that you have data stored somewhere else that you want to bring into Excel. So that might be a text file, it might be a CSV file, it might be an Access file. Or it might be that you regularly connect or download a report from an internal system or an external system, maybe something like STAP, and you analyze that data. So if you work in sales, you might have an internal sales system that you can extract data out of and import into Excel. So all of those kinds of scenarios, you're going to need to know some tools for cleaning up data, because as we know, when you import data into Excel, particularly if it's from an external system, the majority of the time, it's not going to come across in the perfect format. There's going to be some amount of tidying that you're going to need to do first. So that's what I really want to start out by showing you, all of the different tools and techniques that you can apply to tidy up any data set. Now, before we do that, I just want to show you a very quick example as to why this is important. So we're going to start out with, I'm going to open this file just here. Now, this is just some data. In general, this is data that I use when I'm running a pivot tables training course. And this data has already been cleaned. You can see it looks fairly consistent, nice and organized. It's in columns. This is pretty much good to go. Now, if I just go and apply a filter to this heading row, so if I go up to data and just turn on filters, in column B, we have the stores listed out. So this is sales data for a couple of stores. And you can see here, I only have two stores, Computech and Microworld. Now, if when I was putting this data together, or if I was adding data to the bottom, what if I make a slight spelling mistake? So let's just go into this cell just here, and I'm just going to pretend that I've accidentally hit an E as I've been typing this in. When I now click that store drop down, you can see that Excel thinks I now have a third company listed here because it's slightly different. I've got a spelling mistake. So if I was to not notice that and then go away and create some kind of chart where I'm maybe reviewing the amount of sales per store, it's going to show me that I have 3 stores when actually I only have 2. Now, that's just a very minor mistake, but hopefully that illustrates to you quite nicely how your analysis can then start to go a little bit wrong, particularly if you have lots and lots of these very tiny mistakes throughout your data. Okay. So let's close this down and take a look at some of the things that we want to be running every time we import a data set or before we analyze our data. So I'm going to open up this file just here, sales data original. And I will say that this data that I have in here, I'm not connected to any kind of external system. So this is a bit of a contrived example. I've basically just messed up one of my spreadsheets so I can run through and show you all of these different techniques. So let's take a look at this data. You can see it looks a little bit of a mess. We've got some inconsistencies when it comes to case, particularly in column B. We have some weird formatting going on. So I can see that here I have some borders applied. I also have some rows that are highlighted in gray and some things that are in bold. I've got these hash symbols in here, and I can see in general this isn't very well formatted. I've also got some blank rows in here as well, which I'm probably going to want to remove. So let's run through and take a look at some techniques we can use to tidy this data up. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is so that I can see all of my data, I want to make sure I've widened out these columns, because with these columns just here, J to L, you can see we have these little hash marks in here. It looks a little bit like a fence. This normally means that the column isn't wide enough for the data contained within them. So the first thing I'm going to do here is make sure that all of my columns are expanded out so that they are the width of the longest item within that column. Now, a quick way of doing this is if I hover my mouse over column A until I get that little black drop down arrow, click and drag across to highlight all of these columns, I can then hover my mouse over any of the dividers until I get that double-headed black arrow, double click, and it's going to widen all of those columns in one go. And you can see now those little hash marks have disappeared. Now that I've done that, I'm going to deal with my next problem. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through and I want to delete out any blank rows in my data. And this is a really common problem, particularly if you're importing from external systems, blank rows and blank cells. Now, if I don't remove these blank rows, that's going to cause me a real problem when I try to analyze, particularly if I'm trying to put something into a pivot table. So let's go through and remove all of these blank rows. Now, once again, I'm going to highlight all of the columns because that's where my blank rows are. From the Home tab all the way over in the Editing group, I'm going to click on Find and Select, and I'm going to say Go to Special. Now, from here, this is where I can tell Excel to find something in my selected area. And in this case, I want to find all of the blanks. And if I click on OK, there we go. It's now highlighted all of those blank rows, which means I can now delete them all in one go. So again, from the Home tab, in this Cells group just here, I have a Delete drop down, and I can now say Delete Sheet Rows, and it gets rid of all of them in one go. Now, obviously, if you've got a reasonably small data set and you can just see a couple of rows in there, you can delete them manually as well, simply by right-clicking and just saying delete. But if your data set is very large, that's going to be tedious. So you're probably going to want to use the Find and Select method instead in order to get those deleted efficiently. Now, another thing that you might come across is you might have the odd blank cell that you want to fill a value in quickly. Now, I don't, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete out some information in this sales column. So let's just say I had some blank cells going on like this. Now, what I can do is I can add in a number or a word or anything I want in one go in this particular column. And once again, it's better to have something in the cell than nothing. Again, particularly if you're going to use something like a pivot table, instead of a blank cell, if there is actually no data, I'm probably going to want to put a 0 in there as opposed to just leaving it blank. So what I could do is I could select this column. I'm going to use that same method, Find and Select. Now, I could go up here and go to Special again. Another way of doing this would be to press the keyboard shortcut Control-G, and then I can click the Special button. I'm going to choose Blanks, which is going to highlight all of those blank cells. And if I want to put a 0 in all of these cells in one go, I can type 0 and press Control, Enter, and it's going to fill all of those blank cells. I didn't have to put a 0 in there. I could have put null or maybe blank or whatever I wanted to. But just remember, the important point here is once they're all highlighted, type what you need, Control Enter to fill that across all of those blank cells. Okay, so a nice quick way of doing that. Now, the next thing I'm going to deal with is I'm going to remove some of this weird formatting. So I can see here in rows 3 to 6 at the top, I've got some borders applied around these cells. Don't particularly want that. I also have some grey formatting on some of these rows, and also some of these are in bold as well. So it's not particularly consistent. I want to get rid of all of that formatting. So a way that I can do this is I could select all of the columns once again. On the Home tab, in that Editing group, I have a Clear button. And when I click the drop down, I have a number of different options. Now, if I was to click Clear All, that's going to clear all of the values out of the cells as well. So I don't want to do that. I want to leave the values there. I just want to remove any formatting that's on top. So I'm just going to go for Clear Formats. And like magic, that gets rid of all of that strange, inconsistent formatting. Now, one thing you'll also notice is that I did have the first row here, the heading row, that did have a fill background color, but I'm going to deal with that a bit later. At the moment, I don't mind that that's been removed because we're going to put this in a table which will automatically apply formatting a bit later on. The next thing I want to deal with is you always want to make sure that you check your data for duplicates. Okay, so when I'm talking about duplicates, I mean complete duplicates. So I want it to check to make sure that I don't have every single column duplicated, because that would essentially be a duplicated record. It doesn't matter if I have this duplicated. So for example, in column A, you can see here, I have a few duplicates. I have government numerous times in here, but it doesn't mean that the entire row of data is the same. It's just in that particular column. So I want to tell Excel, remove duplicates where every single column is the same, because to me, that is a complete duplicate record. So once again, I'm going to click in my data. I'm going to jump up to the Data tab, and fortunately, Excel has its own Remove Duplicates button. And you'll find this in the Data Tools group just here, and it's this button in the middle. You'll see as I hover over, Remove Duplicates. If I click it, this is where it's going to ask me, which columns do I want to check for duplicates? Now, the thing that's really important here is to specify that your data has headers. So I've got a check in that box, and I only want to remove the duplicate if every single column is the same. So I have all of the column headings selected. Let's click on OK. You can see that it's found 9 duplicate records, and it's automatically removed them for me. So very quick and easy to do. A couple of other things I want to do here is I want to check to make sure that I have the correct formatting applied to my columns. So for this, we're going to stay on the Home tab, and we're going to be working in this number group in the middle. This is where we find all of our different number formats. Now, each column in Excel should have the correct or an appropriate formatting applied to it. So for example, if we take a look at column A, what type of data do I have in here? I have text. Now I can see currently, if I look in this number group, it's telling me that I have general formatting applied to column A. And general formatting is kind of just your standard run-of-the-mill formatting. Now for things like text, it's absolutely fine to have general formatting applied, or if you wanted to, from the drop-down, you could choose to format this as text. It doesn't really matter when it comes to text in columns. If I click on the next one, that's general. I'm just going to leave these all as general. When I get to units sold, I've got numbers in here. Now, I don't want this on general. I'm going to click the drop down and I'm going to change this to numbers. And I can then choose if I want decimal places or if I don't. So in this case, I'm going to say I don't want 2 decimal places. Back up in my number group, I'm going to take those decimal places down. Now for the next few columns, so basically from F all the way across to K, these are all columns that contain monetary values. So I want to apply currency formatting to these, or even accounting formatting. So I'm going to click the drop down and let's go for accounting format. I've got my $ in the front there. Remember, you can change that if you want to use a different symbol. And if I wanted to, I could take these decimal places down for these columns as well. Now, I'm going to leave these as 2 decimal places, exactly as they are. The next column across is the date column. Now, I definitely have some weird things going on in here. It's displaying a number as opposed to a date. And one thing to remember in Excel is that basically all dates are stored in Excel as numbers. And the number that you see is the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. That's basically the beginning of time according to Excel. Now, you can only see that number if you have the wrong formatting applied. So in column L, I have general formatting, so I'm seeing that weird number. These are supposed to display as dates, so I'm just going to change that to short date format to pull those through. And if I take a look at the rest of these columns, I can see that those are pretty much in a format that is absolutely fine. So we're getting there. It looks a little bit tidier than what it first did. Let's turn our focus to column F because we have something else weird going on just here. If you take a look at these cells just here, you can see that 2 of these cells look a lot different to the other numbers contained within this column. And that is because these numbers here, if I click this little warning symbol out at the side, it's telling me that these numbers are stored as text. And this is something that you'll find is very common when you're importing data into Excel. Occasionally, Excel will look at a number and it will determine that it's actually text as opposed to a number, which isn't correct in this case. And despite the fact that I've applied a counting format to this column, it still thinks that both of these numbers are text. Now, how do I know that? Well, if you take a look at the alignment of these numbers, in Excel, the general rule is that when you have text in a cell, the text is always aligned to the left-hand side. So if I widen out column A, I've got text in here, and you can see that all of that is aligned to the left of the cell. Whereas numbers are always aligned to the right-hand side of the cell. So if we take a look at column F, you can see that the ones that are correct are aligned to the correct side, whereas these two are aligned to the wrong side. So I want to make sure I convert these back into numbers. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. Now, by far the easiest method is that when this happens, you will see this little warning message come up at the side. So I can click the drop down, and from this menu, I can say convert to number. That's going to move that across to the right-hand side of the cell, and then all I need to do is apply the correct formatting, which is the accounting format. Another way I could do this, a slightly more complicated way around, but this is a good method to use if for some reason you're not seeing that little warning pop up. What you can do is somewhere in your spreadsheet, type in the number 1. I know this seems a little bit strange when you first look at it. If you type the number 1 and Control-C to copy it, what you can then do is select the cell or cells that you want to convert, go to Paste on the Home tab, down to Paste Special, and say Multiply. Click on OK. And that's basically going to convert that number. And again, all I need to do is apply a counting format to make that correct. Okay, so don't forget this little trick with the 1. If you can't see any other way, you're not getting that warning symbol to convert the number, to convert the text to number, you can always utilize that method as well. So now we have column F looking pretty good. What else do we need to do in here? Well, I can see that we've got some problems going on in column B. And let's widen this out a bit and take a good look at what we've got here. So we've got some countries listed in here, and I can see that I've got a couple of different problems going on. I've got some weird spacing issues. So if you look at what we have in cell B2, I've got some erroneous spacing at the beginning, the same down here. I could also have some spaces at the end, which I can't actually see, but sometimes we get weird spaces at the end as well. So we're going to want to deal with these weird spaces. And I can also see that I have inconsistent case going on in here. So some of it is in what we call proper case, where the first letter is capitalized, and then we've got some in uppercase as well. So I just want to go through and make everything consistent and the same. Now, to do this, we're going to combine a couple of text functions, and text functions are so important when you're cleaning your data. So it's good to learn a few which are really going to help you out. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to insert what I like to call a helper column. So let's right click and just insert a new column. And this is what I'm going to use to essentially clean my column B. Now, the couple of functions that I want to use to remove these spaces and also convert this to proper case. The first one is trim. Now, what trim does is this will remove any leading spaces, any trailing spaces from words. And I use this all the time because, as I said, sometimes you can't see trailing spaces at the end. And all you need to do is open bracket. And if you take a look underneath, we only have one argument required for this particular function. And that is we need to tell Excel what text we want to trim. So I'm just going to say B2. Close that bracket, hit enter, and take a look at Canada now. It's removed all of those leading spaces. If I was to copy this down, I still have my casing issues, which we're going to sort out in a moment. But again, if we look at, say, this one, you can see those trailing or leading spaces have been removed. Same thing here, same thing here. Okay, so trim, really straightforward, really useful. Let me undo that, because the second function I want to use is the proper function. And this is going to allow me to convert the text to what we call proper case. Now, there are three functions you could use here: upper, lower, or proper. And you can probably imagine what each of them does. So let's start out with upper. If I type equals upper, again, we only have one argument, which is where is that text located? Cell B2. Enter. It's going to convert it to upper case. And I'm sure you can imagine what's going to happen if we were to change this to lower. It's going to convert everything to lowercase. Let's Control Z to undo. I want everything to be proper case. So that is the first letter capitalized, and then I can copy down. So very simple, three little functions there, which are really going to help you when it comes to maintaining consistency in your columns. Now, I actually want to combine the trim and the proper function because I don't want to do just one or the other. I want to apply both of them. So this is where we're going to combine two functions together. So what I can do is say equals trim, open bracket, and then straight away I'm going to launch into my proper function as well. Open another bracket, I define where the text is, so cell B2. And because I've opened two brackets, one for trim, one for proper, I need to make sure I close off two at the end. Enter, and then I can double click to copy that down. And that's going to copy both of those formulas down, and now I've applied two functions in one go. So nice and straightforward. Now, one thing to mention here is now essentially I have duplicated columns. I have similar data in column B and column C, and I want to keep the data that's in column C because this is the stuff that I've cleaned. So what you might think is that I can go here, right click and delete out this column, but it's not going to work. I'm going to get a column full of errors. And that's because in column C, I have formulas that refer to the data in column B. So how can I get around this? Well, a very simple way is to essentially copy the data and paste it over the top, but just paste the values. Now, when you use paste values, it basically throws away any underlying formulas and just pastes what you can see on the screen. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select the column. I'm going to say Control C to copy the data. From the Home tab, we're going to go to Paste, and I'm going to choose Paste Values. As soon as I do this, you'll now see that if I look in the formula bar, I don't have those formulas listed there, but I do have essentially the result. So now all I need to do is move this heading across, so I can do a Control C and a Control V, and then I can safely delete column B, and I'm not going to get any errors in that column. That paste values is so important if you have underlying formulas and you just want to get rid of them because they're causing a problem. So there we go. We've done quite a few things in here. A couple of other little things that you might want to do when it comes to cleaning is utilize something like find and replace. So again, if we're taking a look at column B, I can see that where I have USA, I don't particularly like the way that this looks. So we've got an uppercase U and then a lowercase SA. So maybe I want to replace USA with United States of America. Once again, I can select this entire column. If I wanted to select the entire worksheet, I could do that as well. And a quick way of getting to your replace is to press Control H, which is going to pull up the find and replace box and jump us straight to that replace tab. So now I can say what it is that I'm looking for. So I want to replace wherever I have USA in that format, I want to replace it with United States of America. Replace all. It's made 140 replacements. And there we go. So a nice quick way to change what you have in your columns. So I'm pretty happy with the way that this is looking. The final thing I would always do once I've cleaned up my data, however I've chosen to do that, I would always put my data into a table. This is so important, particularly if you're going to be analyzing it. It really does help you a lot when it comes to filtering, sorting, and also when you add new data, it automatically becomes part of the table. So I would always recommend to put your data into an Excel table. So a quick way of doing that is just to click somewhere in your data and press the keyboard shortcut Control-T. It's going to ask you, where is your data? Now, if you're clicked within your data, it's going to pick up all of the data surrounding where you're clicked. If you do have column headings like I do, make sure that you have My Table Has Headers selected and click on OK, and that's going to put your data into a table. As soon as you have that data in a table, don't forget that you get the Table Design Contextual tab at the top, which is going to allow you to do things like change the table style. So if you don't particularly like the way it looks, you could switch this to something else entirely. So maybe I want it to look like that in orange. Okay, now I'm not going to go too much into tables because this is really the final step that I would do before I maybe create something like a pivot table. Okay, so we've gone from a data set that looks really messy, tidying it up and getting it into a really nice format ready for analysis using 10 different techniques. So now that we've looked at that example, let's import some data this time. So we started from an Excel spreadsheet. Now we're going to import in something that's contained within a text file. So I'm going to close down Excel. And let me pull up, and let's go back. We're going to use this file just here. So let's take a look at what this file looks like. I'm going to double click to open it up. Now, sometimes, particularly if you're working with an external system, sometimes you might download data from an external system and it might download in some kind of text file or a CSV file. And what we've got here is just a typical example of some data in a text file. Now, it's not a lot of data, it's just a little bit of HR data, but this will hopefully give you an idea. So what we have in this top row is basically the column headings. So we've got employee name, followed by hire date, salary, department, and job title. And one thing you'll notice in here is that each of these column headings essentially are separated with a semicolon. And that is really, really important. You might find that when you download your data, or if you're opening up another text file, these fields could be separated in a number of different ways. So it might be that they have a comma in between each field, or maybe a space, or maybe a tab. It could be any kind of character. And we call this the delimiter. Okay, so that terminology is really important because we're going to use that in a moment. So in this particular text file, I have a semicolon as my delimiter, the thing that separates each of my fields. And you'll see as we go down to the next record, we have people listed by their surname, followed by their first name. Then we have the delimiter, and then we have the hire date, followed by the salary, followed by their department, and then their job title. And that carries on through the rest of these records. And it looks really weird and it's hard to read because not everything is in a nice column, but we're going to sort that out when we import this in. Okay, so just bear in mind, that's the text file we're going to be importing, and the semicolon is the delimiter that we're using. So let's close this file down and jump back to Excel. And let's take a look at how we can import. Now, there's always a few different ways. Now, I'm going to start with, let's just start with a blank workbook. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say File, and we're going to go to Open. Now, if you have your file stored somewhere, you would click on Browse and find the folder where this file is stored. Now, because I've recently used this text file, I can see it's sitting here in my recently used list. So we have import text1.txt. So I'm going to select to open it, and straight away Excel pops up the text import wizard. So it's recognized that the data that I'm trying to import is in a different file format. It's a text file. So I'm going to run through this wizard. Now, there's a couple of decisions I need to make here. The first one being, what is the type of data that I have in this particular text file? If you take a look at the bottom, I can see a little preview of the data within this text file. Now, the two choices I have are delimited or fixed width. And if we take a look at delimited, which has been selected by default for me here, it says characters such as commas or tabs separate each field. Now, if you remember, we have a semicolon separating our fields. This is a delimited file. So I'm going to keep it on delimited, and I'm going to say, yes, my data has headers, and click on Next. Now I need to tell Excel what character my delimiter is. So what is this that's separating each of these fields? So for me, it's a semicolon. And take a look at what happens as soon as I select semicolon from this list. So I'm going to take the tick out of tab, say semicolon, and you can see that it's now divided up my data wherever that semicolon exists. So now all I need to do is click on Finish, and it's going to pull that data in. So now that I have it in Excel, I can essentially run through and start applying some of those techniques that we learnt in the last lesson. So the first thing I'm going to do here is highlight all of my columns and double click to widen them out. What else do I want to do here? Well, there's a few things. I can see currently I have everything in here is in capital letters. I also might decide that I want to split up the employee name. So for example, and if you ever have this, it's fairly common, you might decide that you want to split this into first name in one column, last name in another. So let's take a look at doing that first of all. So once again, I'm going to insert what I call a helper column. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I don't want this in uppercase. I want this in proper case. And I also want to apply trim. As I said, even if you can't see weird spaces going on, it's always a good idea to run trim in case there are any lurking at the end that you can't see. So we're going to do exactly what we did last time. We're going to say trim, proper, and then we're going to select cell A2 and close off both of those functions. Enter, and then I can double click to copy that down. Now again, remember, because we have formulas lurking behind here, if I was to delete out column A, I'm going to get errors in here. So we need to do our little paste special trick. So with the data selected, Control C to copy, up to paste, and we're going to say paste values to throw away those underlying formulas. And then what I can then do is just delete out column A, and then I can add name back into that heading. Okay, so very, very simple. Now that I've done that, I might decide, okay, well, I want to split up these names into first name, last name. So I'm going to add 2 more columns, or insert, I should say. Now, when it comes to breaking up data that's contained in one cell, again, this is something that you'll find yourself doing fairly often when you're cleaning up your data. It might be that you want to break up part numbers or people's names or email addresses, things like that. Anything that you want to split up, there's always a few different ways that you can do this. Now, one way you could do this, and this by far isn't my preferred method, but you could select all of this information, go up to the Data tab, and in the Data Tools group, you have a Text to Columns option. And this is going to open up that wizard again. So I could say, okay, delimited, and these names are separated with a comma. So if I say comma like that, it's going to split up those names for me. And then I'm going to have the surname and then the first name. I could use that method, and that might be something that works for you. But let me show you an even quicker way. We can utilize something called flash fill, and flash fill is probably one of my favorite things ever in Excel because it's so quick and it makes a task like this super easy. So let's say that in column B, I want the first name, and in column C, I want the last name. All I need to do is type in an example of what I want in the first name. So I want this one to say Jose. Click back in the cell, and then on the Data tab in the Data Tools group, we have this button just here. It's the Flash Fill button, and you can see that it has a keyboard shortcut of Control E, which you could use if you wanted to. Now, if I click this button, like magic, it copies all of the first names down. So nice and quick. I can invoke Flash Fill in a different way as well. So if I want to do exactly the same for the last names, all I need to do is tell Excel or tell Excel what it is that I want it to do. So I want the last name. As soon as I go to the cell underneath and start typing in the next one, so Abraham, can you see that it ghosts down the rest of them? So I can look at that and say to myself, okay, that looks correct. And when I hit enter, it's going to put all of those in for me. How nice and quick is that? And then I can simply right click and delete column A, and I have those names split up really nicely. So super easy. Flash fill, a great little tip, and you can use that on anything. It's really good for things like email addresses, anything that you want to break up. You can try and use flash fill. It doesn't work in every single scenario, and I am going to show you how you can split up things without using flash fill in a moment. But for the time being, let's go through the rest of this data because we've got a few straightforward things we need to do here. I want to make sure that I have the correct formatting applied to the hire date. So I'm going to say short date. For the salary column, I want these to be in, let's say, accounting format, and I'm going to take those decimal places down to 0. The department, now there's a couple of things I want to do here. I want to change the case, obviously, but I also want to switch out where we have MKTG. Instead of that, I want to replace that with the word marketing. Now, what I could do here is I could add in a helper column, and I could run our proper function to change all of this to proper case. And then I could do find and replace as we did previously by pressing Control H. But why bother doing 2 of those things when I can basically achieve the same thing just by using a couple of functions? As I'm already in cell F2 and I'm about to type in the proper function, I might as well use another function which is going to convert marketing, or MKTG, to the word marketing. So for this, I can use the substitute function. And you can see as I've started to type that in, it's come up underneath. I can just press Tab, and that takes me onto my first argument. Now, I also want to apply the proper command. So let's type that in next and open a bracket. With my proper command, I want to change what we have in cell E2. I'm going to close that off and press comma, and you can see that I'm now back into my substitute function argument. So we want to tell Excel what our old text is. So I'm basically going to do a substitute. I'm going to substitute MKTG with the word marketing. So my old text needs to go in quote marks. I'm going to say MKTG, comma. I need to tell Excel what I want to replace it with. So I want to replace it with the word marketing. And close my bracket. Hit enter. And I've basically done both of those tasks in one go. I haven't had to do one function and then do something completely different by doing a find and replace. I can just handle it with formulas. Okay, so quite straightforward. But again, we're going to need to do our cut and paste trick. So let's select, Control C, paste special and paste values, and then we can safely delete out column E. Okay, and we're going to add that title back in, department. Now for the final one, this is just a very straightforward case. I just want to change this to proper text, and I'm going to do a little trim as well. So let's just very quickly do that so that everything looks nice. Enter, double click to copy down, Control C, and then paste values. And we can delete that out and just add back in our title. Okay, so again, a few different techniques in there when it comes to tidying up our data. Final thing I would do here is put this into a table, Control T. My table has headers. Okay, there we go. And I can change my table style if I need to. All right, so a few different things there to tidy up that particular text file. Now, let me take a look. We've got about 50. This lesson has gone so quickly. There's so much I want to show you in here. I am very quickly going to show you a few more text functions because these are so important. Now, you notice there that we have used some text functions. We've used proper, but we've seen how to use upper and lower as well. There are more text functions that you can use when it comes to tidying up your data. So let me show you a quick example underneath. Now, if I had something like, let's say ABC, maybe this is some kind of part number. So maybe I've got a long list of numbers which look something like this. And maybe I want to split these up so that I have the first 3 characters in one column, the next 3 characters in another, and the last 4 characters in another. So what I could do is I could use flash fill to do this, as we saw above, but I could also use text functions. So let's take a look at text functions. So what I can say here is equals, and the first text function that's useful is left, open bracket. So using this function, I can extract a certain number of characters from the left of the cell. So I want the first 3 characters. So let's take a look. My first argument here is text. So the text is contained in cell A24. The number of characters that I want to extract, well, I want the first 3. So I can press 3, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to extract that for me, and I can copy that down. If I want to extract information that's in the middle of a text string, I can use mid. Again, the first argument is text, so my text is contained in cell A24. The next argument is the start number, so I need to count across how many characters. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. What I want to extract is basically from the 5th character. So my start number is number 5, and I want to extract 3 characters. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get those zeros. Then the final text function in here is working from the right. So you have left, mid, and right. So we're going to say equals right, pretty much the same. Select our text. How many characters from the right-hand side of the cell do we want to extract? We're going to say 4, close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. Now, this works perfectly if you have consistent data. And again, a lot of the time, we're trying to break up information that isn't necessarily consistent. So, for example, if I was to double click and add a D into here, this now no longer works because what I'm essentially extracting is the first 3 characters, and now we have 4 characters. So I could go in here and change this to say 4, which would be correct for the first one. But if I was to copy this down, it's now extracting 4 characters underneath, which is going to include that dash. So when you have inconsistent text or strings in a cell, this doesn't work so well. You have to do something a little bit different. Okay, so let me very quickly show you an example because I definitely want to make sure that we cover a little bit of Power Query before we end this lesson. So let's delete this out. And this time I'm going to add in my name. And let's do Adam's name as well. Oops. And let's do Juan also. So here, if I wanted to break this up, I would need to employ a different technique because all of these words or these words are different lengths, okay? So the way that we can do this is we need to essentially find what is consistent or what is the same between all of these different strings. So for me, I can see that something that occurs in each of these is a comma. So what I can do is basically work out where this comma is and then use that to work out what to extract for each of these. Okay, now this might seem a little bit confusing and I'm not going to spend as much time on this as I'd hoped because there is some other stuff I want to cover before we finish this lesson. But let me show you a couple of other different functions that are really useful. The first function is the search function. So if I just show you how this works. Search basically allows you to find the position of a specific character in a string. So if I wanted to find out the position number of the comma, what I can do here is say search and tell Excel what I'm looking for. So I need to put this in quote marks. I'm looking for the comma. I'm looking for it within this cell. And the last argument here, the start number, is actually optional. I don't have to add that in. So I'm going to close the bracket down, hit enter, and it's telling me that the comma is located in position 6 for me, position 6 for Adam, and position 7 for Juan. And I can use this information to extract other information. Another function that you'll find yourself using a lot when you're using text functions is the len function. And this will basically tell you the length or how many characters you have in the entire string. And there's only one argument, and that is the text. If I copy that down, You can see we have 14, 11, and 12 characters in the entire thing. So what I could do is use this information or use these functions in order to extract or split up these names using functions. So this is what this would look like. And again, if you're not used to using these, this can look a little bit complicated, but let's extract the last name first of all. I'm going to type in equals left, open bracket. I'm going to say where my data is, so cell A24, comma. Now I don't know the number of characters I want to extract. So basically what I want to do is I want to tell Excel to find where the comma is and extract everything before that. So we're going to add in as search because we're going to search for that comma. Open bracket. I'm looking for a comma. I'm looking for it within cell A24. And again, I don't need to add in a start number, so I can just close off my bracket. Now, because I've opened 2, I need to close 2. Now look what happens if I hit enter. It's including that comma, okay? Because that is, I've said to it basically find this comma, but it's going to include it. So what I need to do is basically say -1 character in order to get that extracted correctly. And then I can copy that down, and that's going to work no matter how long that last name is. All right, so this is a good way of doing it if you have inconsistencies. Now I could do something very similar for the last name, but this time we would use the right function instead. So let's say equals right, open brackets. The text I want is A24, but this time, because we're working from the right, to find the number of characters, I'm going to say, okay, give me the length of everything in that cell. I want to select cell A24. But this time, once it's found the length, I want it to minus everything up to that comma instead. So we're going to say minus search, and then we're going to find the comma from within this text just here. Close off both brackets, hit enter, and there we go, it's extracted. So a few different techniques that you can use in there, but all of these text functions are really important to know when it comes to tidying up your data, extracting, splitting things across columns, things like that. Okay. Right, let's close this down, and I want to finish up. And as I said, this lesson's gone so quickly. I want to finish up just by showing you a little bit about Power Query. Now, if you've never used Power Query before, this is a utility that you have in Excel 2010 going forwards. It's a great way of importing data, particularly if it's a large amount of data. So Power Query handles huge data sets really, really well. Now, we're going to be using very small data sets, but another good thing about Power Query is that it has its own inbuilt cleaning utilities. So all of this stuff that I've shown you in Excel, you can actually also do in Power Query, and it's a little bit more user-friendly because you don't need to know things like different functions, stuff like that. So it might be something that you want to explore. So let's close this down, and I don't want to save. And this time we are going to import a file from Access. So if we go to the Data tab, in this first group here, Get and Transform Data, if you ever want to import anything into Excel and you want it to, or you want to work with it in Power Query, this is the tab you would go to, this first group just here. So I could import a text file in this little area as well. I can import from the web. I can click Get Data, and I have all different types of file that I can import into Excel. So it really depends what it is that you want to import. So I'm going to say from database, from Microsoft Access database. So now I can go away and I can find the Access file that I want to import. So just bear with me a moment whilst I jump into my folder. There is my file, and I can click Import. Now what this is going to do is it's going to look it up and it's going to import it into Power Query. And you can see here I have this Access database has got 50,000 sales records in it. When I click on it, it's going to show me a quick preview of what this data looks like that I want to import. And then at the bottom, I have a few different buttons. So I could choose to load this directly into Excel. The Load To button will also let me load it directly into something like a pivot table. Now, if you want to utilize the cleaning functions within Power Query, you want to be clicking on Transform Data. So if I click Transform Data so you can see what this looks like, it's going to open up the Power Query editor. And this will look a little bit weird. If you've never been into here before, this is a little bit strange. It's quite a lot to get your head around, but it has the basic same structure as Excel. We have some ribbons at the top. So Home, we have Transform, Add Column, things like that. And this basically contains all of your cleaning utilities. So I can have my data in here, I can clean it up, and then I can load it into my Excel spreadsheet already clean. Okay. Now on the right hand side here where we have these query settings, I don't want you to worry too much about this, but one thing that's good to know is that every time you do something in this Power Query editor, you can see the steps that you've taken in this applied steps box. So if you need to backtrack, so maybe you do something and you think, actually, I don't particularly like that, or I don't want to do that, you can just click the cross and it will essentially undo the last action that you took. Now, I'm not going to spend a great deal of time in here at this stage. I would encourage you to come into here and have a little look through the different things that you can do. So, you know, there's a lot of the things that we've already done in Excel, you can do from within here as well. So things like removing duplicates, you can add different columns, you can split columns up, things like that. Okay, so definitely have a little look at all the different things you can do in here. One thing that's super important is to make sure that you have the correct data types in each of the column headings. So in this first group here, this is an ID column that I have, and you can see the data type is represented by this little icon at the top. So if I click this, it lets me change the type of data. So this is essentially a bit like formatting the columns. So I have a whole number in here, so I'm going to change that. And most of the time, you'll find that Power Query picks these up correctly. Now, this one is text, which I can see is correct. This is also text. And if I go all the way across, let's have a look. Now, order date, I can see here it's formatted it by default as date and time. Now, I don't particularly want times in order date, so let's change that to date to switch that back. Order ID is okay. The ship date, again, we have the time. I'm not interested in that. I just want the date. And then for some of these other columns, these are actually, again, currency values. I want to make sure I have currency applied to all of these columns. So it's always good to make sure you go through and you have the correct type of formatting applied to these particular columns. And let's do that final one just there. Now, I was going to go through and show you a few other different techniques in here, but we are running out of time. So I'll just very quickly show you how to load this. So once you've cleaned all of your data in here, if you go to the Home tab, you can choose the Close and Load button, and you can choose where you want to load that into. So if I say Close and Load, it's just going to load that into my Excel spreadsheet. And what it does is it basically creates a connection to your original data source. So I now have this data in Excel, but it's still linked to my Access table. So if anything changes in that Access table, it's going to basically update in this workbook as well, which makes it super useful if you're constantly updating things. All right, so that's how you can use Power Query and import that data into an Excel workbook. Now, the final thing I want to show you here again is using Power Query, but this is how you can import or combine multiple files together. So maybe you have data contained in lots of different sources, or maybe you have it in different Excel workbooks, and you want to combine everything together, bring it into Excel, and then clean up that data. So let me show you a bit more of an advanced technique when it comes to importing using Power Query. Now, I'm not going to save this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to File Explorer, and I have a folder in here called Sales Records. Now, within this folder, I basically have 4 different files, and these contain sales information for 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. And these files are very, very tiny. As I said, Power Query works wonderfully if you have a lot of data. Just for the purpose of demonstration, I basically have just very similar data in each of these files. The important thing here is that the data is consistent. It has the same layout. So we have the same columns across each of the different files. The information might change, but the column headings are pretty much exactly the same. And the data is in a table, and each table is named TBL. You can see here in table name, Table Sales 2015. If I was to open up this next file, it's going to be exactly the same, but the table is going to be called Table Sales 2016, so on and so forth. So what you might want to do is, if you have all of these, maybe you collect these each month or each year or however, each week maybe. If you have them all in one folder, you can append the new one each week and import that into Excel. So let me show you how you do that. Let's close this down. And I'm going to, again, just open up a blank workbook. So what I can do here is go to the Data tab. And again, we're going to go to this first group here. Remember, anytime you want to pull something in, this is the group you need to be in. I'm going to go to Get Data from File, and because they're all in one folder, I can just select the folder that contains these files. So now I need to navigate to the correct folder. So go to here, and there is my folder. Now all I need to do is select the folder that contains these files, which is Sales Records, and click on Open. So what it's doing now is opening in Power Query. And you can see all of my files here. So we have 2015 to 2018. We have a column for contents. This is basically where the content is stored. Then we have the file name, and then we have all of this information that I don't really need. It's the date accessed, modified, so on and so forth. So what I could do here is say transform data, which will allow me to clean up the data, modify the data before I import it into Excel. Now, currently the way this data is laid out, if I was just to close and load this into Excel, it's basically going to load what you can see here. But what I want is I want all of the information that's within each of these files. So I need to do a little bit of cleaning up, a little bit of tidying beforehand. Now with this, a lot of these columns I don't particularly need. So I'm going to get rid of all of these columns except the content column and also this name column, so I know which piece of content relates to which year. Now, if you want to select columns in Power Query, if you hold down Shift, I'm going to select these first two. If I right click, I have an option here to remove all of the other columns apart from what I have selected, which is going to give me this. Now, essentially what I want to do is I want to tell Power Query that I want it to extract the table information from each of these sheets. So for this, I need to add a custom column. So if we go up to Add Tabs at the top and click on Add Column, in the first group, I can choose to add a custom column. And I'm going to give this column a name. So this is going to be, I want the tables to be extracted. So let's call it tables. And now I can add in a little Excel formula. So where we have equals, if I start to type in Excel, you can see I get a list of different things that I can select. I'm going to say Excel workbook, open bracket. I want to extract the content from each of the workbooks and close the bracket. Click on OK. So now it gives me another column where basically contained within here is the data within each table in the worksheet. So what I can do is where I have these two little arrows, if I click to expand it, it's going to show me all of the different column headings. I'm going to untick because sometimes that can give you a weird column heading name. Click on OK. And it's going to expand that information out. So what I'm now seeing in Power Query is I'm seeing the sheet and then the table. So the sheet name is 2015. The table that contains the data is Table Sales 2015, so on and so forth. All I'm interested in loading is the table information. So I can use my filters on this particular column and just select the table information like so. Once I've done this, I can then go through and I can remove any columns that I don't need before I load it into Excel. Now, if we take a look at this, I can see that all I really want is this column here, the data column. This is what contains the tables essentially. I also want to have the name column because this tells me which table is related to which worksheet essentially. So what I can do here again is select both of these columns and I can remove all of the other columns and then I can expand the table data. And there we go. So now, because I don't have much information, there's just basically 4 or 5 rows per table, I can see that I have all of my 2015 data, all of my 2016 fields, all appended together. A couple of things I can do in Power Query when it comes to cleaning up this data before I load it into Excel is I can do things like find and replace. So with this first column, I'm not particularly interested in having the word TBL sales because all this column is doing is telling me what year this data applies to. So I can choose to replace the values just here. So if I select this first column and go to transform, I have a replaced values. So this is very similar to doing a find and replace in Excel. So the value to find here, I'm going to say find where it says table underscore sales underscore, and I want to replace it with nothing. Click on OK, and now I just have the year in there. I'm going to rename this column by double clicking. I'm just going to call it year. And I could go through and use any of these cleaning utilities within Power Query to remove duplicates and do all of those kinds of things. So for example, again, if I want to select all of these columns, if I hold down Shift, maybe I want to make all of these uppercase. We saw how to do that in Excel using text functions. I can do that in Power Query as well. I can select my columns. I have a format drop down just here where I have lowercase, uppercase. This is essentially the proper command. I'm going to say uppercase to change these. I can go through and I can change the formatting as well. So for example, with these ones just here, I would probably want to go through and change these all to currency formatting. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to do that. Once I've got it into the format that I want, I can then go to the Home tab, close and load, and I can choose to close and load to. And this allows me to select a table in Excel. I can put it straight out to a pivot table or straight out to a pivot chart. Now I'm going to say table, click on OK, and it's going to pull that data through. Now, as I said, the cool thing about this is if you do clean your data or import your data this way using Power Query, if next month or next year, I should say in this case, I have more data to add to this, because we've essentially created a link to the folder that these files are contained in, if I minimize this down and open up this folder, when I add in a new file into this particular folder, so on the desktop I have my 2019 sales, let's do Control C, and just paste that in, Control V. All I need to do now is once that file is in there, if I go back to my Excel spreadsheet, take a look at the bottom. If I go up to my Query tab, I have a refresh button. All I need to do is click on refresh and it's going to pull through that 2019 data because I've created a link to that folder and it's going to include anything that's included in there. So lots of advantages to using Power Query, particularly if you're using large data sets, if you want to clean them up, loads of different utilities in there. We definitely don't have time to go through all of the different ways that you can clean things up in Power Query. That would be an entire lesson on its own. But hopefully you've seen there a few ways that you can clean in Excel, how you can deal with text files and CSV files and Access files, and also a little bit of an introduction to using Power Query. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the data set that we're going to be analyzing. It's super important that you understand the numbers that you're looking at before we attempt to analyze it. So we'll take a couple of moments just to look at that. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the importance of cleaning your data prior to analyzing it. I'm not actually going to show you how to clean your data because that is an entire other webinar all on its own, but I am going to point you to some resources which are really going to help you with that. We're then going to format our data as an Excel table, another thing that's really important before you analyze. And then we're going to create our very first pivot table. Very exciting if you've never done one before. I'm going to show you how simple it is to analyze your data by pivoting the table fields. I'm going to talk to you about grouping data and value field settings. Now, I'm sure that they don't mean a great deal to you at the moment, but they will do at the end of this session. If we can move on to the next slide, Adam. Thank you. Adam's controlling.
I'm sorry,
today.
Deb. Yeah, you can see this is a well-oiled machine. Deb's and I, we do these a lot, but we normally are in control of our own slides, and I'm in control of Deb's slides at the moment. So that's why it's not gone as smoothly as it could be. So apologies. I'm trying to reply to comments and do the slides, but I'll focus on the slides, Deb's.
No worries, you're fine, don't worry. Next, we're going to take a look at number formatting, because that does take on a different form when you're working with pivot tables. We're going to talk about subtotals, grand totals, report layouts. I'm going to show you how to make your data look a little bit nicer using pivot table styles. And then I'm going to show you how you can create pivot charts from pivot tables. In the final section, I'm going to show you a little bit about filtering using something called slicers. And then finally, at the end, one of the most important things, how can you update data across your pivot tables and pivot charts easily? So that is the agenda. Now, contrary to popular belief, pivot tables are not too difficult to understand or put together. And that's really my main aim in this session, to demystify them and show you how simple it is to analyze large data sets. And in this webinar, we're going to start from the point of zero knowledge. So if you've never constructed a pivot table before, that's totally fine. I've got you covered. Even if you do have some experience, you're still going to get a lot out of this session, as I'm going to show you lots of tips and tricks to help you work more effectively with your pivot tables. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and then we're going to dive straight in. So just bear with me for another slick transition. Let's click on share, and I'm going to hide that. And
I managed to unshare mine at the right time then.
You did, Adam. I'm very
You're
impressed.
onto a winner.
Yeah. Can everybody see my spreadsheet? Can you see my spreadsheet?
I can see a spreadsheet.
You can. Perfect. Great.
Else can as well.
Right, guys, let's dive in. So first of all, let's take a look at understanding the data that we're going to be analyzing. Now, this is fairly straightforward data. It's just sales data for two different stores. And you can see the stores there. They're called Computech and Microworld. Not real stores, just ones I've made up. And this is sales data from January to June 2019. Now, this is a reasonably large data set. Now, if I press Control down arrow, that's going to jump me down to the last row of my data. So you can see how large it is. I have 21,576 rows, so a decent sized data set. Control up arrow to jump to the top. The way that I have this organized is just into a few different columns. So I have the month, I have the store, the town, and these are all towns in the UK if you're not from the UK, the store code, the country, the manager, the category, and then the sales total at the end. Now, one of the most important things this is going to be one of the most important things that I'm going to say in this session. Before you start creating your pivot table, you must ensure that your data is clean. Now, what do I mean by clean? Well, it needs to be consistent and it needs to be formatted correctly. Now, the example that I have here, it's a very contrived example. It's one that I've just put together. But as we all know, in the real world, things aren't always perfect. So a lot of the time we're downloading large data sets from external systems or client databases, and it doesn't always download in the perfect format. So you might find you have things like blank rows or data squished into one cell that should be separated into different columns. You might have inconsistent spaces or even duplicate entries and spelling errors. And all of these things need to be fixed prior to putting your data into a pivot table. Because if you don't clean your data, then what you'll find is that your pivot table won't work as expected, or it's going to throw up incorrect results. Now, as I said, in a pivot tables training course, I would normally demonstrate all the techniques for cleaning data. But as we just have limited time today, we're going to start from a data set that's already clean. I will say, though, that if you do want to learn about cleaning data, then we do have a couple of videos on our YouTube channel. It's also on our blog, and all of the steps for cleaning data are included in our Simon Says It pivot tables courses as well. So if you're looking for more information on that, that is where you can go. Right, shall we start doing something? Let's get going. The final thing I always do prior to analyzing with a pivot table is I put my data into a regular Excel table. And I'm going to tell you why this is so important in a moment. Now, there's a couple of different ways that you can put data into a table. I'm just clicked in the table. If I press Control T, that's going to create a table for me. Alternatively, if I just press Cancel here, I can jump up to my Home tab. And in the Format as Table drop-down, I can then choose one of these different styles, which is essentially going to format my data as a table. Now, the different styles that you get in here are very much dependent on the theme that you're using in your Excel workbook. So I'm just going to choose this style here, Purple Table Style Light 14. You can see it puts the marching ants around my data set, and it's picked up all of my data because I was clicked within my data. So it just picks up everything from around where you're clicked. Yes, my table has headers. I want to make sure I have that selected. Click on OK, and it puts my data into an Excel table. How do I know that? Well, if I look up at my ribbons, you can see I now have an additional ribbon called Table Design. And in the first group where it says table name, I have a default name for my table called Table 1. Now, I would always advise you to rename your table. So give your table a more meaningful name so it's easy for you to identify later on. So I'm going to call this table Sales _ Data and hit Enter. Now, when you're naming things like tables, you can't have any spaces in the name. So it has to be all one word or separate separate words with underscores. So I've now named my data. So now I'm at the point where I can start to create my pivot table. This is very straightforward. Up to the Insert tab in the Tables group here, the first big old button that we have is Pivot Table. So let's click it and see what we get. So it's going to pop up the Create Pivot Table dialog box, and there's really two things that we need to do in here. The first thing is we need to choose the data that we want to analyze, and by default it's selected, select a table or range, and it's picked up the name of my table, so Sales _ Data, which is the data that I want to analyze. So I don't need to do anything here, it's picked everything up correctly. If it hadn't, what I could do is click the up arrow and then just go in and select the data set by dragging my mouse over to get that correct cell range. Then finally at the bottom, we need to choose where we want the pivot table report to be placed. And in general, I would always advise you that you keep your raw data, your sales data, separate to any pivot tables that you create. So I always create mine on a new worksheet. So don't really have to change anything here. That's nice and straightforward. Click on OK. And you'll see what it does is it gives me a new worksheet at the bottom. You can see I have sheet 3. Now, just to be consistent, I'm going to rename this so I know what I'm doing to Pivot Table and hit Enter. So now I have essentially my pivot table report, which is currently blank. So this thing over here where it says Pivot Table 2 on the left-hand side, this is where my pivot table is going to be, but I need to build it first. So how do I build my pivot table? Well, I use my pivot table fields over on the right-hand side. Now, these fields are essentially the column headings from your data set. It imports all of the column headings. So we've got month, store, town, so on and so forth. And then underneath that, we have these 4 different areas: filters, columns, rows, and values. And the way that you construct a pivot table is you simply drag and drop the different column headings into one of these 4 areas at the bottom. It is really that simple. Now, which ones you drag into which areas really depends on the type of analysis that you want to do. So let's take a look at a few basic examples. So maybe I want to see the total amount of sales per store. What I would do here is I would grab my store field, and I'm going to drag and drop this into the rows area. And look what happens to the pivot table report when I do this. I only have 2 stores, so you can see it's put them in the rows, Computech and Microworld. I want to see the sales, so I'm going to grab the sales field and I'm going to drag that down and drop it into the values area. And it does a sum, so it's now showing me the total amount of sales for Computech and the total amount of sales for Microworld. I could choose to arrange this layout in a different way, and that is all you're really doing. When you're dragging and dropping these fields, you're just telling Excel how you want this data analyzed and laid out. So what happens if I drag store into columns? Let's give it a go. Let's drag it across. And you'll see my data arranges in a slightly different way. So this time I have the stores in the columns and I have my values underneath. And you can see that by default, it's given me a grand total as well. What if I decide I want to arrange this in a different way or see a completely different analysis? What if I want to see which manager is performing the best and generating the most sales? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of store because I'm no longer interested in store. I want to see my analysis by manager. So I'm going to drag manager down into the rows area. So now I get all of the managers in my rows and how many sales or how much sales they've generated. Okay, and what I can do is if I want to see who's doing the best, I can do a simple sort on this data by right-clicking my mouse, going to sort and saying sort largest to smallest. So I can see that Spencer Lee is my star. He's my star manager, the one who's generating the most sales. What about if I drag manager across into columns? What does that look like? Well, it works, but it's not the greatest layout for this type of data. I don't want to have to scroll across. It's much easier for me to see when I have it down in rows. So this is a little bit of trial and error, moving things around until you get it to look exactly as you want it to look. Let's switch up our data again. So this time, maybe I want to switch up my analysis to see which town in the UK is generating the most sales. All I'm going to do is drag manager out of rows. I'm going to grab town and I'm going to drop that down into the rows area. So this is an example of very basic data analysis using pivot tables. Fairly straightforward once you know. So now that we've got that basis, let's take this up a notch. Maybe I now decide that I want to see the total sales by manager and by category. So I'm going to get rid of town. I'm going to drag my manager field into the rows area. I'm going to drag my category field into the columns area. So now you can see I have manager in the rows and my categories running across the top. And again, by default, I have grand totals turned on. Very simple to see that breakdown. Now, so far in all of these examples, we've just been adding one heading into each area. But you can have multiple headings in the same area to produce a completely different layout. So what if I now take category from columns and drag it above manager in the rows area? Look what happens to my layout. You can see how this is now organized. I get these little collapsible and expandable buttons. It's being organized by category first and then all the sales for the manager for that specific category. And I can collapse these up and zero in on the ones that I'm particularly interested in. Okay, so don't think that you can just put one column heading in each area. You can drag multiple into each area. Now, one area that we haven't talked about is this filters area. We haven't put anything in there yet. So let's do that so you can see how that works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the store field and I'm going to drag that into filters. Now, again, look at the report layout. Right at the top now, I have a little filter, and this works in exactly the same way as regular Excel filters. If you're used to filtering data in a normal Excel worksheet, this is pretty much the same. So it's showing me both of the different stores, and I can now filter. So if I'm only interested in seeing information for Computech, I can select it, click on OK, and all of my figures update. Okay, so filter can be super useful. Let's do a slightly different analysis now. I'm going to remove Manager from rows. I'm going to drag Category across to columns, but I'm going to now drag month down into rows. Now look what happens in the rows area when I drag month. It's added it, but it's also given me another field that I don't have in my data, essentially, called months. Now, why has it done this? Now, you'll find when you're dealing with dates, when you drag month down, it might break it into months, it might break it into days, years, whatever you have in your data. So why has it done that? Well, if we take a look at our data, you can see here I have January to June, and I have plus and minus symbols next to them. If I just expand these, you can see that I have 1st of January, 1st of February, 1st of March, so on and so forth. And that's because in my raw data, I basically take a reading of the sales data on the 1st of every month. So in my data, I have the 1st of January, then as we scroll through, the 1st of February, 1st of March, because that's when I'm logging those sales figures. Now, in this particular instance, this isn't particularly useful having 1st of January, 1st of February, because it's basically the same as the January figure. So I don't really need it. This is useful if I was taking readings of my data every week. So if I had readings every day or every week, it might be useful to see those listed underneath January. But for me, these aren't particularly useful. So I'm going to get rid of this 1st of January, 1st of February, 1st of March, because I just want Jan, Feb, March listed here. Now, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can just drag the field out of the rows area, but let me show you kind of why it does this. Okay. We're going to jump up to our pivot table contextual ribbons. Now, if you're not familiar with contextual ribbons, they're ribbons that only appear when you need them. So when I'm clicked in my pivot table, as I am now, if you take a look up at the ribbons, you can see I have a pivot table analyze ribbon and a pivot table design ribbon. And these ribbons contain all of the commands that you need to change the settings in your pivot table, to format it, all things like that. So if I go to Pivot Table Analyze, you'll see that I have, if I click in here, a grouping option just here, a group, I should say. And one of the options is Group Field. Now, if I click this, it's showing you what Excel is going to do. So it's breaking it down by days and by months, which is why I'm getting both of these pieces of information in here. Now, I only want it to display the months, so I'm going to deselect days, click on OK, and now I just see January to June. I don't have that other little field that it added in. As I said, sometimes that can be super helpful, but for this type of data, not as helpful today. All right, let's move on. So we're going to talk about value field settings next. Now, one thing you'll notice is that when you start compiling your pivot tables is that Excel by default does a sum. It aggregates the values as it summarizes them. So I'm seeing the total amount of sales for the accessories category for January, so on and so forth. But sum isn't the only thing that you can do with this data. You have lots of other functions that you can use. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a count instead. So maybe I am less interested in the total sales and more interested in the number of sales each month. So what I'm going to do is if I go down to my values area where I have sum of sales, I'm going to click the little drop down arrow and go to value field settings. And you can see here, I can choose what I want to summarize my values by. So by default, it's going to do a sum, but I have lots of other things in here that I can also do. So if I want to see the number of sales instead of the total amount, I could say count, click on OK, and it's going to change the data in my pivot table. So now I'm seeing how many sales there were as opposed to the total amount in dollar value. What about if I want to do something different and see the average sales each month? Well, I can do pretty much the same thing, but I'm going to show you a different way of getting to that value field settings screen. Instead of going down here, you can just right-click in your data and you have a value field settings option in the contextual menu. It's going to take us to that same screen. I can choose average, click on OK, and it now gives me averages instead of sum, instead of sum, and instead of count. Okay, so reasonably straightforward. Now, in those examples, we've been doing either or. So I can either see the count, or I can either see the average, or I can either see the sum. But what if I want to see both the total sales and the number of sales? Well, we can do that as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to reorganize this layout slightly so that this is a bit easier for you to see and understand. So what I'm going to do is drag category underneath month so that it's organized in this way. I can see the average of sales. I'm actually going to change this back to, let's do a sum, take that back to how it was. And I also want to now see a count of the sales in another column. So how can I do that? Well, all I need to do is grab another sales field and drag it down into the values area. You can see it says sum of sales too. So by default, it's always going to do a sum, but it's giving me an additional column. So I can now right click, value field settings, and I can choose count. And now I can see both of those pieces of information next to each other. Now I could carry on going if I wanted to. If I wanted to see the average next to these figures as well, I would just drag another sales field down to here and change it to average. And you can carry on going for as many things as you need to see. Now, with these things here, you can see that the headings aren't particularly user-friendly, sum of sales and count of sales. So I'm going to change these headings. If I double click, it's going to open up this area here and I can choose the name that I want. So I'm just going to say total sales for this one. I'm going to double click again and I'm going to call this one number of sales to make it a little bit more meaningful. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange these columns a little bit. I'm just going to make them a little bit wider because this is a really important, what I like to call a pro tip, because this is one of those things that nobody ever tells you and it's very annoying. If you decide to rearrange, or not rearrange, but widen the columns, so maybe you move these in or out depending on how you want them to look, what you'll find is that if you refresh your pivot table or you start to do different things with it, Excel will always resize your column widths to auto fit. So if you drag these out and make them look all nice how you want them to look, the next time you refresh your pivot table, they're going to go back to how they were originally. It's extremely annoying. So I'm going to show you a little quick tip so that the width that you set always remains. Okay. Click in your pivot table. Again, we're working on the pivot table analyze ribbon. In this first group, you have an options button. Let's click it because this is where you'll find this little setting. And it's towards the bottom here, the second one from the bottom, auto fit column widths on update. By default, you'll probably find that that is ticked. So I'm going to deselect this, click on OK, and it means that my column widths are going to stay in the width that I've set them no matter what I do to this pivot table. Really useful little pro tip there. Now, one thing you might be conscious of as we've been working through is these values that I have in this total sales area. So you can see here that they aren't particularly formatted. And ideally, what I'd want here is these numbers formatted to show the dollar symbols and also 0 decimal places. Now, many of us are used to applying number formatting in Excel, but another little tip here, you can't apply formatting in pivot tables the same way that you do in just a regular data set. So most of us, if we have a list of numbers and we want to change them to currency format, we would jump up to the Home tab. We would probably click this drop down and change it to currency. But the thing you have to bear in mind here is that when you apply formatting in this way, you're actually assigning the formatting to the cell, not the number. Now, because with pivot tables, the data is moving around all the time because you might decide to rearrange your pivot table fields. So what you end up with is, because the formatting is assigned to the cell, when you move these around, you'll end up with some cells being formatted with $signs, some cells with nothing. So you have to apply number formatting in a different way. You want to apply it to the number so it moves with the number whenever you change the format. And it's very straightforward. Just click on one cell in your data, right click, and we want to go down to Value Field Settings again. And you'll notice at the bottom here, we have a number format option. And this is where you need to come. And it takes you to a similar screen. You've probably seen this screen many times before. I'm going to select currency. I want it to be in dollars, but I'm going to take those decimal places down to 0 and click on OK and OK again. And now it's applied that number formatting. Okay, so very, very simple to do, but just remember you can't apply it in the same way that you normally would. Now, another thing you might have noticed is subtotals and grand totals. Now, currently, in the way that I have my pivot table laid out, my subtotals are kind of up here at the top of my data. So these are my subtotals for all of January. Now, if you're happy with your subtotals being at the top, that's absolutely fine. You can definitely leave them there. But I know that for me, when I'm reading data, I am used to having subtotals at the bottom. So I want to move these to the bottom. Fortunately, in Excel, there is a button that's going to do this for us very quickly. So let's jump up to the Design tab. And this is where you'll find all of the commands related to the look and feel of your pivot table. In the first group here, the layout group, you'll see we have a subtotals drop down. I can choose to not show subtotals at all, or I can show them at the bottom of the group or at the top of the group. So I'm going to say show subtotals at bottom of group. And that's just going to move those down. And I just find that a lot easier for me to read. What you'll also notice, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, we have a grand total. And again, this might be something that you want to keep in your data. If you want to remove it, then you do have a grand totals button as well. So you can turn it off for rows and columns, on for rows only, on for columns only, so on and so forth. So very straightforward just to modify those attributes. Now let's stick on this design ribbon for the time being. If we move across to the next little group, you can also choose different types of report layout as well. So if you take a look, if I go to compact form, this is basically the same as what I have, but it moves those subtotals back up to the top. You can show in outline form, which gives you a slightly different layout. Here we have January and then all of our categories and all of our sales. Now, if you wanted January to appear next to every single category, you could choose to repeat all item labels. And when I do that, it's going to put it in that format. We have the opposite, do not repeat item labels, to take those away. And we have a final way of laying out our reports, and that is in tabular form. And these are really just stylistic changes. There's not one specific one that's better than others. It really depends on how you like to have your report laid out. Next to that, we have a blank rows option. So again, this might be something you want to add in. If I click Insert Blank Line after each item, that's just going to add a blank row. You can see I've got a blank row here now in row 15 in between each month, essentially. So it just adds a bit of separation, makes it a little bit easier to read. Again, if you're not too bothered about that, you can remove the blank line after each item as well. Then moving across to pivot table styles. Again, we're just dealing with the look and feel because sometimes you want it to match certain colors, certain brand guidelines, things like that. So you have a large pivot table styles gallery where you can choose what style you want for your pivot table. Now, I will say again that the colors that you see in here are very much determined by the theme that you have set in Excel. And if you don't know what I mean by theme, you'll find your theme on the Page Layout tab. It's just here, and it's basically what defines what fonts, what colors, what effects you use in your worksheet. So whatever you have your theme set to, that's going to determine the colors that are available in that Pivot Table Styles gallery. So I'm just going to add, let's just apply, what does this one look like? Yes, let's just do that, a nice shade of purple. A couple of other little tips. Let's jump back to our Pivot Table Analyze ribbon and cast our eyes across to the last group, the Show group on the end. I have 3 buttons in here, and currently they're all selected, which is why they've kind of got a grey shaded background. Now, these control what you see on your pivot table. Now, if I deselect field list, you'll see that that big field list that normally runs down the right-hand side where I can move my pivot table fields around has disappeared. Now, when you click in your pivot table, that field list should automatically pop up. And when I used to work on a help desk, I used to get this call all the time. People telling me, I've clicked in my pivot table, but the field list hasn't come up. What's happened to it? How do I get it back? If that does happen, if you lose your field list and you're clicked in your pivot table, you're just probably going to have this field list button deselected. So just go in, select it, and it will appear again. If you want to remove the plus and minus symbols next to the months, you can deselect plus minus to make that look a little bit different. And you can also remove field headers. So that's just going to remove where I have the row row labels in cell A3. That's not really providing much information. If I don't want that there, I can just turn off that field header. So very straightforward. So we've got a fairly decent looking pivot table here. We've moved our fields around. Hopefully you can see how you can build these up and do different types of analysis. What we might want to do at this stage is create ourselves a lovely looking pivot chart, because we're all about visualizing data these days. This is what you'll find. The world has very much gone towards making everything look pretty, creating dashboards, making data super easy to understand. And that is where charts can help us. So let me show you some examples of pivot charts, and I'll show you some basic edits that I normally do to my charts. Now, I will say, when you create or when you decide to create some kind of chart, you need to be mindful of the chart that you use, as some display your data better than others. And in my experience, charts tend to work best with smaller data sets. I'm sure we've all had experiences where you've been watching a PowerPoint presentation and people have tried to cram too much data onto a chart so that it's barely readable, or you have lots and lots and lots of labels in the axes. That's not the greatest way to do charts. The best way to use charts is really to refine your data down just to the information that's most important to your audience, and then present that data. So let me show you an example of a couple of ways that you shouldn't really do charts. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a copy of my worksheet. Now, a quick way of creating a copy is if you hold down your control key, and I'm going to be clicking on the pivot table worksheet right at the bottom here, hold down control, click and drag, and that's basically going to create another copy of your worksheet. I'm happy with it being called Pivot Table 2. That's absolutely fine in this instance. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change my fields around on this worksheet. So I'm going to get rid of everything except store and total sales. So let's remove all of these. And I'm going to add in the manager field. I'm going to drag that down to the rows area. And I'm also going to change the filter. I'm going to change that to microworld and click on OK. So I have my data arranged in a slightly different way. Now, I have a number of different managers here, and I have a grand total at the bottom. Now, if I wanted to put this data into a chart, let's take a look at what that's going to look like. So if you want to create a pivot chart, if you jump back up to your Pivot Table Analyze ribbon, in the Tools group, you have a pivot chart option. So let's click. Now, just for this example, I'm going to select just a basic column chart. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I still have quite a lot of data here. I could probably get away with this in a presentation. Any more data, and this would start to look a little bit crammed, a little bit harder to read. I could probably get away with this, but it's not ideal. It's still quite a lot for people to take in. So what I might want to do here is look at my data and think, okay, what do my audience need to know? So maybe I'm presenting to a CEO or some key stakeholders, and they're only really interested in who the top 5 performing managers are. They only want to know the best of the best. So I'm going to refine my data set first before putting it into a table, into a chart, sorry. So what I'm going to do is I am going to apply a filter. So I'm going to right click in the total sales column. I'm going to go down to sort. Sorry, I'm not going to go down to sort. I think I need to turn my row labels back on. Just bear with me. Design. I'm going to turn back on my field header. That's what I was looking for. I need my little drop down. I'm going to click in my drop down, go to value filters, and I'm going to filter for top 10. And what you can do in here is basically say, I want to filter for the top 10 items based on the total sales. Now, I don't want to see the top 10. I want to see the top 5 items, and click on OK. And that's going to show me the top 5 managers. So this is now a much smaller data set for me to create a pivot chart from. So let's jump back up to pivot chart, and I'm going to do a bar chart and click on OK. And now this is a lot easier to digest, a lot easier to see, a lot easier to read. So let's take a look at some basic formatting that I would normally do to any pivot chart that I create. Now, when you create a chart, what you'll see are these grey buttons will appear on your chart, and these are essentially filters, so you can do some in-chart filtering if you wanted to. Now, I find these a little bit overkill. You might like them and you can definitely keep them on there. I find them overkill. If I'm going to do filtering, I tend to do it in my pivot table, which will update the chart anyway. And I find that these grey buttons or these grey filters take up quite a bit of space and make my chart look a little bit messy. So I tend to like to get rid of these. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say hide all field buttons on chart, which will just get rid of those. What else do I need to do to this chart? Well, I can see here I've got my managers running down the side. I've got my total sales across the bottom. I don't really need my legend because legend is just saying everything in yellow is a total. I already know that, so I don't need the legend. Now, when you're formatting your charts, if you click on this plus symbol at the side, this is where you can turn off and on different chart elements. So I have the legend turned on, so I'm just going to deselect that to turn that legend off and get rid of that little legend at the side. What else do I want to do here? Well, I want to add a chart title. Now, the chart title is just a text box. Currently, it says total, so all I need to do is double click in here and add my chart title. So this is going to be, oops, I'm in caps, total sales, my manager, and this is just for Microworld at the moment. So let's add the company name. So now everybody can see immediately what this chart is representing. I'm going to add a few more things to my chart. So I'm going to click the plus, and what else do I want to add? Maybe some axes titles so that these are super easy to understand. So I have my vertical category axis. So let's change that to, this is manager. Oops, have I spelt that wrong? Oh, it's very hard to read vertically. I'm going to click my axis title at the bottom, and let's rename this to sales and click away. Again, those are just text boxes. Another thing I might want to add might be some data labels. So I'm going to add those so you can also see the values on the chart as well. Okay, so with just a few minor modifications, I've made this chart a lot easier to understand. Now, it might be that I want to maybe change what I'm viewing on this chart. So I'm going to make some modifications to the pivot table or the pivot chart essentially. Now, with the pivot chart clicked, if I jump up to pivot chart analyze, And I'm just going to close down this format chart area so we can see our fields. Now notice when I'm clicked on the chart, my 4 areas at the bottom are slightly different. So now I have filters. Instead of columns, I have legend. Instead of rows, I have axes, and then I have values. So this is different to when I'm clicked within the pivot table. Okay, now I have columns and rows back again. So let's click on the pivot chart. And what I want to do is I want to be able to do a direct comparison on the chart between the sales for both of the stores. Currently, I'm only showing Microworld, but I want to see how they stack up against Computech. So what I'm going to do is move the store field to the legend area. And now I'm seeing both on this chart. I now need to change my chart title because it's no longer showing just Microworld, it's showing both. So I'm just going to delete out where it says Microworld. But very simply, I've been able to make a modification. And because the chart is linked to the pivot table, any changes you make will update in the pivot table and vice versa. Any changes you make to the pivot table will update in the pivot chart. So super simple. Now, what you can do is you can basically carry on going. So you can repeat this process of copying your pivot table to different worksheets, performing a different type of analysis and creating different types of pivot chart to show your analysis. And this is where we start to move into the world of Excel dashboards. You may be familiar with them. They are very popular at the moment. Excel dashboards are basically just a whole bunch of pivot tables and pivot charts organized in different ways, and then the pivot charts are copy and pasted onto their own spreadsheet, and they're formatted into a nice looking dashboard. So you can basically display your key metrics in a nice way that's easy for everyone to understand. And that's all you do is you simply copy over and over again the worksheet, rearrange the pivot table fields, create a different chart, and then you can move the charts onto their own spreadsheet. Very, very straightforward. Now, the final thing I'm going to do here, just to make this a little bit nicer, is I'm actually going to remove because I've got everything overlapping. Let's remove these grand totals. I don't particularly need those. I'm going to turn them off for rows and columns. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply, just so everything matches nicely, let's just change the colors of this chart as well. So let's change it to something that looks like that. A different color palette so it looks a little bit nicer. Now the final couple of items, let's just do a time check, 7:20, we're in good time. The final couple of items I want to show you is how you can filter using slicers and then how you can update your data. Now slicers, if you've never come across them before, slicers are basically just fancy visual filters and they are super user friendly. And again, you'll see this a lot on Excel dashboards. So let me show you how they work. Now, I will say that when you are thinking about adding slicers, you want to make sure you have room for your slicers. Now, I haven't left any room for my slicers, so I'm just going to, let me just do a bit of reorganizing. I'm going to move my pivot table just by clicking it. I'm not very good at this with the mouse, and dragging it over here. And let's just move this chart underneath just there. So I've got a little bit of room here for me to add my slices in. So if I click in my pivot table, up to pivot table analyze, in the filter group, you have 2 different types of slicer. Now the insert timeline slicer is purely for any date columns that you have in your data. Whereas this one is for everything else basically. So if I say insert slicer, it's going to pull up all of the column headings in your data except any that contain dates. And you can then choose what you want to filter by. So I'm going to add, let's add town, let's say store code, and I think that's it. Town and store code is fine. And click on OK. And it pulls up these really nice little panels, which you can then position wherever you like. And you can make these larger, you can make them smaller, you can really format them however you need them formatted. So I'm just going to place them underneath each other and drag them out. And you'll see that when I'm clicked on a slicer, slicers have their own contextual ribbons. So if you take a look up at your ribbons, you now have a slicer ribbon. And this is where you can do things like apply different slicer styles. So maybe I want to make it match my theme. Let's add that nice purple. And I can also do things like in this buttons area. Currently, I'm displaying one item per in the column, or one column, I should say. I can do 2 columns to make it look slightly different, 3 columns, so on and so forth. And these allow you to filter your data further. So if I'm only interested in seeing my pivot table and my pivot chart for the town of Bath, I can click on Bath and everything is going to update because these are linked to this pivot table. If you want to select multiple items, hold down your control key and select, and it will filter that data for you. Okay, you have a clear filter button in the top corner to clear out any selections that you make. So these are a really nice user-friendly way of everybody, even people with minimal Excel skills, maybe people who don't know how to filter pivot charts. It's a really simple way of them being able to do that. Okay, so filters are definitely something you should think about. And I'll very briefly show you the other filter or the other slicer that you have available. If I click back in my pivot table and go to Pivot Table Analyze, we have an insert timeline. Now, as I said, this one is only related to dates. So it's only showing me month. If you don't have any date columns in your data, then you won't be able to insert a timeline because you're not going to have anything to select just here. So I'm going to select month and click on OK, and I get a different style of filter. Now again, you should probably leave some room for this at the top. So let's just drag that down and move this up to the top. You can organize this a lot better than I am doing here, but I can drag that across, make it a bit wider. And this allows me to filter my data in a timeline. Now, my data only goes up to June 2019. So if I was to click in December, it's not going to show anything. But if I was to click January, it shows just the data for January. I can drag it across if I just want to see January to April, and everything updates nicely. Okay. Once again, you have a timeline ribbon at the top. So if you want to format it and do various other things, you can do. Okay. So those are the different types of filter that you have. Finally, just to finish out this session, I'm going to show you what happens when you update your data. Now, to do this, I think to demonstrate this, I'm going to, let's add in, shall I remove manager and change this to month? Yes, let's do it that way. So currently I'm only filtering January to April on this slicer. So I'm going to clear this so it shows everything. So now I have my months running in the vertical axis and then my sales data in horizontal. So as I said, my sales data, if we jump back to our original data and do a control down arrow, only runs to June. Now, obviously, this is sales data. The next month in July, I'm going to add more data to the bottom just here. And fortunately, here's one I made earlier. I have more data here for July. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to add this data onto the end of this data set. And because I've put my data in a table, the table is going to auto expand to accommodate that new data, which means that if I want to update all of the pivot tables and pivot charts, I just have to click one button. It makes it so easy. That is why it's important to put your data in a table before you analyze. So let's jump to our data for July. I'm going to do Control A to select it all. Control C to copy it. I'm back to our data. I'm going to go to the last row. Control V to paste. Now I don't need these column headings, so let's just delete out that row. But because the table is auto expanded, it's now all part of that sales data range. So once you've added new data, if you jump back to any pivot tables or pivot charts that you've created, all you need to do, and let me move this down a bit so you can see, is click one button, and you'll see that when I do this, you'll see that the pivot table will add July's figures onto the bottom, and the pivot chart will also add July onto here. So if I jump up to Analyze in the data group, we have a refresh button. When I click refresh all, fingers crossed everyone, there we go. July's figures have now been added. That is so much easier than if you hadn't put your data in a table, you would have to go in and reselect the new cell range, the new data that you'd added. So much easier. That is why I put things in tables. Okay, we are just coming up to the hour. That is pretty much all I have time to show you today, guys. And believe me, we have just scratched the surface when it comes to the things you can do with pivot tables. But hopefully that's given you a nice introduction if these are new for you. And I hope you walk away today feeling like they maybe aren't quite as scary as they sometimes seem to be. So I've put them up on the screen here, and we've got filter, rand array, sequence, unique, sort, sort by, my favorite, XLOOKUP, and then XMATCH. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to go through each of these, and I'm going to show you just a demo of how they work. And as I said, you can think to yourself how you might use them in your daily work. Now, as I said, these are what we call dynamic arrays. And what I want to start out by doing is really just going through what an array function is, or an array formula, not a dynamic array, just a basic array, in case you don't know what that is. Because to understand dynamic arrays, you need to kind of understand what an array function is. So that's where we're going to start. So let's pull up our spreadsheet. And I think Adam dropped this into the chat. I think he did. So if you want to download that file and follow along with me, then please feel free.
I did download it. It's in the chat, everybody. Sorry, I forgot to mention that at the beginning. It is there. Just scroll up a little bit and you can follow along.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take a look at just a basic array function so you understand the concept behind them. So I have a very, very basic little table here. I just have some fruit, I have the price per item, and then I have quantity sold, let's say. So if I wanted to do some kind of calculation and work out my totals here, what I would probably do is I might add a total column on the end, and then I would do a calculation. So I might do something like equals sum, and then do C4 multiplied by D4. And that's going to give me my total. I would then copy this down. So now I have my totals for each of my line items. Then if I wanted to find out what the overall total was, I would do another sum calculation in here, and then I would add up all of these totals. And then I get to my answer, which is $129. So what I've had to do there is I've basically had to utilize two different functions to get the result I want. And this is the difference with array functions. You can basically perform multiple calculations all in one go. So let's take a look at how I would do this utilizing an array function. Remember, the answer I'm looking for is $129. So what I'm going to do is say equals sum. Now, instead of selecting individual cells to calculate, I'm going to use the array. An array, you can kind of think of it as another term for a range, okay? So what I can do is I can select the entire range just here, and I can then say multiplied by this range just here, and close my bracket. Now, the tricky thing with arrays is that in order to tell Excel that you want it to calculate this as an array formula, you need to press Control-Shift-Enter to get your answer. What I've done there is I've done multiple calculations all in one go. Control-Shift-Enter, it knows it's an array and it will calculate it accordingly. And you can tell if an array function has been used because if you look up in the formula bar, you can see that my formula has these curly brackets around the outside. So whenever you see that, that is an array calculation. We've used the ranges to perform our calculation as opposed to the individual cells. Okay, so bear that in mind as we go through these dynamic arrays. So dynamic arrays are kind of similar. They work with multiple values at the same time in a formula. But the advantage of them is that you don't have to press Control-Shift-Enter to do them. And also they will dynamically update. So if anything changes, then the arrays will update accordingly. And as I said, we're going to go through all 8 of these new dynamic arrays. So let's start out with filter. Now, what we have here is we have a little table. And again, this is just a very small sample size of data. And we have some exam results for some students. So what I have here are the block that the students are located in, the student name, the exam they took, and then their pass mark. And what I essentially want to do is filter this information. So you can see in the middle here, I've got block East and exam English. I could choose to change these to other pieces of criteria. And what I want is to see my result over here on the right-hand side. Now, this is a filter function. And as probably most of you are aware, we have a filter function which is available on the data ribbon. In the sort and filter group, you may be used to utilizing filters. So if I wanted to sort by this criteria in the middle here, so I wanted to see everybody in the East block taking the English exam, I could, one way I could do it is to apply filters to the top of these column headings. I could then say, okay, I want to filter or just see everybody in the East block. And I could then filter to select just English. And that's going to give me my results. So that is absolutely fine. I can get my results that way. So you might be thinking to yourself, well, why would I want to utilize a function or a formula to do exactly the same thing? Well, the thing is, now that we can essentially do that using a formula, it means that we can incorporate other functions into that formula to get it to do something else. And it also means that we can use that formula anywhere on this worksheet. When we filter using the button on the data ribbon, we have to filter in this place. We can't filter over somewhere else in the spreadsheet, but with a formula, we can. All right. So let's take a look at how the filter function works. I will say it's pretty much the same as filtering from that data ribbon. So let's do our first one here. I'm going to type in equals filter. Actually, before I do that, just a little note here. If you're wondering, or if you're not sure if you have access to these new dynamic arrays, I would just encourage you to click somewhere in your Excel and just type in equals filter. If you can see it come up underneath and you can see all of the arguments, then that means you have access to those new commands. If you see nothing, then you don't at this stage. So you might just want to do a quick check to see if you have access to these options. All right. Back to what we were doing. So let's type in equals filter, open our bracket and take a look at the arguments we have. So the first argument here is the array. Okay, now my array in this case is going to be where my results are going to be found. So I'm going to filter for the block East and the exam English. So my results are going to be found somewhere in this block of data, B4 to E23, comma. It's now asking me, what do I want to include? So this is where I start to tell Excel the criteria I want to use to filter. And this has to go in brackets. So the first thing I'm looking for here is I want to filter on the block column. So I'm going to select my block array, B4 to B23. I then say equals, I'm looking for the East block in that array. That's my first piece of criteria. I then need to put in a multiplication sign and open my next array because I'm adding in a second piece of criteria. So we're basically going to do the same thing. I'm now looking for the exam English. So what's the array? So it's this one just here. And it's looking for equals whatever is in cell G7. Close the bracket. Okay, I didn't have to have two pieces of criteria in here. If I was just wanted to filter by the block, I wouldn't need to put in this second array. Comma. I then need to tell Excel what to do if it doesn't find anything. So if nothing matches those two pieces of criteria that I've specified, I could say just do nothing by putting two quotes in there. Or I could make this a little bit more explanatory by saying something like no records, something like that. and close my bracket. Let's hit enter and see what it produces. And there we go. Now, I don't know if you remember to when we actually filtered using our filter button on the data tab, it was pretty much this exact same result. What would happen then is, because these are dynamic, if this information changes, so if this changes to West, you can see it can't find any records for West and English. If I change this to French and hit enter, it still can't find any. Let me pick one that I know it has. There we go. Let's do West and Maths. And there we get some more results. Okay. And that filter command, you can utilize that anywhere on your spreadsheet. All right. So that is the first one. The cool thing is you can incorporate other functions into the formula to make it do different things and perform in different ways. So that is your first dynamic array filter. Let's move on to taking a look at our next one. Now, this one is called rand array. Now, I will say this type of thing is something I use all the time, because the kind of thing that I do, I'm a trainer, I have to create my own data sources fairly often. So, for example, on this webinar, all of this data that I'm using here, this is stuff that I've created from scratch. And sometimes I have to create very, very large data sets and add in all kinds of numbers. If you can imagine, if I need a data set that has 10,000 rows, and I want that data set to contain some product information and some sales figures, typing in 10,000 numbers is not good. It's very time consuming. And so I always like to have or utilize commands in Excel, which will randomly generate information for me. Now, again, you may not have too much of a use for this, but this can be very, very useful. So the next command, this rand array, will generate random numbers for you, okay, in whatever formation you want. So let me show you an example of what I used to do before rand array came on the scene. And this is another function that you might want to utilize. It's not a dynamic array, but this is basically what I used to do. So if I wanted to fill in if this was going to be a data source for a training session, and maybe I just wanted to fill in some quantities of sales for these apps, instead of going in and typing in numbers in each of these cells, what I tended to do was use a command called rand between, which basically stands for random numbers between, and then you can specify the bottom number and the top number. So maybe I want my random list of numbers to be between 10 and 100. Close my bracket, hit enter. It generates a random number, which I can then copy all the way down. So that is really helpful if you just need to get some data into some cells, okay? So the rand array function, which is the new dynamic function, works in a similar way, but it's a little bit more, you can specify more options for rand array than you can with rand between. Now, one thing I will say, if you want to use either of these, rand between or rand array, one thing you might notice is that if I come over here and type something, can you see as I moved away, these numbers actually changed? Because this formula will update whenever you click away, do something else. So these numbers are constantly changing. Now, I find that quite annoying. So in general, what I would do would be Control Shift down to select everything. I would copy. God, I'm so out of control with my mouse today. Bear with me. A Control C to copy. And then I would just paste the values. See what I mean? Oh my goodness. Paste the values over the top. Okay, so that now they're just numbers in a cell. The formula behind them isn't there, which means they're not going to change when I click away over the screen. You'll find that that happens when you utilize rand array or rand between. So that's just a little trick for you to do there. So with that in mind, let's take a look at how rand array is different to rand between. So if I type in equals rand array and open my bracket, you can see I have quite a few different options. So this is a little bit more complex than rand between. So it might be that I want to generate a random list of numbers, and I can specify how many rows and how many columns I want. So maybe I want a block of numbers that's 5 rows high, comma, 7 columns across, comma. I can then specify the minimum and the maximum value for my random numbers. So again, let's just do 10 is my minimum, 100 is my maximum. And finally, I get to say if I want those numbers to be integers, which are whole numbers essentially, or decimals. So I'm going to say true because I want whole numbers. Hit enter, and you'll see that's exactly what I get. So I have 5 rows, 7 columns of random numbers between 10 and 100. Okay, so really good for generating. Again, what I would do here would be I would copy and paste these as values over the top if I wanted to do anything with these, such as formatting them. Maybe I want to add currency symbols, things like that. As I said, they tend to update and refresh and the numbers change if you don't do that. Okay, let's do another one just so you can see the other option that you have in here, which is the decimal option. So rand array. This time, let's do 10 rows. We will do 8 columns. I'm going to say my minimum is 100. My maximum is 250. And I'm going to do decimals this time. So we have our false argument on the end. And there we go. Now I have decimals as opposed to those whole numbers. All right, so a couple of different options there. It's absolutely brilliant if you ever need to just get a whole load of random numbers into a spreadsheet. Okay, moving along, we have sequence is the next one. And you can see here, I don't currently have anything on this spreadsheet. But what the sequence function does, and it's along the similar lines, is that it will generate a list of numbers again, but these are sequential numbers. And this array can be one-dimensional or two-dimensional, and you can specify the start value and also the step value. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. Let's type in equals, sequence, open our bracket, and see what our arguments are. So again, this is very similar. How many rows do we want for our numbers? Well, I'm going to say, let's say 10 rows, comma. I'm going to have 10 columns, comma. I can then specify my starting number. So I'm going to say 1, comma. Now I can choose if I want to, how much I want to step up by. So maybe I want them to go up in steps of 5. So let's put in 5 there and see what we get. And there we go. So you can see now I have my random numbers. It starts at 1, but it goes up in 5. All right, so that is the difference between rand array and the sequence command. You can specify exactly what it is that you want and what step you want it to go up in. Hopefully that all makes sense so far. Some of these, they're not particularly complicated, but they are very useful, I find anyway. Let's move along to the sort function. So again, I'm utilizing similar data here. We have our block, our students, our exams, and our marks. Now the sort function, again, this is one of those commands that we're probably all fairly familiar with using in Excel. If we jump up to our data ribbon again, we have our sort button in here. So we can sort ascending, we can sort descending, and we can also do things like custom sorts, where we can sort on multiple fields. So if I was using this method on this particular data set, I could choose to sort by the student and then by the exam, so on and so forth. And again, the sort function that's now available allows us to basically do the same thing, but in a formula as opposed to in a command that's located on a ribbon. So we have that flexibility of being able to combine it with other functions and also the flexibility of being able to put it in whichever workbook, worksheet we want. So let's take a look at how it works. I'm going to type in equals sort, open bracket. So again, we are utilizing our array. Now I want to sort all of my data, so I'm going to select everything, B4 to E23, comma. I now need to add in my sort index. So this is the column that you want to sort by. So I've basically selected everything in this table. I now need to say, okay, sort this by whichever column I want. And as with most things in Excel, when we're talking about columns, Excel numbers them from left to right. So block is going to be column 1, student column 2, exam 3, mark 4. So in this case, I want to sort my list by the marks. So I'm going to say column 4 is what I want to sort by, comma. I then get to choose if I want to sort in ascending or descending. And you can see there, descending is -1. So I'm going to add in -1, close my bracket, hit enter, and it gives me all of my results sorted by the mark in descending order. Okay, let's just do that one more time so you can see it the other way around. So let's just do sort, open our bracket. We're selecting all of the data. I'm specifying the column that I want to sort by. So let's do something different this time. Let's sort by the student name. So this is going to be column 2, comma, and I'm going to sort in ascending order this time. So I'm going to add 1, close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. You can see Adam is there at the top of the list. Not because of his mark, I might add, just because his name begins with A. Sorry about that, Adam. All right, so that is how you utilize sort. Now, similarly, sort by is another new dynamic function. And this is kind of similar to the sort function, but it works in a very, very slightly different way. So let's do our example, equals sort by, open bracket. So again, we're selecting our array. So this is going to be everything in this table, comma. Now this is where the difference occurs between sort and sort by. So this time, instead of selecting a number of a column to sort by, I'm selecting the entire array. So for this, I'm going to sort by mark again, but I'm going to select the entire mark array, comma. I then need to specify ascending or descending. So let's do descending, close my bracket, hit enter, and there we go. All right, so slightly different in the way that it works. Hope that makes sense to everybody. As I said, these are very simple examples, but it's good for you to know how to use them, where they are, and how you might incorporate them into your daily work. Let's move across to the next one, which is the unique function. Now, unique is particularly good because, and again, this is something I find myself having to do fairly frequently. If you imagine, if you have quite a large data set, maybe you have company names, and maybe that company name repeats quite a lot throughout your data set. Sometimes you just might want to pull out a unique list of the companies. So if I have 10,000 rows of data and I've got 50 different companies in there, that company name is probably going to be repeated quite a lot throughout that data. So what I might want is just to produce a list of the 50 companies contained within that data. So for that type of stuff, the equivalent on the ribbons would be utilizing the advanced filter where you can pull out unique records. Now, instead of using advanced filter, we now have a much simpler way of doing this. We can utilize a function called unique, which again is one of these new dynamic array functions. So if I wanted to pull out a unique list of all of the exams, for example, so if you look in my little table, you can see that I essentially only have 4 different exams: English, Maths, History, and French. They're just repeated over and over again in this data. So what I might say is unique, select the array, and that is pretty much all you need to do. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's just going to pull out that unique list. That is actually a lot quicker and easier than trying to do that utilizing the advanced filter. I could do the same again if I type in equals unique, open bracket. This time let's do it on the student names. Oh, actually no, we don't have repeats there. Let's do it on the blocks. Close my bracket, hit enter, and it gives me those blocks. All right, so really, really useful. Now, one thing also with this unique function is that you can utilize it on data that runs horizontally as well. So far in all of these functions, we've simply been dealing with data that runs vertically down the page. But if you have horizontal data that you want to create a unique list from, like this just here, again, a very simple example, but you can see here we have the word apples repeated twice. If I just wanted a unique list of these fruits, I can again utilize unique, open my bracket, and this time my array is the same thing just here. But if I do comma, I can add in an additional argument just here, and the argument I want is true to return unique columns. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now you can see it's just giving me that unique list of values. Okay, so remember that two different ways you can use unique depending on whether it's vertical or horizontal data. Good stuff. Let's move on to the next one. Now, this is possibly my favorite out of all of them, and that won't surprise anybody who knows me because this is XLOOKUP, and I love a VLOOKUP. I also love an index match. And if anybody has utilized those functions, you'll know, particularly with index match, I find a lot of people really struggle to get index match right, or they find it quite difficult to remember. XLOOKUP is going to be your best friend. It literally simplifies the whole process of doing an index match. Now, I'm going to show you a few things in this example because out of all of these, I think this is probably the one that people are going to use the most, particularly if you do a lot of VLOOKUPs or index match. So I'm going to spend quite a bit of time focusing on this just so you understand how it all works. Now, we may have some people on the call today who have maybe never done an index match or a VLOOKUP even. So I am going to show you the process of doing an index match, but then I'm going to show you how much easier it is to do an XLOOKUP. So before we get started, let's take a look at the data that we're going to be analyzing. So what I have here is a list of apps. These are apps that you might find on your mobile phone. I've divided them down into different categories. Then we have the app name, the type of app that it is, the revenue, and the profit for each of those apps. And then you'll see over on the right-hand side, I have a little table here where I want to be able to select an app in here and have it pull back what category, what type, the profit, and the revenue for whatever is selected in cell H4. Now, normally for this type of thing, I would do an index match. Now, before we get into this, I'm going to show you another little trick, which is a little data validation trick if you're not aware how to do it. What I want here is I want to have a drop-down list so that I can easily select the app I want to analyze from a list as opposed to having to come in here each time and type it in. So I'm going to delete out Bejeweled from there, and I'm going to set up a data validation drop-down list. So I'm going to jump up to data, go across to data tools, and I'm going to select data validation. Now here, this is very simple. If we go to the settings tab, what I want is I want a list, and then I need to tell Excel what I want contained within that list. What is my source? So for this, I want the apps. So I'm just going to select everything that I want to appear in that drop-down list and click on OK. So now you see I have this little drop-down arrow and I can go in and I can select whichever app it is that I want to analyze. So that's a lot more efficient as opposed to just having to type that in each time. Now, let's take a look at how we would do this utilizing an index match. So normally, if I wanted to pull back the category for whatever app I have in here, I would do index, open brackets. Now I'm going to explain this quite slowly for those of you that have never utilized index match before. You can see that the first thing that index asks us for is the array. Now I'm looking for the category in this case, so I want to select the category array. So that's this column just here, like so. Comma. It's now asking for row number. Now to generate that row number, we utilize the match function. We want to type in our lookup value. So what is our lookup value? What are we essentially looking up in this table? Well, we're looking up whatever app is listed in cell H4, comma. Where are we looking for this app? Well, we're looking for the app in the apps list. So again, we need to type in our lookup array, which is the apps list, comma. Our final argument, am I doing an exact match or less than or greater than? Well, I want it to exactly match the text that I have in cell H4. So I'm going to say 0 for exact match. Now, because I've got two open brackets or parentheses, I need to close off 2 as well. So I need 2 brackets on the end. Just to recap what we're doing there, I'm doing an index of the category array. And then I'm saying look for whatever's in cell H4 in the app array and basically tell me what category it's in. Hit enter and I get my answer. So if we just have a quick look, so where is Lightroom? Here it is. I can see that yes, that is in the category of photography. So my answer is correct. So that's how you would do an index match, and I could go through and I could carry on doing that for the rest of these. But if I double click just to look at that, that is quite a lot to remember. It's a reasonably lengthy formula and one that I find people get confused with quite a lot. So I want to show you how much easier this is to do utilizing XLOOKUP. So let's do the next one using XLOOKUP. Equals XLOOKUP, open bracket. We want our lookup value. So I'm looking up H4, comma, lookup array. So where am I looking this up? I'm looking it up in the app column, comma. What do I want it to return? Well, I'm looking for the type. So I just need to select the type array. That is it. Close bracket, hit enter. She says, bear with me 1 second. What have I done wrong? I think I've deleted that out. Let me just do that again. Sorry. Lookup value H4, comma, lookup array is app. Now double checking everything as I do it. Comma, what do I want returned? The type. So we're going to select that array like so. I don't think we have any other arguments. No, we don't. Close the bracket. And there we go. Okay. So if you take a look at the 2 different formulas, so you can see these side by side. If we jump to the formulas ribbon and just do show formulas so you can see these, look how much difference there is there. It's such a simple formula. We haven't had to combine 2 different functions, and it's just a lot easier to remember. Like a lot of the arguments are a lot more self-explanatory, so you can really understand what it is that you're doing, and the entire formula is shorter. So if you're somebody who uses index match a lot, I would start replacing that with XLOOKUP. Now, another way that I could do this to make this even quicker is I could name my ranges. So instead of selecting them all, I can use named ranges. So let's do that. Let's do it one more time so you can see it, but instead I'm going to name these ranges. Now, in this one, I'm going to be using the app and the profit. So let's just name those ranges. So I'm going to click in the app column, Control Shift down to select everything in that column. I'm going to jump up to the formulas ribbon and I'm going to create a new named range, and I'm going to use this option here, create from selection. I'm going to say use the top row as the name for my range, which is going to be app. Click on OK. And I'm going to do the same for profit. So Control Shift down to select the entire array. Up to create from selection, use the top row, so it's going to be called profit, and click on OK. So when you use named ranges, this makes this process a lot easier as well. So let's do XLOOKUP, open bracket. Lookup value is whatever is in H4, comma, lookup array. Now I don't have to go through and select everything. I can just use my named range, which is app. Comma, return array. I can just start to type it in and Excel should pick that up like so. Close my bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. So again, if we look at those formulas by clicking on Show Formulas, you can see it's getting shorter each time we're doing it. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, and I hope that is a big one for people who utilize things like VLOOKUP and index match all the time. It is a bit of a game changer, I think. All right, let's move on to the final one. I think we're going to finish a little bit earlier than normal today, guys. Let's take a look at XMatch. Now, again, this is kind of along the similar lines. So XMatch is really the match function, but an updated version of the match function. And I have two little examples to show you here. The first one, I've just taken that data that we've been using to keep things consistent. And what I've got here again is the apps, and I just have the revenue listed out. Now, what XMatch will do, again, it's just very similar to match, but slightly more powerful. You have slightly more arguments which you can add in. So, for example, in this little table just here, I have the app name Candy Crush. And again, if you wanted to, you could create some kind of drop-down list to make this easy to select and change. And all I want to do is I want to find the position that Candy Crush appears in this list. Now, I've purposely done one that's near the top just to make this a bit easier. I can see that Candy Crush is the second app in my list. So the position that I'm looking for here, or the result, is position 2. Okay, that's what I'm aiming for. So let's say equals XMatch. Very simple. Lookup value. My lookup value is F3, comma, lookup array. Well, I'm looking for Candy Crush in the list of apps. And again, you could utilize named ranges for this. But if I do comma, this is where it gets different from the match function. Because what I can do in here is I can specify which way I want Excel to search. Now, for this first example, I'm just going to do an exact match of 0. If I hit enter, it's going to give me that result that Candy Crush is in position 2. Now, what if I have Candy Crush multiple times in this list? So let's just change Google Maps to Candy Crush down here. So maybe I have twice in this list. You can see here it's telling me that Candy Crush is in position 2. Maybe I wanted to find out what position Candy Crush, this one down here, was in this list. So how do I get XMatch to tell me what position this one is in? Well, that is where those additional XMatch arguments come into play. And this is what makes it different from match. You don't have this option when you're utilizing match. So this is kind of like a more advanced version of match. So let's do it again, but this time let's find the position of the second Candy Crush. So I'm going to type in equals XMatch, open brackets. Lookup value is F3, comma. I'm looking up Candy Crush in my apps list. So let's do our selection, like so, comma. Now this time, instead of doing an exact match, I'm going to do an exact match or next, sorry, I'm going to do an exact match here, but the next argument, I'm going to say search last to first. Okay, so first to last will go down the list, whereas last to first will go up the list. Okay, so if I do search last to first, which is this one just here, it's going to give me the position of 20 for the second Candy Crush. All right, so it's those additional options that you get on the end which make it different from a regular match command, or match function, I should say. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's move down and see this in a more workable example. So let's go down to this little table here, and we're going to do another XMatch. Now this XMatch is different because we're going to do both a horizontal and a vertical match. So you can see here I have a small table which has some sales reps in it. And we then have maybe the sales that each of those sales reps have generated for January, February, and March. And what I want to do up here is be able to type in the sales rep name and the month and get their total in here. So essentially we're doing a match, but we're having to match two pieces of criteria, one running horizontally and one that runs vertically. So for this, we can use a combination of index, but we can combine it with an XMatch. Okay, so let's click in total and let's say equals index first of all. The first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to index basically everything that I'm searching in. So I'm just looking for the totals here. So I only really need to select the totals as my array. Comma. I then need the row number. So I'm going to do an XMatch here. Open the bracket. And it's asking me for my lookup value. So the first thing that I'm looking up is I want to look up the sales rep in this sales rep list. So my lookup value is going to be B40. I do a comma. My lookup array, well, where am I looking this up in? I'm looking it up in this array just here. Now I want two pieces of criteria for this. So I'm going to need to close off my bracket and then I'm going to do a second XMatch. What I also need to specify is the month. Okay, so for this one, my lookup value is going to be the month, C40, comma, and where am I searching for this? Well, this time I'm looking in a horizontal array, C42 to E42. Now, because I've got two open brackets in here, I need to close off both of those, hit enter, and it pulls back my answer. And if I have a look just to confirm that is correct, it all looks good. If I was to change the sales rep, so let's change it to Adam Lacey. Let's see how much work he's done this month. And there we go. If I change the month to January, I get a different result again. Okay, so it's going to dynamically update even if my criteria changes. So that might seem like quite a long formula, but it is a lot shorter than if you were trying to do this using index and match as opposed to index and XMatch. Okay, so those are the 8 dynamic array functions in Excel. As I said, this webinar is slightly different to our normal ones where we follow through a process. These are all very kind of standalone commands, but I just wanted to introduce them to you, make sure you understand what they do. And I hope that as we've been going through this session, it's kind of triggered some ideas in your mind. As I said, personally, and you can type into the chat if I'm completely wrong on this, out of all of these new functions, to me, the biggest wow is the XLOOKUP, particularly if you utilize VLOOKUP quite often. So we're going to start out with logical functions. And I thought we'd start with this because I think when you're first getting into formulas, the if formula is probably one that you learn very early on. So I thought we would start with that as it's probably most familiar to people. We're going to take a look at if-s as well, and also using and or in combination with if. We're then going to move on to taking a look at how we can perform two-way lookups using index and match. And then I thought I would show you how you can assign random values using the choose and rand between functions. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can find the most frequently occurring value in a list using index, match, mode, and sum product. We're going to do some looking up of values, everyone's favorite. You might be used to using things like VLOOKUP. Well, XLOOKUP is Excel's latest lookup feature, and it is so much easier to use than things like VLOOKUP and index and match. It does also have some additional options, so I want to make sure that you understand what those do as well. We're going to have a quick look at extracting text strings, so how you can extract text from a string using the left, right, len, and find commands. We're going to do a little bit of sum and count with multiple criteria, so that is using sum ifs and count ifs. And then finally, if we make it all the way through to here, we're going to do some dynamic sum calculations using sum, offset, and match. I'm quite exhausted just reading that list. So without further ado, let's dive straight in. So let me pull up my workbook and then we can get started. Now, there will be a recording of this, so if you do want to follow along tomorrow, if I'm going a little bit too quick, then feel free to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start out with if formulas, and I'm going to show you again, just so that we're all on the same level, a basic if, and then we're going to move into some of the more advanced ways that you can use if. So what I have here is a reasonably straightforward data set, just a small data set. This might be, let's say, sales for an online company. So we've got some customer names listed down in column A. We have the number of orders that they've placed over time, if they're a member of the website or not, and then the total amount that they've spent. And what I want to do here is I want to work out if these people are going to receive a discount. And I have my criteria over in columns J and K. So if they've spent over $600, then they're going to receive a 15% discount. Okay, so we can do this using a basic if function. So I'm going to type in if, open my bracket, and we can see our arguments underneath. Now, the way that if works is that it is part of the logical functions group, and you perform a logical test, and then it returns a result depending on if the answer to that test is true or false. So the first argument that you're required to give is that logical test. And I generally just tend to work this through in my head. So if the total, so the value in D6, is greater than, we're using a logical operator there, the value in J6, and because I'm going to copy this formula down, I need to make sure that I make that cell reference absolute by pressing the F4 key, comma. So if that logical test is true, if that total is greater than 600, what do I want Excel to do if it's true? Well, I could type in something like yes or no. So I might want to see yes if they're going to get a discount, or the word no. But in this case, I want it to actually perform the calculation. I want it to work out what 15% of that total is. So what I'm going to say is, if this is true, I want to do D6 multiplied by K6. And again, I want to lock this because I'm going to copy this formula down, comma. What do I want it to do if that is false? Well, if it's false, they're not going to receive a discount. I just want it to have 0 in there. So I'm going to put 0 in quote marks. Close my bracket, hit enter, and there I get my discount, like so. Now remember, you didn't have to put a 0 in there. You could have put some text. So maybe you wanted it to say no discount, or if you just wanted it to have a blank in there, then just have 2 quote marks. Okay, so that's how a basic if statement works. Reasonably straightforward. So now that we know that, let's move on to taking a look at some more complex examples and combining them with other logical functions. So on this spreadsheet, let's take a look at the data that we're analyzing. So in column A, I have a list of different items. Again, these might be items that have been sold on some kind of website. We then have the sales figure, so how much sales those items have generated, and we've just got some conditional formatting applied there to show the value. And then I have 3 columns that I want to fill in, and I'm going to fill these in completely different ways so that you can see how each of these work. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to combine the if with the and function. And what we're trying to do is listed above in this text box. So basically what I want to work out here, I want to say if the sales are greater than 30,000 and less than 45,000, if both of these pieces of criteria are true, then I want it to return the result of OK. If they're false, I want it to return the result of review. Now, I'm going to use the AND function here as well because I have 2 pieces of criteria at the top. Now, let me show you what this looks like if I was just to use AND. If I type in AND, it's asking me for my first logical test. So my first logical test is going to be if the sales, wrong way around, are greater than, and then I've got 30,000 over here in cell G5, and I'm going to lock that. And then my second logical test is if the sales are less than 45,000, which I've got in G6, lock that, close my bracket. If I was just doing that function and pressing enter, it's going to give me a result of false, because the only answers that you can have with and, or its sister function, or, are true or false. Now, in this case, I want it to say okay or review. So I need to wrap it in an if function so that I can get it to do that. Okay, so let's double click and edit our formula. I'm going to go to the front here. I'm going to add in if, open a bracket. My logical test is essentially my and formula just here. And all I need to add on the end is what I want it to say if the value is true. So I want it to say, okay, if both of those are true. And then I want it to say review if one or both of those are false. Okay, hit enter, and now I get a different result. Okay, so just remember that if you're using and or, the only possible result you can get from those is true or false. If you want to make it more meaningful, wrap it in an if statement. So now we've got our heads around that, let's move on to the next one. Now for this, we've got lots and lots of pieces of criteria that we want to add in. Now you can do something called nested ifs, where you have if statements inside other if statements. But we don't need to do that because we have a function called ifs. Okay, so let's type in ifs. Now I prefer to use this rather than going through the nested if process because it's just a little bit quicker and easier to understand. And this is where you can start adding in lots of different logical tests and then producing a result. So it's asking me for logical test 1. So let's take a look at our text above. My first piece of criteria here is sales are greater than 30,000 and less than 45,000. And if that's true, I want it to say good. Now again, because I have two pieces of criteria, I need to use my and function. So I'm going to type in and open my bracket. First logical test is if the sales are greater than 30,000, and we need to lock that. Second logical test is if the sales are less than 45,000, and F4 to lock that. Close our bracket, comma. What do I want it to say if this is true? Well, I want it to say the word good, comma. Look at the arguments. It now moves on to logical test 2, so I can carry on going. So if we look at our text above, I have a second piece of criteria. So if the sales are greater than or equal to 45,000, then I want it to say excellent. So let's do that. We're going to say B5 is greater than or equal to 45,000, and we're going to press F4. Comma. If that's true, we want it to say excellent, comma. Logical test 3. The final thing we're going to do here is if the sales are less than 30,000, then we want it to say review. So we're going to go through the same process. We're going to select B5, 30,000, F4 to lock. What do we want it to do? If that is true, we want it to output the word review and close our bracket. So we've managed to combine lots of pieces of criteria in there in order to get our result, and then copy that down. Okay, so ifs is a great replacement for nested ifs, and it does work out slightly shorter annotation wise when you're typing it in. Now, I wanted to finish off with something that's a little bit more interesting, and that is if you want to interpret your results of your if as a symbol. So you can see here, I've got a little table that has a tick symbol and a cross symbol. And what I want to do in here is I want to use an if statement combined with or to produce a result. And if we look above, I want it to say if sales are greater than or equal to 45,000, or less than or equal to 30,000, then I want to show a symbol. So we're going to construct this in the same way that we did the and. Now mine's all aligned to the middle in here, so let's do if, open our bracket. Now again, I have two pieces of criteria at the top, but they're separated this time with or. So I'm saying either one of these can be true in order to make this a true result. So I want to use the OR function. Open my bracket. So if the sales B5 are greater than or equal to 45,000, F4 to lock, comma, or the sales less than or equal to 30,000, and lock. We're going to close that off. If that's true, then what do I want Excel to do? Well, if either one of those is true, I want it to show the tick symbol. So all I need to do here is say value if true is whatever is in cell G9. And again, because I'm copying this down, we lock that cell. If it's false, I want it to produce whatever is in cell G10 and lock. Close bracket. Let's see what we get. Let's hit enter. Now this might look a little bit strange. You can see I've got all of these weird characters. Now that is because of the formatting that I have applied to these cells. So essentially what I need to do here is, because these symbols are, I think they're Wingdings 2 symbols that I inserted, I need to make sure I have the same formatting on these cells. So I'm going to go up to home, into our font group, and I'm going to type in, I think this is Wingdings 2. Let's have a look. Yes. So as soon as I change the formatting of those cells, you can see I now get those symbols in there. And you can use that process not just for symbols, but for other things as well, to really customize the way that you're looking at this data. So those are the different ways, more advanced ways, that you can use if and combine it with other logical functions. All right, let's move on to our next example. This time we're going to take a look at two-way lookups. Now, if you've used index and match before, then you may not have used them quite in this way, where we're kind of doing a two-dimensional lookup. So if we look at our data, you can see that I have some company names in column A. So these might be travel companies. Then we have the months of the year running across the top, January to December. And then in the middle, we have the revenue or the sales for these particular companies for each of the months. And what I'm trying to do here is, underneath, I want to be able to select a company, select a month, and then have it produce the revenue. So I need a formula that's going to be able to look down and find the company, look across and find the correct month, and then where they intersect, that's the value it's going to give me. And we do this using or doing a two-way lookup. Now, just to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to set up the company and the month as data validation lists. And data validation is one of my favorite things in Excel. It's on the data tab, and in the data tools group, you will find an option for data validation. And I'm going to create a list. So I want to select list, and my source for this list is going to be all of the companies. And click on OK. And you'll see what I then get is a little drop-down arrow which lists out all of those companies, and I can very easily toggle between the different companies. Let's do the same for month. Same process up to data validation. I'm going to select list. We're going to select our source, this time the months, and then click on OK. I have another drop-down where I can select my months. So depending on what I have in these two cells is going to determine what the revenue is just here. And we need to do a two-way index and match. So let's construct our index. Now, the first argument for index is the array. And the way that I like to think of this is, what exactly are you looking up? I'm looking up the revenue. And where are those revenue figures? Well, they're here. My answer is going to be somewhere within these figures, so that is my array. Comma. Row number. Now, I don't know what the row number is going to be, because the row number is determined by whatever company I have listed in cell G14. So to find the row number, I need to do a match. My lookup value is going to be the company, comma. My lookup array, where am I going to find that company name? I'm going to find it somewhere in the company list, comma. What kind of match do I want to do? Well, I want to exactly match the name of the company. So I'm going to say 0, close my bracket. So that's one match that I've done, but I now need to do another match. So let's put in comma, match, open bracket, and we're going to do exactly the same. Lookup value this time is G15, comma. Where am I looking this up? I'm looking it up in the months, comma, and I'm doing an exact match. Close the bracket. Oh, I think I've missed off a closing bracket, and that is the good thing about Excel. If you don't ever get your brackets right, it will automatically add them for you. So I'm going to say yes to accept the correction, and there we go. So if we double check, let's say footsteps for April. There we go, there's the figure, and I can see that that is correct. Now I'm just going to apply a little bit of currency formatting to that to make that match. And then what we should find is that when we change our selections, everything updates nicely. So that is how you can use index and match to do a two-way lookup. Let's move on to the next example. Now this one I thought was just kind of a little fun thing which could be really useful depending on the kind of tasks that you do, and I haven't seen it demoed too often in all the numerous videos that I tend to watch over the course of a week, so I thought this would be quite a nice one to show. And this is the ability to assign random items or assign items in a random way to specific values. So let's take this example. I have a list of names just here. So let's say these are employee names. And we have some team names underneath the choices heading. Now, maybe, let's imagine a scenario here. Maybe it is the office Christmas party. And you want to assign people into different teams to do a specific task. What I could do is I could list out their names and then completely assign random choices to them based on the items that I have here. So we're going to use rand between and choose in order to do that. Now, if you've never used the rand between function before, and I think I put this on LinkedIn the other day, this is probably my most used function in Excel. And I know that is very specific to the type of work that I do, but if you've never used it before, it is a great way of getting lots of numbers into your spreadsheet very quickly. So if you have to do or enter dummy data from time to time, this is a really good way of doing it quickly. Let me just show you what the function does first of all. The first argument is bottom, so you can specify a lower end number. So it can be whatever you like. So let me say 1,000. And then you can specify a top number. So I'll say 5,000, close my bracket, and it will basically pick a random number, which you can then copy down and you can then copy across. You can then format this as currency format or whatever it is that you're doing. So if you need to get random numbers into a spreadsheet, this is a great little formula to use. Now we're going to combine rand between with the choose function in order to assign these team numbers randomly to these employees. So let's start out with our rand between. Open bracket. Now for this, our bottom number is going to be 1, comma. Our top number is going to be in relation to the number of choices that we have. So here I have 4 choices. So my top number is going to be 4. Obviously, if you had more, you would change that top number. I'm going to close my bracket. Now what I'm going to do, if I just hit enter here and copy this down, it's basically going to assign a number, a random number between 1 and 4 to each of these people. But I want to assign these teams. So I need to wrap this in the choose function. What I'm going to do is click at the end, comma. It's then going to ask me for all of the values that I want them to choose between. So my first value is basically team A. And because I'm going to copy this, I need to F4 it. I think I'm going to work up in the formula bar because there's a bit more room, comma. Value number 2 is the second choice, which we're going to lock. Value number 3 is the third choice, which we're going to lock. And then finally, the fourth choice, which we're going to lock. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now if I copy this down, you can see that it's going to assign those teams randomly to those different employees. Now, hopefully you can think of different scenarios where this might be useful to you, but as I said, I don't see many people demonstrating this too much, so that's how you can do it. So just a nice little one there. Moving across, I told you these are coming quick and fast. I know it's a lot to keep up with if you're trying to. As I said, we are going to send out a video for this tomorrow, so if you want to follow along at your own pace and really kind of get into it and understand, then I would definitely recommend that you do that. Right, let's move on to finding the most frequent value in a list. And again, I'm keeping this example really simple so that it's easy for you to understand. What I have here is a list of names, and you can see that some of these names repeat. And what I basically want to do, or what I'm trying to achieve, is in this results cell just here, cell D4, I want it to tell me which name occurs most frequently in this list. Now, you might think that that would be a fairly straightforward thing to do, but it actually does take a little bit of combining formulas in order to get this to work correctly. And I'm sure there's probably a shorter formula out there to do this, but this is just the way that I do it. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here, and I want you to bear with me because I'm going to do a match. Now, my lookup value, I'm going to select the full range of names, comma. My lookup array, I'm going to select the same range of names, and I'm going to say I want to do an exact match. Now, you might be thinking, what on earth are you doing there? Well, let's look behind this formula and see how it's calculating. Now, if you ever want to see how a formula is going to calculate, press the F9 key, and it will basically show you what the result of this formula is going to be. So what it's doing is it's basically comparing this list with this list again. And what it's done is it's assigned a unique number to the names, but every time it finds a duplicate name, it assigns the same number. So if we take Natasha as an example, you can see here, it's assigned it number 1. It's the first one in the list. But if we look along our numbers, we can see that we have another one just here, and that's going to be in row 10, where we have Natasha again. So Excel has assigned the number 1 to Natasha. I thought my Alexa was about to reply to me there for a moment. I had a scary feeling. And all we need to do now is basically add in the mode function, because the mode function will tell me which number occurs most frequently. So let's Control Z to come out of there. And I'm going to add mode onto the front. Open the bracket. And remember, whenever you open a bracket, you need to close off another one. Now, if I press F9 to see what we're going to get, it's telling me that it's found the number 3 most often. And who is in position 3? That is Crystal. Now, I put this spreadsheet together, so I know that that is the right answer. Crystal does occur most frequently in this list of names. But I don't want it to produce the result of 3. I want it to produce the name Crystal. So let's Control Z to come out of there. What we need to do is wrap this entire thing in an index. So I'm going to index the same array. And then, of course, we just need to add one more bracket on the end. Now, what we've essentially created for ourselves here is an array formula. And I don't want to get too much into arrays because they can get quite complex. But just think of an array formula as multiple calculations within one formula. And the way that you accept them is slightly different to the way that you accept regular formulas. So normally, once you've finished, you press the Enter key and your formula would calculate. If I was to do that on this formula, it's not going to work. If you have an array formula, you need to press Control, Shift, and Enter. So let's do that. Control, Shift, Enter, and it pulls back the name Crystal. Now, one thing to note here, if you look in the formula bar, you can see that the formula is now surrounded by these curly braces or curly brackets. And that's how you know that it's an array formula. Now, if you're anything like me, I always forget to add the Control, Shift, Enter on the end. So a lot of the time, what I like to do is get rid of that Control, Shift, Enter by wrapping the part which is doing multiple calculations in the sum product formula. And sum product basically gets around having to do Control, Shift, Enter. So the place where I need to add this is just before where it says mode. So I'm going to add in some product, open my bracket, and then of course add another bracket on the end. And because I have that, it means that I can just hit enter and it's going to calculate without the need for Control Shift and enter. Now, if that was very confusing, if you're not familiar with array functions and how they work, I would definitely do some further reading on that so it makes more sense what I've done there. So that is how you can find the most frequent value. Let's move on to possibly one of my favorite new functions in Excel, XLOOKUP. Now, XLOOKUP is part of the whole lookup family of functions. So you might be used to using VLOOKUP, you might be used to using HLOOKUP, even index and match you might have some familiarity with. XLOOKUP has a lot more options than VLOOKUP, for example. It's also a lot more flexible. Now, when I say flexible, let me show you the data that we're going to be looking up our information in. So on the Employees tab, I have this little table here, and it is a table. I've formatted it as a table, and I've called the table Employees. Now, this is a list of people's start dates, the team that they're currently in, their location, and then we have their name. Now, I have purposely ordered this in a bit of a strange way. Normally, what you would most likely see, or excuse me, if you were putting together this data, you would probably have the name in column A. Now, the reason why I've put it in column D is really just to show you the flexibility of XLOOKUP and the difference between XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. If I wanted to use VLOOKUP to look up information in this table, and I wanted to use the name as my lookup value, it's not going to work because VLOOKUP can only look from left to right. So your lookup value always has to be to the left of the information that you want to look up. Whereas with something like XLOOKUP, you can have the information on the right and essentially look backwards and pull back information. So that's one advantage of XLOOKUP. So let's take a look at how it works. And I will say, if you've never used this and you find yourself using index and match frequently, this is going to blow your mind. At least it did with mine when I first saw it, because it's so much easier. So what we have on this spreadsheet is we have the names of our employees. We then have their salary. We have a job rating for them. And then the rest of these columns are empty. And we're going to complete them using XLOOKUP. So the first thing we want to look up here is the team that these employees are in. And it's asking us for a lookup value. Now remember, your lookup value always needs to be the piece of information that's common between the two tables. So for me, that's going to be the name. So my lookup value is going to be A4, comma. Lookup array, where am I looking up this name? Well, I'm looking it up on the employees worksheet in this column just here. Now, if you take a look up in the formula bar, you can see the way this is laid out. And this is because it's not showing cell references because I have this information in a table. So if you format it as a table, it's going to show you the table name, which in my case is employees, and then the column that you've selected, which is name, as opposed to the cell references. Comma. Third argument, return array. What information do you want to return? Well, I want to return the team. So again, I'm going to select the team range. Comma. Now, I will say that the rest of these arguments are all optional. They're in square brackets, which means I don't have to input these options. I could, if I wanted to, just end it there and my XLOOKUP would be done. It's so much quicker and easier than index and match. But I am going to add in some of these options. So if it can't find the value, what do I want Excel to do? Well, I'll just have it say not found. Comma. Match mode. Now, match mode and search mode, which we're going to look at in a minute, these are options that are exclusive to XLOOKUP. So you don't find these when you're doing something like a VLOOKUP. So we're going to do an exact match this time because I want it to exactly match the name, Bonnie Moss. So 0 for exact match. And this time I get to choose which way I'm searching through the data. So I can search first to last, last to first, or I can search based on a sort in ascending or descending order. Now I'm just going to search first to last. So my final argument here is a number 1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it pulls back that team, which I can then copy down. Now note just here, we have team and then we have current team. You might be thinking, well, aren't they both the same thing? Well, if I jump across to employees, what you'll see here is that, let's take Bonnie as our example. Bonnie started at this particular company in 2015 in the development team. But if I look further down this list, you can see that Bonnie actually moved to a different team in 2017. She moved to the special projects team. So effectively, Bonnie is no longer in the development team. But the way that I've done my XLOOKUP, because it's looking from the top to the bottom, it's pulling back the first one that matches, so it's pulling back development. So if I want to get their latest team, I want to work from the bottom up. And that is where I can change one of those options to get this to work. So let's do our XLOOKUP again. And this is pretty much virtually going to be exactly the same. Our lookup value is the name, comma. Our lookup array is going to be this array. I'm working up in the formula bar again. The return array is going to be the team. If it can't find anything, I'm just going to have it display nothing. Let's just do 2 quote marks. My match mode, I want it to do an exact match, so 0, comma. This time, this is the option I need to change to get the correct answer. So instead of searching first to last, I'm going to search last to first. So my final argument is -1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see it's now pulling back special projects. If I copy that down, most of these are going to be the same because most people haven't moved to a different team. But for example, Kathy Wong, I can see that she has also moved from the IT team into the training and development, which is her current team. Okay, so I just really wanted to highlight those differences with those different types of search mode. Let's take a look at something else now, again using XLOOKUP. This time we want to find the amount of bonus each of these employees is going to get. And I have a little table on the right hand side which shows the job rating and the bonus assigned to each of those job ratings. We also have a column C, which shows the job rating for each of these employees. Now, one thing that you'll notice is that these aren't all necessarily whole numbers. So some people in here have a job rating of 4.3. Now, if I look at my table, I don't have 4.3. It's either going to be 4 or I could round it up to 5. But with XLOOKUP, I can basically say what I want to do, whether I want to round it up or if I want to round it down. And in this case, I'm going to round down. So I would expect somebody who gets 4.3, they're actually going to get the bonus of a 4 job rating, which is 8%. Someone who has a 1.2 is going to get a bonus of job rating 1, which is 0%. Okay, so let's take a look at our XLOOKUP. We'll do the same thing, XLOOKUP. Our lookup value this time is the piece of information that's common between our 2 tables. So that is the job rating, C4. I'm going to look up C4 in the job rating column, J4 to J8, and I'm going to copy this down. So I want to lock both of those cells by pressing F4, comma. My return array is going to be the bonus. So I need to select both of those and press F4 to lock. If not found, I just want it to say nothing. Now this is where I need to change something. So instead of doing an exact match, I want to do an exact match or next smaller item. So that's essentially going to round it down. So I'm going to say -1 in my match mode. Comma, search mode. I don't mind, search first to last. I'm going to add 1 on the end. Close my bracket, hit enter, and then I can safely copy that down. And I should find that that works correctly. So let's take a quick look. 4.3 should be rounded down to 4. The bonus is 8%. And yes, I can see that that's all working correctly. Okay, so There we go. Those are the different modes and the things that you don't have in VLOOKUP that you need to know when it comes to using XLOOKUP. Now, just to finish off this worksheet, we're going to do a very simple sum calculation to calculate the new salary. So we want to do the salary multiplied by the bonus, and then we want to plus the salary again to add that back on top. Hit enter, and then we can copy that down. Okay, so that is XLOOKUP. It is a lot easier than index and match. Let's move across to extracting text. So for this one, this is if you ever need to extract text from an email address, for example. If you can just bear with me for 1 second. There we go. Yeah, okay. So here we have a list of names and we have a list of email addresses. Now, if you have a text string like this, there may come a time where you want to extract certain parts out of that email address. For example, I want to extract the username, which is basically everything before the @ symbol. So where it says bmoss, cody.flesher, Moses, so on and so forth. So what I could do is use text functions to do this. Now, if I type in equals, and again, if you're familiar with text functions, you might think to yourself, well, I can use the left text function, which extracts text from the left. And there's only a couple of arguments for the left function. The first argument is text. So what is the cell which contains the text you want to extract? So B4. But we have a problem when we get to number of characters, because this only works really well if you have consistency with the number of characters you want to extract. Now, I don't have that in this case, because if you look at those usernames, they're different lengths in each email address. So I can't specify 4 as the number of characters, because whilst that might be correct for one of them, it's not going to be correct for all of them. So I need to do something a little bit different here. So what I'm going to do is we're still going to say left. We want to extract text from cell B4. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for something that's common in all of them, and that is the @ symbol. So I'm going to add in find, open bracket. And with this, we have a few different arguments. The first one is, what text do you want me to find in this cell? Well, I want to find the @ symbol, and that needs to go in quote marks. Oops. Comma. Within text, well, I want you to find it in cell B4. I'm going to close my bracket. So what I'm essentially doing there is I'm looking for the @ symbol. And if I was to hit enter, let's just do that and see what we get. Oh, I need to add another bracket on the end, which I missed. It's done it, but it's included that @ symbol. Okay, now I don't want it to include the @ symbol, so I need to make a minor modification here. I'm going to say, okay, once you found that @ symbol, -1 character to just give me the username. And now when I copy that down, you'll see that it extracts those quite nicely. All right, so we're searching for something that's common, and then we're working out what we need to extract. Let's do something similar for the domain name. So again, when you're going about this, you need to think, these can be quite tricky. I found these quite difficult over the years, knowing sort of which things to use, how to extract them. They can get quite complicated. But for this domain or this scenario, I'm going to use the right text function this time. So we're going from the right-hand side of the cell. Our first argument is, what text do we want to extract from? What cell? So that is B4. And actually, sorry, I need to do the len function first. So len will give you how many characters you have in the length of a text string. So I want to work out the number of characters in the length of the text string first of all. So I'm going to, actually, no, sorry, I'm getting really confused with this. Let me just backtrack a second. Let's start that again. I'm sorry, my brain isn't working today. We want to do right. We do want to select our text first of all. So B4, comma. Then when it comes to specifying the number of characters, because we don't know, we need to work it out. So we're going to do len. And this is going to give us the number of characters in the entire length of this string. Our argument is just text, so where do we want to count this length? In B4. Close the bracket. And then we're going to do minus find. And again, we're going to search for that @ symbol, and we're going to put it in quotes. Within text, B4, and then we're going to close off both brackets. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying, okay, what is the length of this text string? So it's going to count the number of characters. We're then going to say minus from that wherever you find the @ symbol. So it's going to minus from it that number of characters, and we're going to work from the right. And that's going to give us the domain name. And copy that down. Okay, so two different ways by utilizing something that's common within them all to extract items from text. Okay, these are definitely worth having a play around with. There's so many different combinations, and as you can probably tell, I get very confused when you've been using these all the time. It does get a little bit confusing which ones to use, but that is how you can do it. Let's move on. Sum ifs and count ifs. Now, when I speak to advanced Excel users, and I asked them recently, again on LinkedIn, I was asking people what formulas they find most, or what formulas they find that they use the most. And time again, people came up with sum if and count if. And those are both very, very useful functions. So what I want to do in this particular example is I'm going to show you sum if and count if, but I'm also going to show you sum ifs and count ifs. Because these ones, the sum ifs version, the versions with the S on the end, allow you to match multiple criteria as opposed to just one piece of criteria. So let's take a look at the data that we're going to be using. So we have here some months, January to April. We have some models of cars. We have colors for those cars, and then we have the revenue that they've generated. I will say I know nothing about cars. If you're on this call and you know a lot about cars, you're probably thinking, well, that's not how much they cost. I don't know. I don't even have a car. So I'm sorry if these are way out, but it's not really relevant as long as we know how to use our formula to extract what we need. Now, what I'm going to do here is you can see in the middle we have criteria 1, criteria 2, and criteria 3. Now, the first one here, criteria 1, in this first example, it's just one piece of criteria that I'm going to use. And what I want to say is I want to find out the total revenue for all cars that are sold in April only. That is my criteria, April. So if I have one piece of criteria, I can use sum if. I want to add all of them together, all right? Open brackets. So my first argument is the range. So my criteria is April, so the range is going to be the month range, comma. My criteria is what's in cell G4, which is April, and then I need to provide my sum range. So what do I want to add up? Well, I want to add up the revenue for April. So that is my sum range. Close bracket, hit enter, and there I get the total revenue for everything that's been sold in April only. So that is where you can use sum if. Now, if you want to add in more pieces of criteria, then that is where you need to progress onto using sum ifs with an S on the end. So let's do sum ifs, open bracket. Now, this is organized in a slightly different way. In the previous example, the sum range was specified at the end of the formula, whereas when you're dealing with multiple criteria, it's specified at the beginning of the formula. So what am I summing here? I am summing the revenue. So I want to select the sum range, comma. Criteria range 1. Okay, so what is my first piece of criteria? Well, my criteria here is April and BMW. So my first criteria range is going to be the month, comma. My first piece of criteria is April, G5, comma, and then it moves on to criteria range 2. So my next piece of criteria is BMW, so I'm going to find that in the model range, comma, and my criteria is BMW. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it gives me my result. Let's do it one more time, this time with 3 pieces of criteria. We're going to do sum ifs. Again, we're doing our sum range, which is the revenue, comma. First criteria range, hopefully you're getting the hang of this now, is our month. Our criteria is the month. Our second criteria range is the model. And our criteria 2 is BMW. And then our third criteria range this time is the color. And the criteria is white. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our result. Now the final example here, I have 2 pieces of criteria, but I am actually going to have 3 pieces of criteria, but my third piece isn't actually listed here. So let me show you what you can do here. I'm going to do sum ifs again, and we're pretty much going to do exactly the same thing. So our sum range is going to be our revenue, comma. Criteria 1, this time my first piece of criteria is BMW, so my criteria range is the model, and that is my criteria, H7, comma. Criteria range 2 is the color, so we're going to select that, and my criteria is green, comma. But my third piece of criteria is that I only want to sum cars that are over a certain value, okay? So my criteria range 3 is going to be the revenue, and I want to say only sum cars with a value greater than 40,000. Okay, so you can add things like that into your calculations as well. And now that's just summing those cars that match all of those 3 pieces of criteria. Okay, so sum ifs, really, really useful. Now, you can also do the same thing with count. So count ifs works in a very similar way. Now, I'm not going to go through all 3 of these due to time, because if you can do sum ifs, then you're going to be able to do count ifs as well. Let's just do the second one here. So I'm going to type in count ifs. So this time I want to count how many cars I've sold in April that are the BMW model. So my first criteria range again is the month, comma, my criteria is April. Second criteria is the model, and my criteria is BMW. Close my bracket, and it's telling me that I had a count of 3. Okay, so it pretty much works exactly the same way. Both super useful functions for you to know when you're working in Excel. Now we've got about 9 minutes left, and I do want to leave a couple of minutes at the end for anybody who has any questions. So that should be just enough time for me to show you offset, match, and sum. Now again, offset is a really useful function, but might not be a function that you have played around with much or used much. So let me just explain to you what offset does for those of you that haven't used it. So down here, let's just type in offset and take a look at our arguments. Now what offset allows you to do is specify a starting cell, and then you can essentially count down a number of rows and count across a number of columns, and then specify a height of a cell or a width and produce the range of cells in that particular position. So let me show you a quick example. The first argument here is reference. So this is your starting point. Now your starting point can be any cell that you like. So I'm going to say that my starting cell is going to be A3, this one in the top corner, comma. The next argument is rows. So I can say, okay, I want to go down 2 rows, which is going to basically take me down to where we have company B, comma. How many columns across do I want to go? Well, let's just go across 2 columns. And then what height and width do you want? So I'm going to say a height of 1, but a width of 4. Let me show you what that looks like, which will make you understand that a little bit better. I'm going to close the bracket. Let's see what we get. So we started in cell A3. We counted down 2, and then we counted across 2. So the first number is 3,850. I specified a height of 1 cell. So it's only showing me the height of 1 cell. but I specified a width of 4 cells. Sorry guys, there's a police car going by. I hope you can't hear that too loudly. I'll just wait until he's quiet. There we go. So I specified a width of 4 cells. So it's basically showing me these 4 cells here in my output. Okay, so that is how the offset function works. And of course, if you wanted to, you could select a height of 2, which would make it look like that, and 4 going across, and that would be the range it would output. Okay, so that is offset. So how I want to use that in this example is, you can see here, again, I've got some data validation lists that I've already set up where I can select a company. So let's just say company G, and I can select a year. So what I'm saying here is I want to sum all of the sales for company G up to the year 2017. So I want my calculation to look for company G. I want it to sum everything up to the year 2017. So effectively these 4 cells. And I can do that using offset, match, and sum. So let's start out by typing in offset. Open my bracket. I need to provide a starting point. So again, this can be anywhere you like. I'm going to stick with A3, comma. How many rows do I want to count down? How many rows down is company G? Well, I could count down the rows, but the thing is, this is very much determined by whatever I have or whatever I've picked in that drop down. So at the moment it says company G, but I might choose to pick company I, company A, and this formula needs to be able to accommodate that. So I want the rows to basically match whatever is in cell L3. So we need to add into here a match. My lookup value is going to be L3, comma. Where am I looking that up? Well, I want to find the company name in my list of companies A4 to A21, comma, and I want it to exactly match that company name. So it's going to be a 0. Close off the match, and I'm now back into my offset formula, comma. The next thing I need to specify is columns. So how many columns across? Well, 1. And height is going to be 1 as well. Now, when it comes to width, again, that is going to be specified by the value that we have in cell L4. So this is where I need to do another match. So I'm going to type in match, open bracket. My lookup value is going to be whatever is in L4, comma. My lookup array is going to be B3 to I3, comma, and I'm doing an exact match for 2017 in this case. So we want a 0 on the end. Now I need to close off all of these different functions. So I think I need 1, 2, 3. I think that's right on the end there. Okay, and hit enter. I've still missed off one. There we go. And it pulls those back like that. Now that is not exactly what I wanted it to look like. What I want it to do is add together all of these sales. So let's edit our formula. All we need to do here is wrap this in a sum calculation. So I'm going to add sum on the end, make sure we add another bracket, hit enter, and now we have all of those figures added together. And if I was to go in and change these, you'll see that everything updates nicely. So that is how you can use offset, match, and sum all together in a formula. So let's jump in and take a quick look at today's agenda. This is what we're going to cover. So we're going to start out just by discussing exactly what macros are, just so that everybody has a clear understanding. I'm then going to show you quite a few examples of macros in action. So I've set up about 7 or so already in a worksheet, and I'm just going to run them and show you how they work. I'm then going to talk to you a little bit about VBA. And again, if you've never used VBA, don't worry at all. Everything's going to be explained as we go through. We're then going to go into how we can record, save, and run a macro. And I'm going to show you how you can record a macro with relative referencing. Once we've done that, we're then going to move on to taking a look at a slightly more complex macro where we're kind of joining together lots of different procedures into one. I'm going to show you the VBA editor window. So as you get more confident in your VBA skills, you can dive into there and start making changes to your code to get your macros to behave in different ways. I'm going to show you how Excel builds your VBA code when you're creating a macro. And I'm going to show you how you can make minor edits to your VBA code. Nothing too scary or too extraordinary, but just little things just to help you understand exactly what it is that you're looking at. And then finally, I'm just going to show you a couple of cool things you can do to make your worksheets a bit more interactive using macros by assigning them to things like buttons, form controls, icons, and pictures. So that's what we're going to go through in this session. So let's come out of here. We don't need that thank you slide just yet. And I'm going to dive across to the first Excel spreadsheet that we're going to be using. So let's start out with that all-important question, what exactly is a macro? Well, a macro is really just a fancy term that really just describes the process of automating tasks. So for example, maybe every week you find yourself putting together a report in Excel, and maybe that report shows weekly sales figures. And each week you open up a brand new Excel spreadsheet, you type in the report title, maybe you then apply some formatting to that title, you then input your sales figures, maybe you create a chart or apply some conditional formatting. All of these are different steps that you have to take in order to get to your end result. Now, what a macro will allow you to do is basically save a lot of time, depending on how long the task is, by automating all of those steps. So instead of having to run through that process each time you create this report, you can click one button and it's going to do everything for you essentially. So it automates time-consuming tasks. That's the best way to look at it. So what I'm going to show you first of all are just a few examples of macros in action. So I've got quite a few tabs at the bottom here, and on this first worksheet, this is the delete blank rows worksheet. I just have some data, it has some blank rows in it, and I've created a macro that's going to automate the task of removing those blank rows. Now, my macros are stored on the developer tab. Now, I'm going to go through this in a bit more detail so you know exactly what you're looking at. They're in the macros button, and these are all the macros that I have stored in this particular worksheet. And I've already created these ahead of time. So what I'm going to do here is choose the delete blank rows macro. I'm going to click run, and you'll see that like magic, it runs and it gets rid of all of those blank rows from this data. If I go across to the next worksheet, I now want to run a macro that's going to apply accounting formatting to whichever cells I've selected. So if I select these columns just here, which contain values, I can then jump back into my macros. I'm going to use my accounting format macro, which is the one at the top, click run, and it's going to apply that accounting formatting. What about on the next worksheet? Well, here, what I want to do is I want to format this data as a table. So instead of running through the process of doing that, I can again use a macro that I've already created. I can run it and it applies that formatting to this data. Moving across, what about this one? Well, here I have some basic, again, maybe some sales figures for Q1 to Q4 across the different months of the year. And then I have some total values at the end. And if you take a look in the formula bar, you can see that where I'm clicked, I have formulas sitting behind these cells. Now, maybe I want to get rid of these formulas by doing a paste of the values. So instead of going up to paste special and searching for paste values, I've set up a macro that's going to quickly do that for me. So I can select the cells just here, go back to developer, macros, and I can choose paste values, click run. And now when I click on the cells in here, if you look at the formula bar, you can see we no longer have a sum calculation there because we just have the values. Let's take a look at another example. Maybe I want to apply some conditional formatting to these cells in here. I'm going to go back to macros. I've set up a little data bars macro, which I can run to apply those very quickly. Another example would be something like removing hyperlinks. So if I just want to make these regular text and not clickable links, I've got another macro that's going to do that for me called remove hyperlink. What about something like creating a new worksheet? Now, this isn't a particularly long process. You can press the Control-N keyboard shortcut, but just to show you that it doesn't necessarily have to be processes working within one worksheet. You can also use it for things like creating new worksheets, opening things, printing, stuff like that. So if I go back to macros, and I think I have a new worksheet one in here. Yes, I do. Click on Run, and you'll see at the bottom of the screen, I now have a new sheet, Sheet 1. Final couple of examples, highlight cells. Again, if I want to maybe apply some conditional formatting to selected cells just here, I've already set it up as a macro with the correct criteria. I'm going to use highlight cells, click Run, and there it goes. And then finally on the end here, we have something that's slightly different. This time I've assigned a macro to a little clickable button. So what I want to happen here is when I click on this button, it's going to run a macro which works out the percentage. So we have revenue and profit, and I want to see what percentage of the revenue the profit is. So if I click on this button, it runs a macro, and there I get my percentage figures. So quite a few different examples there of how macros can be used. And those are very basic examples. I'm really just doing one thing at a time there. Of course, you can make much more complex macros by combining lots of different tasks together, which is what we're going to do in a moment. So what we're going to take a look at first is VBA. So I want to explain VBA a little bit to you first before we start creating macros. So I'm going to keep this worksheet open in the background. Now, if you've never used VBA before, if you've never heard of it before, it basically stands for Visual Basic for Applications. And it's a programming language that you'll find across all of the Microsoft applications. It kind of sits there in the background, and it's used for programming and also running things like applications. So when you create a macro in Excel, what you're essentially doing is you're creating a whole bunch of VBA code. Now, I will say that if you are an Excel user, you could go your entire life not touching VBA at all, and you'd probably be fine. But for people who maybe like to use macros and create their own macros, it is quite important to at least be able to understand what you're looking at so that you're able to make minor or even more complex edits and get your macros doing exactly what you want them to do. Now, before you even start to think about doing anything with macros or VBA, there's one important step that you need to take, and that is you need to make sure that you have your developer ribbon turned on in Excel. So you can see that I'm currently clicked on mine, and this is where you'll find in that code group all of the good stuff related to VBA and macros. Now, the developer tab isn't turned on by default in Excel. So if you can't see it there in your Excel, you're going to need to turn that ribbon on. So all you'll need to do here is go to File and go down to Options, go to Customize Ribbon, and then on the right-hand side, make sure that you just have a tick in this little developer box just here, and then you should be able to see that ribbon. So once you have that ribbon up, this is where we can go in and pull up the VBA code that's sitting behind whatever Excel spreadsheet we currently have open. So to jump into the VBA code for this particular worksheet, I can click on this first button just here, the Visual Basic button, and there is a keyboard shortcut for that of Alt F11. So let's just click on it and see what we get. Now, the first thing you'll probably notice when this opens is it opens in a brand new window, and this window really does have a very old school look to it. If any of you on this call today are as old as I am and can remember all the way back before we had the nice shiny new ribbons in Microsoft applications, we kind of had a menu system, and this is kind of what you have in this VBA window. We have these menu drop downs running across the top as opposed to ribbons, and we have toolbars instead. Now, what I want to do here is really just start to introduce you to this VBA window, and then we're going to go and start creating some macros and then look at them in this area. Now, I've got a couple of little windows open in this VBA main window, and the first one is the VBA project window. Now, what you can see in here currently is at the top, it's showing me which workbook I have open. So you can see there it says examples of macros copy, which is the workbook that's currently open. Underneath, we then have all of the different worksheets that I have in this workbook, and you can see the name of the worksheet in brackets after the sheet number. And the code for the macros that I've got stored are saved under this little modules folder. So all of your macro code will always be underneath modules. So if I double click on where it says module 1, it's basically going to load up the VBA code for all of the macros I have in this workbook. Now, I don't expect you to understand what we've got going on here, but because I've got about 8 or 9 macros, you can see them all split up here. So this first one, this is the macro for deleting those blank rows. I then have the next macro, which was applying accounting formatting. I then have the next one, which shows the format as table macro, so on and so forth. Okay, so reasonably straightforward to access that macro code. Underneath that, we then have a properties window. Now, currently, the properties window doesn't really have a great deal in here, but in general, this is where I come if I want to give my module a more meaningful name. So when you create new modules, or when they're created for you, when you start creating macros, they'll just be named module 1, module 2, module 3, so on and so forth. So I might want to give this module a name by modifying the name in the properties window down here. So maybe I just want to call this example, something like that, hit enter, and it just makes it a little bit easier for me to identify in this workbook. Now, these different windows, you can turn them off and on depending on which ones you find particularly useful. So if you want to close them down, you can just click the crosses. If you want to open up any other windows, if you go to view, this is kind of where you can see all of the different windows you can have open. And one that I am going to open, because we're going to take a look at this a bit later on, is the immediate window, keyboard shortcut Control G. And you can see that that's now open, this little blank immediate window underneath my main bulk of code. And we're going to come back to this a bit later on, and I'm going to show you some ways that you can use this immediate window. For the time being, let's close down this VBA window now that we've had a little introduction to it, so it's not going to be as scary when we look at it a bit later on. We're going to close it down, and we're going to switch our focus to creating, running, and saving macros. So let's close this worksheet down. I'm not going to save it. And I'm going to switch to another worksheet. Let's open this one just here. Okay, so we're going to create our first macro. Now, currently on this page, this worksheet is labeled sales. I don't have anything on here. So what is our task here? Well, our task is going to be to create a weekly overview report by department. So maybe this is a report that you have to produce on a weekly basis and send to each of the heads of the department. Maybe it shows all the different sales teams and the amount of revenue they've generated, and that needs to go out to different heads of department. So maybe we need to put a nice heading onto this report first of all. So instead of doing this every single week, I can create a macro that's going to automate the process of putting a nice report heading at the top. Okay. Now, when it comes to recording a macro, there are a few different places you can go to. So let's take a look at that first of all. The first place you can go to start recording a macro is on the Developer tab. So once you have that turned on, in this code group, you'll see you have a Record Macro button. So that is the first place you can go to. You'll also find the Record Macro button randomly on the View tab in the Macros group at the end. You can see there, we also have somewhere we can go to start recording a macro. And the third place we can go to is actually all the way down in the status bar. If you cast your eyes right the way down to the bottom left-hand corner, can you see that little icon down there that I have? If I hover over, it's telling me no macros are currently recording. I can also click here to toggle or stop or start recording a macro. Now again, if you can't see that little icon in your status bar, all you need to do is right-click your mouse on the status bar and make sure you have macro recording ticked in there, and then you'll get that little icon. So you can use any of those methods to start recording your macro. Now, before we start recording, let's just run through the steps I want to take so you can see how I would do this manually. So what I want the macro to do is basically start in cell A1, and I want it to type in weekly overview, whoops, would help if I could spell, overview, sales report by department. What I then want the macro to do is select that first row, go to the Home tab. I want to change the font. I want to change the font size to something a little bit bigger. I want to change the background to a darker blue, and I'm going to change the font color to white, and I'm also going to give it a bottom border underline. And when the macro is finished, I want the cursor to end up in cell A5. So that's basically what I want the macro to do. You can see there, to do that, it's taking me 7 or 8 clicks of the mouse, different steps I have to do. So I can become a lot more efficient by creating a macro, which I just click once, and it does the entire thing for me. So let's backtrack and record this as a macro. I'm going to clear everything I have in row 1. I'm going to go up to my developer tab, and I'm going to click record macro. And what you'll get when you click that button is it's going to ask you to give your macro a name to make it easily identifiable. So I'm going to give my macro a name. I'm going to call this report underscore heading. And it's really important when you are naming your macros that you don't have any spaces in there. So you want to make sure it's all one word, or you separate with underscores. What you can then do is you can assign a shortcut key to make it even quicker to execute that macro. Now, I will say with shortcut keys, you need to be a little bit careful here because you don't want to assign a macro to a shortcut key that's already in use in Excel. So don't assign a shortcut key like Control-C or Control-X or something like that. Excel will prompt you if you've used one that's already in use, but I tend to like to add in Shift because I find that most of the Control plus a letter shortcuts are already taken. So let's try Control-Shift-H, see if that works. I can then choose where I want to store this macro. And again, this is a really important point. If I choose to store this macro in this workbook, then it means that the macro is basically going to travel with this workbook. So if I was to send this workbook to Adam, for example, he will be able to run the macro because it's stored in the workbook and make changes to that macro. If I open a brand new workbook, I'm not going to have access to that macro because I've only stored it in this particular workbook. If I want macros that are available across all of my Excel workbooks, I would need to save it in my personal macro workbook. Okay, so that's the difference. That will make the macro available across all of the workbooks that you create. Now, in this example, I'm just going to stick with this workbook, and it's always good to add in a description so that other people who might be looking at these macros have an idea as to what this is going to do. So I'm going to add a quick description that says format the heading of the report, something short like that. As soon as I click OK here, I'm essentially recording my macro. So let's click on OK. What you'll notice is that on that developer tab in the code group, I now have a stop recording button because I'm actually recording a macro. Now, when it comes to recording macros, you don't have to worry about time lapse. So for example, I'm sitting here currently not really doing anything. The macro isn't recording the time lapse. It will only really start recording as I start clicking around on the screen. So don't worry if you start the macro and then you go off to get a coffee and come back 5 minutes later. You're not going to have a gap of 5 minutes in your macro when you run it. It's just going to start from when you click. So let's now go in and let's execute those different steps, what we want this macro to do. Well, I want it to start in cell A1, so I'm going to give cell A1 another little click. I'm then going to type in my title. So this was weekly overview report by department. I want to select row 1 up to home. I'm going to apply a different font. We're going to make it bigger. We're going to give it a blue background, change the font color to white, and give it a bottom border. And at this point, this is where you have to be careful when you're recording a macro. If I stop recording the macro now, when I run it again, I'm going to end with that first row selected as it is now. So it's always important that when you finish basically running your steps, you click your mouse somewhere else where you want your mouse to end. So I'm going to click in cell A4 so that first row isn't selected. That's all I need this macro to do. So now I can stop recording. So let's go back up to Developer and click Stop Recording. Once you've created a macro, they get stored underneath this macros button at the top here. And again, we have a shortcut for that of Alt F8. Let's click it, and there is my macro. And as you create more and more macros in this workbook, you're going to see them listed down here. Now, if you want to, if you've got lots of different workbooks open and they've all got different macros in them, you can view the macros in all of your open workbooks. Or if that's starting to get a bit confusing, you can just view the macros that you have in this specific workbook. You'll also see from here, this is where I can run my macro from as well. So if I want to rerun these steps, I can just click on Run, or I can use whatever keyboard shortcut I've assigned to that macro. I also have buttons here which allow me to step into it, make changes, things like that. So that is where the macro is stored. Let's see if it works. Let's test it out. So I'm going to click on the Report tab at the bottom, and I'm going to test out my macro. Now I could use my keyboard shortcut, or I could jump into macros and I could click on Run. And there we go. It executes all of those steps, and you can see where my cursor has ended up in cell A4 because that's where the macro ended. Okay, so a very quick example of how easy it is to create your own macro. Now, something that I find that really confuses people, particularly when they're first learning macros, is this concept of absolute versus relative referencing in the context of macros. You might be used to that terminology in things like formulas, but maybe not so when it comes to macros. So let me show you what I mean. Now, by default, when you create a macro, Excel uses absolute referencing. So if I tell the macro I want to start in cell A1, it's always going to start that macro in A1. It's locked to that cell. If I tell the macro I want to finish in cell A4, it's always going to end in A4. So if I decide that I want to run this macro further down this worksheet, so maybe I want this heading to appear in row 20, I might think to myself, okay, well, let's click in cell A20 and rerun this macro. So let's go to macros and click run. It doesn't work, okay? It doesn't rerun it where I'm clicked because it uses absolute referencing and it's locked to those specific cells. So people get a bit confused about that, but you can use relative referencing when it comes to macros. And you can probably see in the code group just here on the developer tab, there is a use relative references button. If we click on that, it means that we can basically run the macro in any part of the worksheet. Now, I just want to take a break here for a second, just a little interlude in case there are people on the call today who are a bit confused about even absolute and relative references in terms of formulas. So just to illustrate this point a little bit more about fixed references, let me just very quickly show you how absolute and relative works in terms of formulas. So if I had some numbers in my worksheet, let's just say I've got a few there, and let's just add some in here, like that, and maybe I want to add these up. I could do a simple sum calculation. I can select my cells, I can close the bracket, and I can hit enter. And then what I can do to make my life easier is drag the formula down, and everything works nicely because Excel uses relative referencing by default. And what we mean by that is that as I move the formula down, Excel moves those cell references down, so it's always correct. That is relative referencing. Absolute referencing, when it comes to formulas, is slightly different. If I had maybe something like a tax rate over here of 15%, and I want to do a quick sum calculation and work out what 15% is of whatever is in D10, I can do D10 multiplied by K9. Now, if I was just to use relative reference in here and drag this formula down, it's going to be okay when I drag it down for this cell here, D11, but this reference is also going to move down one cell, so it will be referring to a blank cell. So in this case, we have to lock it to cell K9 by pressing the F4 key to make it relative. Oops, what have I done there? Let's do that again. F4, close the bracket. And that means it's now absolute, and it's always going to refer to that specific cell. Okay, so that is absolute versus relative in terms of formulas, in case you weren't aware. A similar thing happens when we're using macros. So let's see an example of relative referencing in action. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type out the sales teams and how much revenue they've generated. Now, before I record the macro, I'm going to make sure I turn on Use Relative Referencing. Let's click Record Macro. I'm going to give my macro a name, so let's call this sales underscore figures. I could assign it a keyboard shortcut. I'm not, just to save a little bit of time. I'm going to store it in this workbook. And again, I'm not going to give it a description to save a bit of time, but I definitely recommend that you do that. When I click on OK, I'm now recording my macro. So what do I want to do here? Well, we want to type in sales team 1, sales team 2, sales team 3, sales team 4, and then I want to have the revenue generated. So let's just say 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. And maybe I also want to apply some currency formatting to these figures. And then I want the macro to end in cell A4. Let's stop recording our macro. Click on macros. There it is, the sales figures macro. So now let's try running this. I'm going to go across to my report. I'm going to click in cell A5. I'm going to go to macros and run the macro, and it adds those sales figures in. If I click somewhere else on the worksheet and again run the macro, it works over here as well. So it's not locking it to one specific location. I can basically use this macro in any part of the worksheet. Okay, so that is the advantage of using relative referencing. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. All right, so now we kind of understand that concept. Let's move on to creating a little bit more of a complex macro, which basically involves us performing lots of different tasks. So I'm going to close down this worksheet and I'm going to open up, let's open up, which one do I want? Complex macros. Okay. Now with this one here, what I've done is I've actually written out what I want to do in a little instruction box on the side. Now you don't have to do that, but I would recommend if you plan on recording a macro that contains a lot of steps, so maybe it's a very complex macro, I would advise that you do kind of make a note of the different steps before you record the macro, because there's nothing worse than kind of getting partway through the recording of your macro and then maybe forgetting where a specific command is and hunting through all the ribbons, maybe clicking on the wrong thing. You don't want all of that recorded in your macro, so make sure that you're kind of fairly set on where you need to click prior to recording. So just to remind myself, I've put a little instruction box up there. Another thing that is so important when you are recording macros is that I would always advise that you make a backup copy of your worksheet. So for example, you can see at the bottom here, I have complex macros and complex macro 2. And some cases I will always make a third copy as well, because what you'll find is that when you run your macro, you can't easily back out of it. So if you've made a mistake with your macro and it goes a bit wrong, you can't click the undo button to come out of that macro. You can't undo it. So I like to make sure I have a couple of copies of my worksheet in its original form, so that if everything does go a little bit wrong when I run the macro, I always have backup copies. So I'm going to take 2 backup copies just to be on the safe side. Now let's take a look at what we want this macro to do. The first thing I want it to do is I want it to split up the customer name into 2 different columns, so first name and last name. Then I want it to remove the 3 zeros from the front of the order number. I then want it to remove the hyperlinks from the email addresses, And then I want it to only show the last 4 digits of the credit card number. And I want the rest of the credit card number to be in asterisks. And yes, I know all of the credit card numbers are exactly the same number. I only noticed that just before I did this session. So don't worry too much about that. We're just going to change the formatting of them. And then the final thing I want to do here is I want to auto fit the entire table to the column width. So I have a few different steps that I want to record in my macro. So let's jump up to the Developer tab. And if I want to use this again, I can use relative references if I want to do exactly this process on another set of data. So let's turn that on. Why not? Let's click Record Macro and give our macro a name. So I'm going to call this Format Customer Table. I could give my macro a keyboard shortcut, so something like Control-Shift-T. I'm going to store it in this workbook, and I would probably, normally, outside of a webinar, give this a description. Click on OK, and I am now into recording my macro. So what's the first thing we need to do here? We want to split up the customer name into 2 columns, first name and last name. So I'm going to insert a new column. I'm going to select all of the names, and I'm going to use text to columns. I have delimited data, and my data, or the names, are separated with a space. And you can see just underneath how it's going to split those names at the space in between the names. Click on Finish, and it splits them up. I can now just rename or type in a name for these headings. So we want first name and last name. That is task 1 complete. The next thing I want to do is I want to remove the 3 zeros from this order number. And to do that, I'm going to use the Flash Fill utility in Excel. So once again, I'm going to insert a new column. And with Flash Fill, all you need to do is basically type what you want to keep. So I want to keep the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to use the Flash Fill button in the Data Tools group to fill the rest of those down for me. What I can then do is just copy these and paste them over the top, and I'm going to do a paste special to paste just the values. And then I can delete that column. The next thing we need to do is remove the hyperlinks from the email addresses. So this is a fairly straightforward process of selecting the cells, right-click the mouse, and at the bottom, remove hyperlinks. And then the final thing I want to do here is I want to only show the last 4 digits of the credit card number, and I want everything else to appear in asterisks. Now, as I'm going through this, I'm not particularly too worried about you understanding exactly all of the different techniques I'm using in Excel. This is really just to show you an example of a more complex macro. So the final thing I want to do here is just show these last 4 digits. So I'm going to use a little bit of a formula. We're going to type in equals. And in quote marks, I'm going to say I want asterisk, asterisk, dash, dash. And then we're going to basically concatenate using the right function, the text in cell F6, and I want to pull out the last 4 characters. And that should give me the format that I'm looking for these credit card numbers. I can then Control-C to copy that, and I'm going to paste it over the top so that I get the correct credit card number values, and I can then delete that column. The final thing I want to record in my macro is just to auto-fit the entire table. So I'm going to select the entire table, go up to Format, and I'm going to say Auto-Fit Column Width. And that is it. And remember, where do you want your mouse to end up? Well, I'm going to say I want my macro to end in cell A2. So now I can go up to Developer and say Stop Recording. And that is my macro recorded. So now we can test it out and see if it works. So everybody keep your fingers crossed, because one false move, and you never know with these, they can go completely wrong. But let's give it a go. I'm going to click on macros. There is my macro. I've switched across to the copy. So this is what it looked like originally. So now you should see this change with all of those formatting changes. Let's click on run. Quick as a flash, it went through, and now we have all of that data formatted. So imagine if this set of tasks was something you had to do frequently, how much time that takes compared to doing it once and recording it as a macro and then just being able to rerun it. It makes your life a lot more efficient and a lot easier. Okay, let's close this down and let's take a look at another example. Now this time we are going to assign a macro or a few macros to some buttons or form controls in this case. And the first thing I'm going to do here with this table of data is I'm just going to add some filters onto the top. Now, the cool thing with macros is that you can assign them to different things. So, for example, you can assign a macro to a shape, you can assign it to an icon, a picture, a form control, anything like that. So if I want to make this worksheet really interactive and easy for people to understand, instead of them having to go in and mess around trying to run macros from the developer tab, I could just create a very simple little button that says filter by HR department. And I can attach a macro to that, which is going to execute those steps. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to create 3 buttons at the top here. The first button is going to sort this data by department, A to Z, and then by hire date, newest to oldest. I'm going to create a second button that is going to filter this list so that I can only see people in the HR team. And then the third button I'm going to create is going to be a button that clears any filters that I've applied to this data. So I want to create 3 different buttons, so that requires 3 different macros. So let's jump up to the developer tab and click on record macro. Going to give my first macro a name, and this one is going to be the macro that sorts by department and hire date. So I'm going to call it sort by department hire. I could assign a shortcut. I'm not going to do that for just to make things a little bit quicker, and click on OK. Now I'm recording my macro. Let's run through those steps. I'm going to go to the data tab. We're going to click on sort. I'm going to say I want to sort by the department, A to Z, and then by the hire date, but I want to sort it by newest to oldest. And click on OK. That is the first macro. So let's jump up to developer and click stop recording. Let's record our second macro. Straight back into record macro. This time I want a macro that's going to filter by the HR department. And click on OK. So now I just need to click the filter drop down. I'm going to deselect everything. Select HR and click on OK. And that is the end of this macro. Stop recording. The final macro I want to record is a macro that's basically going to clear any filters that I've applied and reset this back to how it was originally. So once again, we're going to record macro, and this macro is going to be called clear filters. And click on OK. So for this one, we just need to go to the data tab, and I'm going to say clear. Very straightforward macro. Stop recording. So now if I open up the macros pane, you can see all 3 of those macros that I've created. Now that I have them there, I can basically create buttons and assign macros to those buttons. Now, when it comes to creating little buttons on your worksheet, as I said, there are a few different ways you could do it. You might want to use something like a shape. So I could grab a little rounded rectangle and maybe draw a little button up here, add some text, change the color, whatever I want to do. And if I want to assign a macro to make this a clickable button, all I need to do is right click and I have an assign macro option just here. And I can go in and choose which macro I want to execute when this button is clicked. Now, I'm not going to do it for a shape. You could also assign macros to things like icons. So if you want to make this a little bit more interesting to look at, you can select an icon from the gallery. And if you right click, you can assign a macro from the contextual menu in there as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use form controls to create some buttons. And again, you'll find form controls on the Developer tab. They're in this controls group. If we click the Insert drop down, I'm going to choose this first one here, which is a button form control. And I'm just going to draw this little button up the top there. And straight away, it asks me to assign a macro. So I'm going to assign the sort by sort by department and hire date. Click on OK. I can then rename my button. Sort by department and hire date. Let's create another button. And again, you can take a lot more time than I am creating these and making them look nice, but I'm going to assign this filter by HR department macro. I'm going to give this a name as well. So a filter by HR department. And I'm going to move that. Whoops. These are sometimes a little bit tricky to move. There we go. And move that across there. And then the final one we're going to create is just going to be one that clears all of the filters. So this can be a smaller one, clear filters. And once again, we can just call that clear all, something like that. And again, I'm just going to move that across. So now that we have our buttons, let's see them in action. Now I'm just going to mess up this data a little bit. Let's reorder this in a slightly different way. So now if I click on my first button, it sorts it by department and then by hire date. I can then filter by the HR department and then I can clear all to take it back to how it was. So that's an example of how you can combine macros with buttons to make something that's really interactive and easy for people to use. So now we have all of that in mind. We've seen a few examples of how we can create macros and how we can record them. The final point I really want to cover here in relation to macros is saving your worksheets. Now you'll notice that all these macros that I've created, I'm working in a workbook that it just has the file extension .xlsx. Now you'll find that if I go to save this, I've actually purposely turned off autosave so it didn't keep popping up a message. But if I go to save this, it's going to recognize that I now have macros stored in this workbook and it's going to ask me to save this file as a macro enabled workbook. So that's something you must always do. If you do have macros in your workbook, you're going to need to save it and just go down to File, Save as a different file type. So where it says Save as Type, you're going to need to save it as this, a .xlsm, a macro-enabled workbook. And what this will essentially do is if you were to send this to somebody else, depending on the settings that they have in relation to macros, it's going to prompt them. So when they open up the workbook, it's going to tell them that the workbook contains macros, and they're going to get a choice as to if they want to continue opening it, because sometimes it has been known in the past that malicious code has sometimes been delivered and passed around using macro code. So now we have these little warning signs come up asking us if we're okay to proceed. Okay, so just remember the different file type you need to save in if you have macros in your workbook. Now we have about 10 minutes left, and just to finish off, I just want to focus a bit more on that VBA editor. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump back in and open up the VBA editor window that we were looking at earlier. Now, if you remember, the keyboard shortcut to quickly open it up is Alt plus F11, or alternatively, from the Developer tab, you can just click the big old Visual Basic button at the side there. And I'm just going to display these side by side so that we can see them easily. Now let's take a closer look at what we're looking at just here. So again, in this project window, you can see at the top, it's telling me that I have the Sort and Filter macro workbook open. It's then showing me the different sheets. I only have one sheet, and that sheet is called Sort and Filter. And then, of course, because I've got macros contained in here, I have a modules folder. And if I double click on module 1, this is the code for these 3 macros that I created. So you can see at the top here, there is my sort by department, there is my filter macro, and at the bottom, there is my clear filters macro. And once again, I could go in and using the properties window at the bottom, I could give this a more meaningful name. So I might want to say sort. I'm going to use underscore sort. and filter macros, just so I know what they are. Now, the thing I want to focus on in this particular section is I just want to go back to taking a quick look at this immediate window at the bottom, because there are a couple of different things you can do in here. And if you start working quite frequently in this Visual Basic window, then the immediate window can be quite useful. Now, there are so many different uses for this immediate window, and I would encourage you to look up more information on this online if it's of interest to you. But basically, what you can do down here is you can ask the immediate window questions. So, for example, if I want to maybe find out how many worksheets I have in this workbook, I can ask the immediate window. And if you want to ask the immediate window a question, you put a question mark at the front there. And what I can say is, if I wanted to count the worksheets, if I type in worksheets, dot, you can see I then get some choices. I'm going to say count, like so. And when I hit enter, it tells me that I have one worksheet. If I want to find out, maybe I'm clicked on, let's say, cell E8. If I want to find out what the number formatting is of the cell I'm currently clicked on, I could say, okay, let's ask it a question. I'm going to type in active cell dot, and then I can say, what's the number format? And it's going to show me. What if I'm clicked on a cell that contains text? Well, if I rerun this, if I type the same question in again, active cell dot number format, and hit enter, it's telling me I have general formatting applied. What if I want to find out what's actually in a cell? Well, I could say, okay, question, range, open bracket, tell me what is in cell A7. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's giving me the value in cell A7. So you can ask it questions like that. Obviously, we've just barely scratched the surface. There are so many different things you can do with it, but hopefully that gives you kind of an idea of some of the things you can ask. Another use for this immediate window is that it allows you to essentially run pieces of code, maybe practice pieces of code prior to adding them into your main macro at the top. If you want to edit your macros, you might want to try out a piece of code prior to actually adding it into your macro code. So you can do things like that down here in the immediate window as well. And just to give you an example of that, if I decided that I wanted to have all of these headings centered, I could test out the piece of VBA code. Now, again, I don't expect you to remember this, but just so you can see how this works, what I could do is type in selection, because I have some cells selected. I could say horizontal alignment equals Excel center across selection. And you'll see when I execute that piece of code, it's going to align all of those into the center of the cell. So I know that that bit of code is working. I might then want to transfer it up into the window above and apply it or add it into my macros. So another really good place where you can test out code. So with all of that said, let's take a look at the VBA editor a little bit closer whilst we run a macro. So I'm going to close down this worksheet and we're going to open up this final worksheet just here. And this is the final little exercise that we're going to do before we finish up. Now, what I have here is I just have again some data, and maybe this is a little report of software sales, and I have to send this report to 2 different clients. And maybe one client likes the report to be formatted in Segoe UI font. And maybe the other client prefers this report to be formatted in Lato font. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 2 macros that switches between those fonts depending on which client I'm sending this to. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the VBA window again so you can see what happens as we record a macro. So let's jump into Visual Basic, and I'm going to arrange these windows so that they're side by side. Now what you'll notice here is, again, in this VBA project window at the top, it's telling me that I'm in the change font workbook, which I am. I have one sheet, which is the sales sheet. Now you can see that I don't have a folder called modules because I don't have any macros recorded yet. That modules folder gets automatically created when you start creating a macro, and you'll see it appear in here as I start to run one. Now, for the time being, I don't need the immediate window, so I'm just going to close that down and give myself a little bit more space. So what we're going to do is we're going to record the first macro, which is going to change all of the font on this worksheet to Sago UI, and we're also going to make these subtotals and headings bold. So on the Developer tab, let's go to the code group, and you can see now, because my window is a bit smaller, my icons or commands have shrunk down. Record macro. I'm going to call this one change underscore font underscore Sago UI. Again, you can do the shortcut key, all of that malarkey if you want to. I'm not going to. Click on OK. Now look in the VBA project window. Now that I'm recording, can you see a modules folder has been created? And this is where the macro code is going to go into. So let me run through my macro recording. I want to select the entire worksheet. I then want to go to the Home tab, and I want to change to Sago UI font. So that should be all the way towards the bottom. Where are we? Where are we? There we are, like so. What I also want to do is I want to make these headings bold. I want to make these subtotals bold. And if we scroll down, I want to make the subtotal and the grand total bold as well. And you can see here the column isn't quite wide enough, so I'm going to widen out that column by double clicking. I'm going to scroll to the top because I want my macro to end in cell A4. Let's go to the Developer tab and stop recording the macro. Now that we've recorded that one macro, let's take a look at the code that it's created. So I'm going to expand the modules folder and double click on module 1. And there is my macro. Now let's take a quick look and read through this code, because even if you're not all that familiar or you find things like this quite daunting, you don't really have to be a programmer to kind of get an idea as to what this code is doing. Now what you'll find is when you are looking at a piece of VBA code based on a macro, the macro will have a structure. So it's always going to start with sub and then the name of the macro. And you'll also find at the bottom, it's going to have end sub, and sub just stands for subroutine. What we then have underneath is some text in green. And you'll see that there is an apostrophe at the beginning. Now, anything you see with an apostrophe at the beginning showing in green is a comment. So it's not a piece of code that runs. So if you want to add comments or notes into a macro, maybe to help other people who are editing the macro, then you can just make sure that you put an apostrophe in front of it so that VBA doesn't think it's a piece of code that it needs to try and run. So what I could do here is I could type in an apostrophe, and I might want to say something like, this is just for the sales team. When I click away, you'll see that that changes to green. So green are comments. What I then have is cells.select. So this line of code is basically when I selected the entire worksheet. What I then did is I changed the font to Sago UI. So after we've selected the cells, we then change the selection font to Sago UI. And there is that line of code. Now, what you'll notice underneath this kind of whole section just here, basically what the VBA editor does is it then runs through a whole bunch of other font properties, and it basically says, no, I don't want to turn that one on. No, 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 which is kind of seems a little bit pointless. You might as well have just left them out. But essentially, because all I've done here is change the font, I haven't asked for strike through, superscript or anything. This section of code is pretty much not needed. So I could delete this out and the macro is still going to work fine. Okay, so just be aware of that. We are going to delete these out in a moment. What we then have is after we changed the font, what I then did is I started making cell selections to change the headings and the subtotals to bold. So you can see here it says range A6 to E6 select, which was this range just here. And then it says selection font bold equals true. So it's basically toggling on bold. It then says range A19 to E19, which is when I made this selection down here. And the same thing, selection font bold equals true. It then says active windows, scroll down. And that is when I scrolled down to the bottom and then selected the next cell range, A32 to E33. And then again, we applied bold font. I then double-clicked to widen out column E. And that is what we have just there, column E, entire column, auto fit. And then I scrolled up, so we have a scroll, and then it says range A4 select, and that is where I basically wanted the macro to end up. So even if you don't know VBA, it's fairly simple to read through this macro. And once you start understanding your macro code, you can then start making basic changes to the code. So a simple change I could make here would be, instead of ending up in cell A4, maybe I want the cursor to end in cell F1. So I could simply come down to here, and I'm going to change the cell reference from A4 to F1. Now, if I want to just run this piece of code, what I can do is click at the top where it says sub, and then just above on the toolbar, we have a little play button. That's just going to run that particular sub. So note, when I click play, my cursor is basically going to run the same macro, but it should end up in cell F1, which it does. And you can then go through and you can make any changes you want to different cell ranges. So fairly straightforward to make minor modifications like that. What if I wanted to run another macro? Let's hit enter. Maybe when I send this to another client, they want a different style of font. So I'm going to record another macro. I'm going to call this change underscore font underscore Lato and click on OK. Note what's happening in the code window as I'm doing this. It's created the sub, it's given it the name, and now I can go through my different steps. So I want to select everything again. Note the code being built, cells.select. Go to the Home tab, and I'm going to change it this time to Lato font. So let's find it in the list. There it is. Keep an eye on the code window. You can see it selects it, puts all that other stuff in, and that's all I really want to do here. I don't need to change it to bold because it's already in bold, but I do want my cursor to end up in cell F1 this time. Go to developer, stop recording the macro. So you can see there how that's been built up in this code window. What I could then do is go through and start making different changes. So as I said, I don't really need the rest of these font properties. So I could delete this out. Now, I would say that when it comes to deleting things out of the code, I would always say to add an apostrophe at the front just to comment it out first. So before you delete it, this will prevent that piece of code or that line of code from actually running, so that maybe if it doesn't quite work out, you can just very simply put it back again. But I know that this works, so I'm going to delete out all of this code. And I'm going to start tidying my code up a little bit. I can grab this and I might want to move it to just here. And now that I only have one property, I don't really need to have this with statement. And I can delete this one out and just make things look a little bit tidier. I want to make sure that this still works now that I've made some changes. If I click at the beginning and click play, yes, that code still works. So I can then go through and delete out exactly the same thing for this stuff at the bottom. The final thing I want to show you before we finish up, because I am aware we're about 4 minutes over, again, a couple of other little changes we could make. Maybe I decide that instead of changing the font to bold, I also want to change it to italics. So what I could do is I could edit this code where it says selection font.bold equals true. If I maybe just want to have it in italics and not bold, I could change that to false. And I could add another line of code underneath. I'm going to copy and paste. I could say instead I want font.italic to be true. And then what I would need to do is I would need to copy that to wherever I want that to apply. So currently I've only set it for this up here, but if I also wanted that to apply down here, I would copy those 2 lines of code further down here as well. Now, just because we don't have much time, I'm just going to leave it like that. And then if I go back and run this piece of code, you can see what it does there. It's now no longer in bold, it's in italics. Okay, so Hopefully that's given you a little bit of an idea as to the types of things. It's getting you used to the VBA window, types of little mini changes you can make, and how it's not particularly difficult to kind of understand what's going on. And of course, as I said, you can spend your entire life never having to go into this code. You can just run macros using the recorder. But as you get more and more advanced with macros, you'll find that you want to get your macros to start doing lots of weird and wonderful things. Sometimes that will require you to go in and start writing VBA code. So it's always a good idea to have a little bit of knowledge. Now, I know I keep saying I'm going to finish. The very final thing I want to show you is just how to make your life a lot easier by adding your macros to your quick access toolbar. So don't forget, if you've created a lot of macros, you could even set up your own macros ribbon at the top. I don't have time to show you how to do that, but another quick way of being able to execute them is you could add them to your quick access toolbar. So what I can do here is go down to more commands. I'm going to choose macros. Those are my macros, and I can add both of those across to my quick access toolbar, like so. And if I want to, I can give them a nice little icon. So let's just give them this icon, and let's give this one this icon just here. Click on OK, and now I have my macro buttons just here, and I can execute those as I please. So that just makes it a lot more efficient for you.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get 4 free courses in Excel, QuickBooks, Microsoft Project, and Photoshop, click over there. And click over there to see more videos from Simon Says It.